Hello and welcome back. Today we're going to build this Fullstack Trello clone using latest Next.js. So we start with this login page. So let me just log in with my Google account. After we log in, we can see here nice looking logo. On the right side, we have our user that we logged in with. Here we have a logout button. On the middle, we have our boards that we created. And as you can see, I have two boards, shopping list and travel packing. And underneath, there is also a button to create a new board if we want. Now let's open shopping list. And here, as you can see, we have all the functionality that Trello board needs. So we have our board name here. If we click on it, we can rename it if we want. Then here we have settings that I will show later. Underneath, we have our two columns. For now, it's only two columns, and we have cards in those columns. So as you may guess, we can sort those cards, we can move between those columns, and we can add more columns if we want. So let me, for example, add archive, and we have another column that we can use here. We can remove the cards from this column, and of course we can rename this column. We can delete also this column if we want. So let's delete this one, we don't need this one. And now let's take a look on a card. So as you saw, we can move cards between columns. We can also open cards. And what is interesting here is that, as you can see, if we are on the board page, the URL is /board/ and the ID of the board. But when we open a card, for example eggs, you can see that the URL changes to /boards/ ID of the board, then /cards, and then ID of the card. And what is interesting, it's using the latest Next.js shallow routing. So we can go back by clicking this backdrop here, and the URL changes back. And what is good about this with shallow routing is when we open a card and we refresh this page, it will reload the whole board and it will open back the same card. So with a single card, we can of course rename it, we can delete it if we want. And down here we have description, so we can add the description, some test, lorem test, and we can add some stuff like bold, italic text. We can make headers if we want, and down here we can add the comments. So I will just put a test comment. What is nice here is that we can add mentions, and we can add the emojis, we can search through those, and everything is very dynamic. So now let me close this card and let's go to board settings. Here we can share board with other emails if we want. So let me, for example, add a user here. So now I'm sharing this board with my own Gmail and my second Gmail. Let's go back to the board. So now let me show you other cool functionalities that we are going to implement into this project. Right now I'm logged in into browser windows as two different users. They have the same name but different email addresses and different avatars, as you can see. So this shopping list board is shared between those users, so both of them have access to it. Now let me show you a cool functionality. I will open this board, for example, here, and immediately when I open it, here we can see that that user has opened this board. So let me open this board even here, and it's clear because I want to show you how this live data works between two different users. So wherever we do on one user is immediately reflected for another user. So let me, for example, add the column here by, and you can see that it immediately shows up for another user. Let me, for example, add a column here. Let's call this one boat, and it shows up here. There is 0 seconds delay. It's the same thing even for the cards. So I can add here, for example, let's add milk, and as you can see, it shows up for both of the users. Even if we change where the card is located, it will also be reflected immediately for other users. But that's not all. Let's open one card here. And even for the cards, as you can see, the presence of users is reflected. So for each card, I can see what users have this card opened right now. But that's not all. Let me show you even more. Here we have comments. We can add comments and they show up immediately for all of the users. We can of course respond to the comments if we want. We can react to the comments with emojis and they show up here and here. We can of course edit and delete our comments if we want, but that's not all. Let me show you what happens if we add a description here. When we start editing, let me for example put test here and lorem ipsum, you can see that this user is editing this description and it's showed even here for another user. So whatever we do, everything is reflected like in Google Docs. So I can even start editing here if I want. Nice milk card, exclamation mark, and everything is displayed even for this user. Of course, everything is saved automatically, so we can just close the card, and if we open up this card again, everything is as we left it. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. So as always, we are starting with an empty directory. Here, as you can see, Trello clone, and it's nothing here inside, just a directory. And here I have my browser window, Google Chrome, and we are going to start by opening a terminal here, and I'm going to use yarn. You can use npm if you want. I use yarn because it's a little bit faster. Let's do yarn create, and let's do next app and dot because I want to install it in this current directory. Let's hit enter, and now let's see. It asks us, it's asking us if we want to use Typescript. Yes, I'm going to use Typescript this time. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. Import alias, do I want to customize this? No. And now it's installing everything, and soon it should be done, and we should see all of the files here on the left side. Alright, so now it's complete. I can hide my terminal for now, or maybe I can start by running this yarn dev to have this URL that we can use. As you can see, we get this localhost 3000. I can just put it here, and then we have a starter next app here running. So now let's close, or let's hide the terminal, and let's start by going to our source directory app, and let's go to, maybe let's start with globals CSS. We have a lot of styling here that I'm going to remove. I don't want this. Same with layout. Let's see, inside layout we don't have that much, so let's skip it. And here on the page there's a lot of HTML, so I'm going to remove it. Let's remove all of this inside main tag and even this main tag, and let's put just a div with test here inside. Let's see, now it's visible. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it better. Let's remove this unused import. Let's save it, and now it looks fine. Right, so the first thing I would like to do is to create some kind of basic functionality for our boards, and this is what I want to start with, to have, well, the main functionality. So I want to have like columns here and the cards inside, and then some basic functionality for drag and drop and something like this. And then we will connect this with a database, we will add the authentication and so on. Let's first put some components. So we have up here, let's put a new directory inside source. So I'm going to do a new directory here, and let's put components. And inside components, I'm going to put new file, and let's call this one board.tsx. This time we are going to use TSX extension because we are using TypeScript, and X because it will be a component. So let's create our component. Let's do export default function board, and let's put return. Let's put a div here, and let's put maybe just board. And nothing changed here because we need to display this component first. So let's go to page. Let's remove this test, and let's try to import our board. Yes. And as you can see, it has been auto imported for me. If you don't have this kind of functionality for auto importing, you need to add this line manually. Right, so we are rendering our board, and we get our text here. Right, so well, the first thing that we want on our board will be columns, right? So we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns, or I don't know how many. It can be like to do, in progress, done, or something like this. You can create how many columns you want. So let's start by creating an input for creating new columns. So let's go back to board, and well, first we will need to create an input, so or a form. So let's go to components, and I think for forms I'm going to put a new directory inside components called forms, and inside I'm going to create a component called new column singular form.tsx. And let's do export default function, and let's put here new column form. So we have this function here, and now let's do just return here, and inside I'm going to put a form with an input, and let's put maybe a placeholder here saying column name, or maybe new column name, doesn't really matter. This should work just fine, and we probably will need an input. So let's do button saying create column, and this button will be type of submit. We don't need any on click yet, so let's remove it. And now let's see, we don't see it. Let's go back to our board component, and here let's put our form. So let's do new column form imported. Yes, so we have an input here that we cannot see, or we can barely see, and here is our button. So we need to style it a little bit, and for this, for forms, I think I would like to go to globals, and I will add some basic styling here. So for inputs, or maybe let's keep styling inputs, and there's a Tailwind plugin, and it's called forms, I think. Let's go to plugins, and let's see, here we have forms, and it's just basic styling for forms that we can use. You can see the demo here, so some basic styling if you want to use it, and I'm going to use it. So let's grab this, and then let's open a new tab inside our terminal, and let's do yarn add this. Okay, it's installed, and now to add this plugin, a forms plugin, let's see, we just need to put this require inside Tailwind config. So let's go here. We have our Tailwind config here. Here we have plugins. Let's put this require. And now let's see, we have some basic styling for our inputs. Would be nice to have some basic styling for buttons. So let's go to globals. Let's add the button, and let's do some basic styling here. Apply. Let's do background gray. Maybe let's do 200. Let's do text gray of 900. Let's add some padding and let's maybe do some border gray, and let's do maybe 200 here. Let's see, save, and we have our button here. The padding is really huge. Let's change this padding 8 to, let's say, padding on the top and the bottom of 2, and on the sides let's do 4. And now let's see. Yeah, so now it looks more like an input, so that's good. I don't see any background change. It should be grayish. Let's see, 400. No, still nothing. Let's see why. So we have this background color transparent, and let's fix it. We just need to add button of type submit. We'll have, maybe let's don't do gray, let's do like blue 500 instead. And I'm saying, yes, this looks nice. Let's change the border color to the same 500 blue, and the text should be white. All right, so this will go to default buttons, button type button, and those extra classes will go to button type submit. We don't have this padding anymore because it's only for type button, but we can do something like this. We can do, grab this, we can put it here. First part will be for all of the buttons. All right, so yeah, now it looks better. Now for the layout for the whole page, I would like to put some kind of, let's say here inside layout, we have body here, children, and let's put them here. And I'm going to put the main element, and let's put the children inside this main element. Let's put also a header here with a logo. You can put like logo. It doesn't have to have this logo class name. Let's put just Trello here as a logo, and for this main element, let's put some padding. Let's do maybe 8, so we will have some spacing here. And for this header, I'm going also to put some background color, background gray. Let's do gray 200, so we have something like this. Let's also add some padding, so let's do padding of at least 4. Yeah, this looks fine. Right, so we have header, and here underneath we will have our board. For now we have just one input to create, one form to create a new column. Let's go back to this one, and I'm going to put a label here for a span element that will say just column name colon, and let's put this input here as well. Here let's put the text gray, let's say maybe 600, and for this input and for the span let's also make it block. Now let's see, yeah, column name. Now the whole label should be block as well, so this button will go here underneath. Let's do margin bottom of 2, or we can go to this input, this button, sorry, and do margin top of 2 instead of this margin bottom. Doesn't really matter. And let's put width of full, so it will take the full width. Well, that's maybe too much. Let's do just change this to block, and this looks fine. But I would like this to take more space, but maybe not all of the space. As you can see, for this input, we have some max width that I'm not aware of. Let's see, max width, no, width. Do we have any width? No, I cannot find it. So this is like a standard width. And well, let's change this. For this whole form, let's do width of, or maybe max width of, let's do small. And now for this button, let's just save it and let's see. We need to add here with full, so it will take the full width. And same for the input. I don't know why the input doesn't take the full width, but I would like all the inputs to do this. Let's go to globals and let's do that all inputs. Let's do apply with full and block. And now let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. And that's maybe a little bit too big. So I'm going to change it to XS. And yeah. Right, so we have create column here. We have a form. Now we need to add an action on this form when we submit. So let's do on submit. We want to run a function that I'm going to define here above. This function will be called add or maybe handle new column. Yeah, and let's run this function here, handle new column. Because we are using this event, we can grab event object here because we have it passed through this handle, on submit. It runs this function and passes this event object. Now, first we want to do, because it's a form, we want to do prevent default. We don't want to reload the form, reload the page. And now let's see. Now we have an error saying even handlers cannot be passed to client components props. And this is because if you need interactivity, consider converting part of this to a client component. So this basically means, well, if it uses something like on change, on click, on submit, it needs to be a client component. So let's put use client on the top, and now it should be fixed. Well, it should be, except that we have a small Typescript warning here, and it's type of any. We want to change it, so we need to add the typing here, and this will be form event. So let's do form event from React imported. So I auto imported this type, and now we don't have this red thing here going on. So now when I click here, when I put test, click here, nothing happens. But here I'm going to add more stuff here. So we want to add a column. The first thing we need to do is to grab the information from the input. In React, you can do this in two different ways: controlled inputs or uncontrolled inputs. I usually do controlled inputs, where I say what the value should be with state. But this time I'm going to use uncontrolled inputs. So I'm going to grab my input like this, and I will do event target and now query selector for input. So I'm grabbing this input, and as you can see, we have some TypeScript error here. That property query selector does not exist on event target. Well, I can fix it by saying that let's consider this event target to be a HTML form element. Now it's fine. So I have input. Let's grab value and let's put it as column name will be input value. Well, still we have some issue here. Let's see. Input is possibly null. Let's see if we can fix it by putting question mark. Yes, it works. That's fine. Let's put alert. Let's put column name, and let's see if we will have our column name here. Yes, we do. That's fine. So we have a column name, and we need to add it somewhere. I would like to add it to a state, but then we need to have a database and so on. For now, let's maybe put back this alert, new column, and column name. We would first start with structured for our app, and then we will implement more functionality. All right, let's go back to our board, and we have a new column form, but I would like to put a few columns here. So let's put here maybe const columns, and this will be just a dummy data. I want to have something to play with. And I'm going to add, let's say, 3 columns. Each of the column will have like an ID, and it will have a name, let's say to do. The first column will be, and index will be 0 here, and that's all. So let's put ID of, I don't know, name of the second column will be in progress, and index here will be 1. And now let's do with the third column. So let's put some random, let's say ID, and the name will be done, and index will be 2. So we have 3 columns here that we can print here. So let's do those, and let's do columns, and let's do map. And for each column I want to do parentheses, and let's put a div with a column name. Now let's see if we have it. We have to do in progress done, and then create new column. I would like to put it in columns, so next to each other. So to do this, I'm going to put some class names on the div above, and it will be flex. So we will have some spacing here, or sorry, there will be placed next to each other. As you can see, to do, in progress, done. There's no spacing around, so I'm going to put gap 4, so we have some spacing. To do, in progress, done. And the last column is a form to create a new column. Right, so now it would be maybe nice to put some styling for the columns, right? So this div is a column, so let's put class names, and I want to put a width of, let's say, I'm going to put width of, I don't know, let's try with 48. That's really much. Let's do 24. I think that's better. Let's do something in between. Let's try with 36. And I think this will work. And now I want to add some styling here. So first I would like to have like some shadow. So let's put shadow medium. So as you can see, we have some shadows here. And the background color of this whole thing, I would like this to be light gray or something like this. So let's go to globals. And let's see here. I'm going to add styling for the body. And I'm going just to put background color. And I'm going to put something like this. F6, F7, and FB. So now we should have something more like grayish color. Let's see, background color. Yeah, I think it works now. Let's see if we remove the shadow. Shadow removed. Do we have different colors? No, I don't think so. I don't see any difference. And we have background color on the body. Let's see. Body. Well, we have different color. It's just, it doesn't do that much of a difference. Let's do E here, E here, E here. Now we have bigger difference. Let's go back to here to the columns. Let's put, I forgot background white on the columns. And let's put back this color that I had with F's here. Right, now I can see some difference in color. And let's put back the shadow of medium. So we'll have some nice shadow. And I would like to make those corners rounded. So let's do maybe, let's do rounded medium. So we have some spacing here, rounded corners, sorry. Yeah, this looks nice. And now let's maybe put some padding. So let's do padding of 2. I think this will be enough. Yeah, and our columns look really nice. The shadow could be maybe a little bit smaller. So let's see, I'm going to put shadow small. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think this looks much nicer. And well, the rest looks fine. Maybe for the inputs and this in those buttons, we could also make the corners rounded. Let's go to globals and let's do rounded medium. So for the inputs, I don't think it worked. So let's put type of, let's see, type of text. Now it worked. Let's do rounded medium even for our buttons. So now we have something like this, and I think it looks fine. Maybe it's just a little bit too big. So let's see if I zoom out. Yeah, those columns are really small in width, so I'm going to make them a little wider. Let's go back to board and let's do 48. All right, and now we have something like this. So now we have board here. We are looping through the columns, and each of those divs is one column. It will be nice to put it as a separate component. So I'm going to put inside the components, I'm going to put a column component. Let's put column.tsx and let's do return, export default function column. All right, and let's do return, and let's here we will grab information about our column. So let's put let's put it later. First, let's grab all of this div here. Let's go here. Let's put this, and well, here we don't have column, but we can grab name like this. And now let's put this column here, our component. Let's use it. Column, and we need to pass name, but we are not going to pass it like this, even if it works. Column name. We don't want to pass it one by one, all the properties from the column. So we are going to put all of the properties with this spread operator, ... like this. And now we have all of those properties here. Here it shows an error Typescript because we don't have any properties defined here. So let's do type column props equals, and the name will be actually string, and let's put here column props. And yeah, now I think it looks much better, or it looks the same, but it looks better inside the code because board is much smaller. Right, so now inside each column we have name, but under the name I would like to have some cards. So let's say that for all columns we will have some cards. For now it will be hard coded. We are going to put the cards like this. So let's put those as objects. We will have like an ID. We are going to have a name, and the name will be, let's say, task 1, and we will have an order of 0, and then let's put more of those, at least 3. So I'm going to change some IDs here. We need to change the names and also the order. 1 here, 2 here, and now let's print them. First, we are going to put this name into maybe, let's say, an H3. So let's put H3 for the column name. And now let's print our cards. So let's do cards map, and for each card, we are going to do parentheses, and let's put a div here. Well, we want to have a card name, so let's put this maybe as a span for now. And let's put card name. We can put card title, or I don't know, doesn't really matter. For each card div, I want to have some styling. I want to have light border, so let's add border. And I also want to have some spacing. So let's do my, let's maybe 2, so we will have some spacing between those tasks. Yes, Let's also add a little bit of padding and rounded corners. Let's do rounded medium. Yes, and I think that is much better. We could maybe add a little bit more padding. Let's double this to padding 4. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Right, so now one of the basic functionality that I would like to add will be that we can drag and drop those cards between columns, or maybe even inside one column, so I can drag and drop them. So first, what I'm going to do, as you can see, every column has the same cards, and this is because for each column we have the same data. To fix it, I'm going to grab those cards. Let's cut this code from here. Let's go back to our board and let's put those cards here. So we have cards, and now let's pass those along here. I'm going to put cards as a property here, and let's just put our cards here. So now this cards is red because it's doesn't exist on column props. So let's go to column and let's put cards here, and cards will be an array of objects, and each card will have name, that will be string. We will have also ID, that will be string. We will of course also have we will have also order, that will be number, and we will also have, I think that's it, we have only 3 things. But to make it a little bit better structured, we are going to put this card as a separate property, type. So let's put this const here, not const, type card, card type, and let's put this here, and let's grab everything from this. Let's put it here, and we can also export it here to use it here. So cards will be an array of card types. Right, so we could do the same actually with columns if we want. It's not that important, but maybe in a minute. Right, so we have card type, and we are not grabbing those cards here, so let's put those here. Cards, we are passing those with properties, but as you can see, still inside our board, for each column we are passing all of the same cards. To change this, I'm going to add column ID, and let's put the same thing for the other 2. So let's put column ID, and now let's see. We have columns here with different IDs. Let's put that the first task will be in the first column, then this one will be here, and this one will be in the third column. We will have the third task. So now to fix it, we will not pass all of the cards, but we are going to filter those cards to send only cards where card column ID is the same as our column ID. So now we have 1, 2, 3, because this task 1 has this column ID of the first ID of the column. I hope you understand it. If not, it's maybe good to pause it and pause the video and go through it once again. Right, so we have our columns hard-coded and the cards. So now what we don't want to do now, I wanted to add this drag and drop functionality so we can sort them and drop between columns and so on. To do this, we are going to use a state, and to use state, we also need to change this board to a client component. So I'm going to put here use client, and we need to have a state. So let's put state first for our cards. Let's put cards and set cards equals use state, and the default here will be this. So I'm going to, maybe let's rename this to default cards, because as you can see we cannot have cards both here and both here. We had an error. And let's put here default cards. Right, so now as you can see it should still work. Yes, it does. And now let's try to put the same with columns. Let's put default columns. We can also maybe name it temp columns or something like this. Columns, set columns equals use state default columns. Right, so still works, nothing have changed, but now we can do some kind of sorting, right? So well, first let's go to our column. Well, maybe the first thing is we want to be able to sort those tasks. Maybe I can add another task here. So one of the column will have two tasks. Let's do task 5, but in the same column ID as the first task. And now let's see if I refresh. Yeah, now we have 2 tasks here. We cannot do anything with it, but let's fix it. So to make those sortable, I'm going to use a package called React Sortable.js. Let's do React Sortable.js. Yes, this one. Let's see. So I'm going to grab the name. And let's see, we need to add yarn add both React Sortable.js and Sortable.js. So let's copy this, let's paste it, and now it's installing. And we can start using this. It just, you put this React Sortable as a component, you pass the list, and you pass the set function from the state. So, well, kind of easy. And we are passing cards, but we are not passing set cards function for our state to the column component here. So let's pass it. It's red because we need to define it here. Let's do set cards, and it will be a function where we put card types, and this is a function, so let's put this inside parentheses, and it doesn't return anything, so it returns void. Here we probably need to put also a name like cards. Yeah, and now it works for Typescript. Right, so now let's see. Here we have our single column, and we want to put this React Sortable. So let's do this. Here we are mapping through, so we should put it above here. So let's put here React Sortable, and the closing should go after this mapping. So now we need to pass our list. The list will be actually our cards. So let's put cards, and we need to have also set list, and our set list will be just set cards. And now we have some issues. Let's see what's the issue. Well, card type is not assignable to type item interface. Types of property ID are incompatible. Well, we can fix it easily by doing as, and let's see, they want to have item interface. Let's put item interface, an array of those. No, this didn't work. So the problem is that the ID is incompatible. String is not comparable to type string or number. Well, let's go then to card type, and let's change that this will be either string or a number. Sorry, not here, not the name, the ID, number. All right, let's go back here, and let's see what happens if I just remove it. Then it works, kinda. Let's see. Card type is not assignable to type item interface. Well, I think I made a terrible mistake, and it should be just small letters here inside the Typescript. So I'm sorry for this. And same for the column props. So let's put string, and that's it. All right, so now it works. As you can see, we don't have any warnings here. And now set cards cannot find, and we cannot find it because we don't grab it here. Now we do, and it looks fine. So we have a list here, we have a set list, and let's see if we need any more params. Well, there's one more param that we can use, and it's called group. And we can just name a group of sortables. And here I'm going to group it with the keyword cards, so we know it's cards. Right, now I don't see any of the tasks. They all disappear. So let's maybe see why. I'm going to do console log here, and let's print our cards. So let's go to console. Let's zoom in a little bit. So as you can see, sometimes we don't have any cards. And I think this is because of this function that we are running here. With set cards, we should probably do this another way. So let's handle this with a custom function, and let's call this one set cards for column. And here I'm going to use it. So with my cards that are sorted, I'm going to put this set cards for column. And here I want to have those cards, and I want to have the column ID. So we grab the name, but we are not grabbing ID. So let's change it. Now we have ID. Let's put the ID here. So now we need to define our cards here. That should be actually a card type array. And then we should have also the ID of the column. That will be actually a string. Right, now I want to do just console log here, the cards and the column ID. I don't need this one. Let's refresh, and well, something happens here. Now let's see if I move it here. Nothing happens. Right, let's try to do something like this. I'm going to clear this, and let's see what happens if, maybe let's change first the IDs of the columns. So we have columns here. Let's change the IDs to column 1. Let's do here column 2. Let's do here column 3, and we need to update it also here for the first two. For this one will be column 1. Here we will have column 1 as well. Here let's put column 2, and here let's put column 3. It will be easier to debug this, and we need to put ID here for the column props. It's a string. All right, now let's see what happens if we try to put it here. It says we get one card inside here, and well, let's see what's the information. We dragged this task 5 to the second column, and what we get here is, as you can see, the card task 1, column ID. This column ID is weird. Let's see why. Let's go to board, default columns. Well, maybe I need to refresh. And now let's put this one here, and let's see. We get a lot of console logs, but basically first we have that this card, we have update for 2 cards. First for the task 2, that it should be inside the column 2 as it is. And then we have for another card task 5 that had the column 1, the column ID that we dropped this to is column 2. So basically this means, let's go to our columns. Yes, columns. This means Well, it's called columns, but it's a single column. So yeah, just the file name is a little bit wrong. We should remove the S. So let's do S. And now let's fix this import here, column from column. Let's refresh. Something is wrong. Let's see. Here we have a column. Okay, now it works. Now let's go back to column. And now let's fix with we get those new sorted cards. And well, we want to do something like this. With those sorted cards, let's put those as sorted cards. And what we want to do is, well, let's see if first we want to, for those sorted cards, we want to change the column ID inside those to this column ID. So we want to use this setCards function. Let's do setCards, and we will get the previous cards, all of them. And let's do new cards. New cards will be just a copy of all of the cards. So I'm going to put I'm putting new array here with spread operator, so we can create a copy of this previous cards. And now what we want to do, we want on all of those new cards, we want to filter them because we want to find only those sorted cards. So let's see if the if a new card ID, I want to check if this ID is inside here. Well, maybe filter is not the greatest way of doing this, so I'm going to use a for each instead. So for each new card, let's put arrow function if new card ID is inside sorted cards. How can I check it? I can grab first those sorted cards IDs. So let's do sorted cards IDs equals sorted cards map for each card. I just want to have ID. And now I want to check if sorted cards IDs includes new card ID. And if it has, I want to change on this new card my column ID to this new column ID. So let's grab it. Maybe we can rename it to new column ID. And let's put the same thing here, new column ID. And even for this console log, new column ID. Now we have here that the Typescript doesn't know what it is. And this is basically just the old state value. So it's just card type array. Now what is wrong? Let's see. Card type, let's see, is not assignable to a parameter of type, card type. Well, let's see. The first thing is that we maybe column ID is not on card type. Okay, let's go back here and let's add a column ID, and it's a string. Right, let's go back here. And after we are done with new cards, we are returning those because this will be a new state for our cards. So now let's see, we still have an error here. Argument of type, previous cards, card type is not assignable to a parameter of type card type. And this is because we have wrongly defined this. And this is not like a regular function because you can use params here. So let's put, I think there is a ready type for this. I think it's set state action, yes, of card type array. So now it should work better. Let's see. Set card, this expression is not callable. Let's see what happens if we put here any. Okay, then it's fixed. Let's put any for now. All right, so now we don't need this item interface. This looks fine. Now let's see if this will work. Can I put it here? No, I cannot. And why is that? Let's see. For each, when we change a column, let's put a console log to see if it works. And I'm going to first remove this console log. And let's put new card name. And let's put here also a new column ID. And let's see what happens. Let's clear everything. And if I drop it here, it says the, well, task 5 should go to column 2. And then it goes back to column 1 because something here have failed for this updating. Well, let's maybe first see if we can change the positions, and we cannot, and this happens. Let's see why. If I try to change the position, it just says the columns. Let's maybe first focus on the order, and to fix the order I want to put this first console log. And let's see what happens if I try to put task 1 on the first position. We get first something like this. 2 cards in the same column, column 1. We have first task 1 and then task 5. Then we get another console log saying, well, first we have task 1 and then task 5. And then the third console log says, well, basically the same thing, task 1 and task 5. Let's see if there's something wrong with this React sortable. Let's maybe try to rename here to items. And sorry, I see now we should use here sorted cards. Now let's see. Let's clear everything and let's try to put this one first. Let's see the last console log, and as you can see, it changed the order of this array. That first we have task 5 and then we have task 1. So for sorting, here we have for code for that we started for changing columns, but here for, and this is also for, maybe we can keep it here, but for sorting, what we basically need to do is we need to go through all of the cards. Maybe we can do it even inside this changing columns. As you can see, we go through all of the previous cards and we check if inside we set those cards again, but we are updating the cards from this array sorted cards. Here we are updating just the column ID, but we also need to have to update this order. The order is, well, inside the order of those. So, well, I think this will not work actually, because we are for reaching on those new cards, and well, instead we should do this another way around. So we should loop through those sorted cards and update those new cards. So let's do sorted cards for each card. Let's put parentheses and arrow function here. And we will have our card, that is card type. And maybe we can do just C for card. And well, the thing is, here we will have first the card, but we will also have an index that is a number. Well, and now for this card, we want to find it inside new cards, and we want to change the index to this index. Maybe we can rename it to new index. Right, so let's do, we want to find it. So let's go to new cards. We want to find one card. Maybe let's do const found card equals new cards find, and let's find where the ID. Well, we cannot do it like this. Let's Let's do new for each. Let's find where the new card card ID is the same as this. Let's rename it to sorted card, and same ID as sorted card ID. And if we found this card, we want to update the index to this new index. And now let's see if the sorting in one column works. So if I put it here, no, it does not. Let's see, the index seems to be red. It doesn't exist on the card type. Let's go back to the board and let's see card type. Okay, it's called order. Well, let's change it to index. So we have it as index. Maybe we have also order on columns, so let's change it also to index. Sorry, another way around. Or it's cards, so it's fine. We have index here and index on the type. Also on the columns, we already have index. We don't have order. That's fine. So let's go back to column. And before we'll do, let's go back to board. And let's just make sure that those cards are sorted. So to sort those, we want to do sort. And well, let's see. Sort we will have an arrow function, and we want to compare A and B, and basically to sort it we just need to do A index minus B index, and it should be sorted. Let me put this into separate lines so it will be easier to read. And now let's see, if I refresh and clear of this, let's put task 5 here, and it didn't work. Let's see why. It should be with this. Well, now those have the same index. Let's see why. Let's go to board. Let's see. Yeah, they have the same index. Let's fix it. Let's put index 1 here. Right, so if I refresh, yeah, if I change this to here, let's see what went wrong. The task 5 got index 1. Task 1 has also index 1. Something is wrong. They should have different indexes. Let's go to column. And now let's see. We should put new indexes here. Let's see. Maybe after everything is done, let's do console log, new cards, and now let's see. Let's clear everything. Let's grab and drop it here. And now let's see. For the new cards, we want to check only task 1 and task 5. And as you can see, the index is 1 for both. So there's something wrong here. And let's see why. Let's console log this new index. Let's see. If I drop it here, we get 0 and 1. So something is wrong here. Let's see new cards. It's 1 on both. Let's also print here this let's put this found card name here. Found card. Let's see, what is the type? It's card type, but well, it should have the name. Okay, I need to put like card colon, and now let's see. Let's clear this. Now let's see. Okay, it says task 1 all the time, and it should say task 5. So something is wrong here where we try to find card. So what we want to do, we sort through this sorted cards, and for each sorted card, we try to find this card inside new cards. So for this new card ID, we want this to be the same as this sorted card ID. This can be an issue if we have any duplicates in the IDs as we have here. So I just need to make different IDs so the task 1 and task 5 will not have the same IDs. Right, let's try again. And Yeah, now they are sorted, task 5 and task 1. So now it's much better. We can sort those. Yes, yes, that's cool. And now let's maybe fix that we can drop it here. It doesn't work now, but well, let's fix it. So let's remove those console logs, and now I'm going to remove this sorted cards IDs. We don't use it. We don't use it here, but we don't use this, but we need to use it. And the thing is that for those sorted cards, we need to find them inside new cards, and we need to apply this new column ID. So this should be as easy as just you found card, column ID equals new column ID. Now let's see if this will work. I'm going to refresh. Let's fix those warnings later. If I try to drop it here, it stays here. I try to put 3 here and 1 here. Well, everything now just magically works. That's very nice. So now we can drag and drop tasks wherever we like. I would like to increase this drop area, fix those warnings, and then I would like to fix some styling for the cards. Just a little bit. So here are cards. Let's add background of white, and I also want to increase the drop area. So for this React sortable, I'm going to add padding on the top and the bottom of 2. So we will have bigger drop area, or maybe let's change it to minimum height of like 12. Let's see. Yeah, so we can just well, now 2 is here. Okay, let's put 1 here. As you can probably see, when we try to drop it, it's like already dropped here, but it's not dropped yet. As you can see, I have task 1 here, and if I try to and I hover on a column, it shows where it will be dropped, and this is called a ghost that is underneath. And to have different styling, I'm going to put here something called ghost class. Yeah, I think it's ghost class, and for this I'm going to put opacity 40. And now, as you can see, it doesn't work. Let's see if I refresh. Now, as you can see, task 5 is here underneath, but it's grayed out. It has this opacity 40. So I think it looks a little better. All right, so now let's see. It doesn't stay, because if I refresh, the state for the app will be lost, but that's because we don't have any database yet. Let's first fix those warnings. So we have about the key. So let's fix it here. So let's put key here, card ID, and let's go back to board. Here we are looping through the columns. Let's put key, column ID. Let's refresh to see if we have any warnings. No, we don't. And we have now basic functionality of our board. So we can just grab and drop and drag and drop stuff however we want. We can sort them. We can drop them between the columns. Let's put 3 here, 2 here, 1 maybe here, 5 here. Yeah, everything works. So now the next step will be actually to maybe we need to have a connection to a database, and I'm going to use a live database, so everything will happen in real time, so you can collaborate with other users, you can share your boards and stuff like this. But to do this, the first thing we need to do will be actually authentication. So we can have many different users, and you can create many different tables, boards, and so on. So this is what we are going to do next, a simple authentication. Right, so now to add some authentication, I'm going to use Next.auth as always, Next.auth. And let's see, get started, yarn add Next.auth. Let's copy let's go back here to my editor. Let's paste it here, or add next auth. And now let's see. We are using Next, I think 14. So if you're using Next.js 13.2 and app router, it's a guide. You need to follow the guide here. Let's go here. And well, basically we need to create this file. So inside the app, let's do a new file. And I can maybe put this like this. So it will create all of those directories. Now let's see. Yes, it did. So inside the app, we need to have an API directory. I will hide my terminal, and inside the API, we'll have auth directory. As you can see, app directory, API directory, auth directory. Then this directory that just grabs all of the requests for the auth, and then the route.ts. So we have route.ts here. And now I'm going just to copy this. Let's put it here. And we have an error here because we need to remove those dots. And I think that should be all for now. But as you can see, it's saying that we need to have providers here. So let's put providers. And it's an array, I think. So now let's fix our providers. For the providers, we can, let's see, and there should be a list of providers. Let's see, maybe here, providers. Yes, here we have the list. So I'm going to use Google because it's the simplest way to set up. Let's go to Google, and you have instructions for all of those providers. So it's really simple. Configuration, you go to this Google Cloud Console. So let's open this one, and I'm going to create a new project here. And let's call this one Trello Clone. Let's create our project, and we can see here what they want us to do. We create an WAF client. So let's see, let's change to this Trello Clone project. And let's see, we can create credentials for OAuth client ID. And let's do this. First, we need to configure consent screen. It's just, we need to put some email information, and that's it. The app name, let's put Trello Clone, same thing. And here I'm just going to put my email address because they require it. Let's go save and continue. So we have now scopes, and I think we can just skip it. So let's go here, test users if you want. Now I will just skip it, and let's go back to dashboard. And let's go now to credentials, and let's create credentials for OAuth client ID. And it's web application. Now inside here, they say that for authorized redirect URLs that we have here, we need to add those. So for the local host for development is this link. When you deploy your app, you need to use another link. You need to put another link. So you will have two links here. For now, I will just have it for my local host. Let's hit create, and it's done. So I have my client ID and client secret. I need to put it somewhere so we don't lose it. So let's create a new file inside my main directory, Trello clone.env, and I'm going to put all of my secrets here. So let's put Google client ID, and I'm going to put Google client secret here, secret. Right, and now for the client ID, let's copy this, and let's put this here. And for the client secret, let's copy this, and let's put it here. All right, so yeah, and this should work. Now I can close it, and now let's see what else do we need here. We need to install our provider, or no, it's already installed inside providers. So we can just grab this import. We can add it inside our this routing. Let's see, route here, providers, and we are grabbing, importing this provider. And then inside providers, as you can see here, we are just going to use this Google provider, and that's it. Now we have some errors here, and this is because this can be undefined, those values. So I'm going to add or empty string, or I can add as string. Same here, as string, and now we don't have any errors. All right, so now I think we are done with this Google authentication inside configuration. But we have providers, but we have one provider for Google, but we don't have any adapters. And I'm going to use MongoDB adapter. So first I need to have a database. So let's go to Atlas, Mongo database Atlas. Let's log in, and I'm going to create a new database. Meanwhile, let's log in here, and and let's go to, I can close this, and for a Mongo database, I will need to have a database, and then I need to fix here the rest. Let's first create a database. I'm going to create a new project here, and let's call this one Trello clone. Let's do next, create project, and now I'm going to use a free version of the database. So let's use here free, and that's it. Let's hit create. Well, some captcha solved. Now we need to create the username and password. So let's put just Trello here. I can use this password. I'm just going to copy this, and let's put it somewhere here inside my .env file, so I don't lose it. And we have Trello as username. Okay, here for the I allow the IP addresses. Just make sure that you have your IP address, otherwise you can have like weird errors for timeout and stuff like this. Let's go finish and close. Go to overview. You can always go to network access, add IP addresses, and here you have allow access from everywhere. If you want, you can add it. You will also need it for deployment, because you need to allow your server to connect, and this way is just to allow all IP addresses. Now let's go to database, and if I click here connect, let's go to, maybe we can go Mongo for VS Code, doesn't really matter. We just need to copy this string, and let's name it Mongo URI, and let's put the string here. Now, before we will go further, as you can see, the password is masked here. So we need to remove all of this, and we need to put our password here. Right, our password is there. Now it ends with slash, and after the slash we can put the database name. So I will just put Trello here. All right, the project is Trello, and the database name will also be Trello. So it's still creating the database. So meanwhile, we can go to adapters. We can go to Mongo. I think I open it here. And as you can see, it asks us to create this file. And what this file do, it actually just creates a connection for Mongo database. And then we are using this connection inside our Next.js configuration. So for this file, for this connection handle here, I'm going to create a new directory inside source called lib, or maybe libs. Maybe let's call it just lib. Right, so I'm just going to copy paste it because it's Typescript, and I don't need to remove types anymore in this project because we are using Typescript. So let's call this file maybe Mongo client.ts. Let's paste this code, and let's see, we have some errors here. First, we don't have this package. So let's add it. Yarn add MongoDB. And now let's see. We have, okay, it says that this can be any. Well, well, let's see what it can be. So Mongo client promise, where we are setting this, and we are setting it here. So it returns a promise with Mongo client. So let's maybe put something like this. Can we do as promise of Mongo client? Let's see. Will it work? No, it does not. So let's remove it. We cannot put it like this. Well, there is an updated version of this file where, as you can see, they are doing this differently. Instead of using this global constant that we cannot find, or Typescript cannot find, they are declaring this with let, and then they are declaring this like this. So I think this way will be if I just copy and paste it. And this should work. So now let's close it. And now we need to use it with our Auth.js. So let's go here to app, API, auth, next auth route. And we want to put here our MongoDB adapter, but we need to install it first. So let's grab this. Let's add yarn add. Let's put this. And now let's import this. And let's put this import here. And now here we will put our adapter. So let's put adapter here. And we need to put our MongoDB adapter, and we call it with our client promise. And client promise should be imported from lib mongo client. Yeah, so it works. Let's see what's wrong with this adapter. Let's see how they are using this. MongoDB adapter client promise. Let's see what is wrong. So, well, it looks like we just need to import it from Next.auth instead. Next.auth MongoDB adapter. So let's install it and let's try here Next.auth. If this will work, let's see. Now it's installed. MongoDB. No, it's just adapters. MongoDB adapter. Let's see. Mongo from Next.auth adapters. I want to import MongoDB adapter. Now looks like this is not exported. So let's go back from auth adapters, MongoDB adapter. Well, let's for now suppress it with Typescript ignore. Let's put Typescript ignore here. All right, we can fix it later. All right, let's go further. I think now it should work. So we can probably add a login button and so on. So let's go to let's close API. Let's go to layout. And well, maybe inside our header, the header should also be a separate component. We have then main and children, and then we are rendering this page. For this page, I would like to know if we are logged in or not. To do this, we can grab, this is a server component. We don't have any use client yet. So we can do get first await, get server session, and we need to put our auth options here. Our auth options are the same options that we have here. So to have it in two places, I'm going to put them here inside lib. Auth options.ts, and let's grab this object from here and let's put it here to auth options. And let's do export const auth options equals auth options. Now let's put this inside our route here, auth options. and we can remove those unused imports. And now let's see, we have something wrong here. This is the same thing and that we get before. So let's just TS ignore it for now, and I'll check it later. Now let's go to my page, and here we want to use our auth options as well. So now it's imported, and now we need to export default async function. And now let's see, we have some small issue here, and this one is about this argument of type this is not assignable to parameter of type get server session options. So let's see what are the options here. Callbacks, we have our options here, and we have callbacks here. That is optional. Okay, so maybe we can just go to my auth options, and we can do something like this, auth options. Okay, so we can type it like this. Now it disappeared, so now it's better. Let's see if it also removed this error here. Yes, it did. So we just needed to type it with auth options. Right, so no TS ignore. Right, let's go back to our page, and we have a session. We have also an error here. Please add your Mongo URI to .env.local. So it looks like we cannot find this MongoDB URI inside .env. So let's see, Mongo. Okay, let's rename it to MongoDB URI. The DB part was missing. Right, now we have this session. What we want to do is, if we don't have a session, then we want to return a div saying login page, something like this. So now we have a login page, and I'm going to put this as a separate component. Maybe we can have something like views. So let's put a new directory here, views, and I'm going to put a login view.tsx. Let's do export default function, login view, and let's do return. And it will be a div with just a button saying login, and it will be use client because we will add on click on this button. Now let's go back to our page. Instead of this login page, let's do login view. Okay, let's go back to login view, and let's see if this shows up. Yes, it does. Yeah, let's put type of button. So we'll have some basic styling. Well, it works, but I want to make it brighter. So here, let's put gray of 200 only, so it's prettier. Let's go back to login view, and now I want this div to take the full width. So let's put width full, and let's add some padding top of at least 8, and let's make it centered. So let's put text center, so we have this login here in the middle. Maybe we can add like a simple class name saying submit, or maybe blue, just blue, or now let's call it just primary. And primary class will make the button the same as the submit. So let's do here button.primary, and now let's go here, and now let's see how it looks like. It's still blue, it's still gray, sorry. Button class name primary. Let's maybe remove this type. Still nothing primary, button class name primary. Let's see, button primary. Okay, it's the wrong place. I should put it below here for the submit. And button primary, and here probably as well. Okay, now it's blue. That's good. Let's go back here. And now we need to add the on click on this. So let's put on click. And here I'm doing our function, and let's do just sign in. It's a function that we are importing from Next.js, and let's call here just Google, our provider, and that's it. So let's go back to page. If we don't have a session, we show this login view. If we have a session, we show board. All right, so if I click login and I log in, I should get redirected and I should see a board. That's correct. Maybe now, as you can see, this is just an error from one of my Google Chrome extensions. So that's not the error from the app. If I log in, I should also have a possibility to log out. And for this, I'm going to put a button on the header. So let's maybe first go to layout. And first, let's put the header as a separate component. So let's go to components. Let's do new file and let's do header.tsx. Export default function header. And let's do return. And I'm going just to paste it here. And now let's grab the session. So let's do here async, and let's grab the session like this const session equals await get server session, our auth options. And now we have a header here. Let's put a div. We have a logo, then we have a div. And now if we are logged in, if we have a session, then I'm going to put here with inside another div hello, and now the name session user name and a logout button. So let's put this div here inside. We don't even need this div. We can put it just like this. And the button saying logout. For now, it will not do anything. In case session is empty, I'm going to add those question marks. And now let's see if I will get anything. Header is not used yet, so let's put it here. Header, like this. So now we have Trello, hello, David Pashko logout. Looks really bad. So let's put type of button. And for this header, I'm going to put, maybe not on the header, let's put a separate div. Let's put everything here inside. And for this div, I'm going to put flex. So now let's see, and space between content justify between, I think justify between. Yeah, so we have Trello on the left side and the rest on the right side. Now I also want to have items center, so everything will be centered. Trello is like here on the middle, same with those texts. For this button, I need to have a darker color. So it's the background gray of 400. No, nothing 300. No, this will not work. Let's remove this type of a button. Then it works. Let's add the padding of Y will be 2, padding on the sides will be 4, and let's add a margin left of 1. So we'll have some maybe 2 spacing from my name. Right, but now let's see. We have a session, we have a logout button. The Trello is outside of this table, so maybe we can do more padding on the sides. The px of 8 for this header. Now let's see, yeah, now it's more in line. All right, so now we should also be able to log out. This is a server function, so we cannot use client here. We need to put this button somewhere else. So the easiest way would be just to do new component, and let's just call it logout button.tsx. Let's do export default function logout button, and let's do return parentheses, and let's just put this button here, and let's put use client, and let's go back here, and let's put this our logout button. All right, and let's go back here, and we can add on click for this button. And for on click, we just want to do sign out. Yes, and that's it. I'm going to put those stuff in into new lines that will be easier to read. Now let's see what happens if I click logout. I should get logged out. Yes, and it works. I'm not logged in. We can go back to header. If we have a session, then we do this. Otherwise, if we don't have a session, we can have a login button. So we can have like something, or maybe not logged in. And we can have a login button. Let's create a login button. Why not? So components, new, file, login button, login button.tsx, export default function, login button. And if you are wondering why we are creating separate button components, this is because we cannot mix client functionality with server functionality. So that's why. Let's copy this to login, and we are going to change sign out to sign in with Google. We don't need this sign out inside the login button, and we need to change this to login, and the rest is the same. Now let's go to header, and let's put login button, and this doesn't work because something is wrong with this on click. On click, sign in with Google. Looks fine to me. Okay, we forgot to put use client on the top. Use client. Right, so now it looks fine. We have a login here. That's fine. Maybe we should add rounded medium here for this button. Same for the logout button. So let's do here rounded medium. Yeah. So we can log in either with this button or with this, doesn't really matter. It will do the same thing. So I just log in and I see a board. It's generic board that we don't have any connection with the database yet. Basically, we need to go to page, and instead of displaying this board component, we should list user boards. So something like this. H1 saying your boards, and here we should just list the boards. Boards go here. Yeah, so instead of having this board here, we will have several boards, because you can, as a user, you can create several boards. Let's say for shopping list, for to-do items, for work stuff, for dreams, I don't know, wherever you want. So, but first we are going to list them. I will just put some bigger text here, text XL, or maybe 4XL, just to have something bigger here. Yes, I think this looks fine. And here underneath, I will just print some boards. But first, we will need to have a form to create new boards, because now I have a database. And if we go to browse collections, you can see that we have sessions, user, and accounts. This is created by our Next auth. But then we will also need to have database for our boards, right? And for our cards and columns. For this, we are actually not going to use Mongo, because I want to have like live functionality, but I will show it to you in a moment. For now, the next step will be creating a form here, so we can create a new board, and then when you click on this board, newly created board, you can see a board with its actual data. All right, so now I would like to have a form so we can create boards. So let's see, boards go here. I'm going to remove this board component. It will not be used here. And well, here I would like to have like a separate page, or a link to a page. So as the link, and I will have like a button that will say create new board. So let's do a link to /new board. Yes, and it will say create new board. Yes, and let's see, create new board. Yeah, something like this. I'm going to put it in a separate div just so it will be in the next line. And let's add some styling for this. And I would like to put some class names here. So let's do, let's make it look like a button. So let's maybe add something like button primary. And I want to apply the same stylings that we have here for buttons. So I'm going to add a class like button here, and then I'm going to change this to be just primary. So now let's see, let's go back here. Let's change this to two classes, button and primary. So now we should have, yes, create new board. Let's also add inline block. So it will fix the paddings and margins here. Yeah, this looks much better. And now let's remove boards. Go here. We don't need this. Now let's see. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's also add some margin bottom of 4 from this header. Yeah, this looks nice. Maybe we can add an arrow, right arrow, something like this. Create new board, and we have an arrow here. And I don't like how this arrow looks like. So let's maybe use font awesome and font awesome React. So let's go here. And this is just so we can have a prettier icons. So let's yarn add this SVG core. Now the second one, solid SVG icons. Yes, and React font awesome. Yes, and now this is installed. Additional styles, no. And then we just do font awesome icon and then the icon name. So it should be pretty simple. Instead of this arrow here, let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA or maybe just right icon. Let's search for right icon. No. Can we find like arrow? No, I cannot find it. Let's go here. Let's go to icons and let's see. And let's search for right and free. And I want this one, arrow right for React. And I want to use dynamic imports or individual imports. FA arrow right. Let's do this. FA arrow right. I cannot find this import. So let's try to import this manually. Let's see. Let's go up here and let's do import FA arrow right. Okay, now I see it from this. So now it's okay. Let's see how it looks like. Well, it looks really bad, but we will fix it. Let's put text inside a span, or maybe we don't need this span. Let's just fix some class names for those icons. Let's put maybe height of 4 and let's see if this will help. Yes, it does. Now let's also add here flex. Yes, but let's change it to inline flex, inline flex. And let's add a little bit, let's remove this inline block and let's add a gap of 1 at least. Let's make this bigger to 6 and now let's see. Yeah, that's much better, but let's increase the gap to, I don't know, 2. Yeah, I think this looks much better. We can also add some icons for our logout button. So here we can also do inline flex and gap of 2, and we can add the font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA logout. There's no logout. Let's see. Let's search for such icon. Let's search for logout. We have this arrow right from bracket. Let's see. FA arrow right from bracket. Let's try to import this thing. Import FA arrow right from bracket. Yes. So now we should have inside. Yeah, here we have it. as you can see. We need to make it items center, so it will be centered. Yeah, and now it looks better. Now let's maybe go back to our page here, create new board. And well, it's a link that goes to /new board. So if I click it, we have this new board, but we get 404 page. So we need to fix it. So let's close API. Let's do new directory. It's just like this, new board, and inside we need to have page tsx, and now inside this we need to do export default function. And now the function name doesn't really matter, but I'm going to do just new board page, and let's do return. Let's put the div new board form here. Now let's see. Yeah, looks like it works. So now I'm going to put a form here so we can have some input here that will say, let's do placeholder that will say board name, and we need to button of type submit. So let's do submit. I don't need those class names here, and it will say create board. Let's see, and let's see here. That looks almost fine. Let's add some class names here. I'm going to add a class name that will do max width of XS, and let's see, block if we need it. Let's see. Here we have this form. MX should be max instead of MX. Yeah, now it's better. So let's add some class names even for this input class name, or maybe for the button instead. Let's do not here, class name, and margin top of 2 because I want to have some spacing between here. Let's add, let's fix that it will take the whole width. So width full. Now let's see. Yeah, let's maybe add some header. Let's do h1 with some class names, but it will say create new board, and let's do text to XL. Let's see. Yeah, let's add some margin bottom of 4. Maybe that's too much. Now I think it looks fine, and yeah, this will work. Now we want to add some functionality here. So so first I'm going to do is add on submit, and maybe let's put here a function called handle new board submit, something like this. Now let's define this function here, handle new board submit, yes, and now maybe instead of doing this with on submit, I'm going to change it to action. And what this will change is we will use server actions from latest Next.js. So instead of having an event here, as we always do, I will get here form data like this. And now I have form data here. It's typed with Typescript form data, and now I can do stuff with this form data. Form data contains all of this. So I should probably add a name here for our board name. And so inside form data, we will have name, the value of the input. Let's see, we have something wrong. Yeah, we need to put here use server. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose it by marking it with use server. Can we do just, let's see, can I put here use client, and will it fix anything? Yes, it does. All right. So now I would like to define a server function, and for this I'm going to create a new directory here. inside app called actions. And inside I will create a file called board actions and board actions.tsx. No, xts. There will be no components inside, no React components. All right, so now we want to create a board. Let's do export function. It will be an async function. So let's do async function, create the board, and we just want to grab a name for the board. So let's do name string. That's it. And well, it will return some kind of info about this newly created board. And then we want to go back to the new board page, and we want to use this function. So let's first grab our board name equals form data, and here just get name. And then we want to call this function that we just created. So we just do await and create board. As you can see now, it has been imported here. Create board with our board name, and we need to add async here. And now we have an error here from Typescript, because this can be null, but in the definition of this function, we need to have a string. So let's put as string here, and this fixes everything. Because, well, we know it's an input of type text, and we will always have it as a string. You can fix it also by doing something like this. If board name instance of string, then we can pass it here, and we will still have an error. Let's see. Yeah, this doesn't change much, so let's put it as it was. Like await create board, and here as string. Right, or maybe we can do something like this also, to string, and then this should be a string, right? No, it can be also undefined. But if we do or empty string, in case if it's not a string, then it's also fixed, as you can see. Right, so this works now. Now we are calling this function to create board, and after the board is created, we are waiting, so it's created. We are grabbing const board info equals this, and then what we want to do is we want to redirect from this form. Let's say we want to redirect to a new page /boards/ and let's say the ID of the board. So here I'm going just to grab the ID. So let's grab ID and let's pass this ID here. Right, so now we have a small error here from Typescript, and it says that it does not exist on the return type of this function. So let's just fix here. Let's put a type called create board result equals, and let's just say that it will return a ID that is a string. Now let's put it here, called create board result, and well, let's put this ID to something random for now. And now we still have an error because we should actually return a promise, because we have a wait here. So let's do promise, and then we will get this create board result. So now it's correct. And now let's go back here, and now everything works here. Right, but we didn't create any board. As you can see, this function inside, it just returns some hard-coded ID. So now the thing is, when I create the board, I need to save it somewhere. So this time we are not going to put it to Mongo database. Instead, we are going to use another type of database. We are going to use Liveblocks, and this is because I want to make this application live. So when you have several users on the same board, everything should be interactive. So if someone changes something, you should have immediate response inside the app that it's changed. And it's much easier to use Liveblocks for this instead of using Mongo, because with Mongo you would need to use WebSockets or something like this. So that's why today we're using Liveblocks. Let's sign in with Google, and let's create a new project for this. So let's go create project. Let's call this one Trello clone. Let's create this project. All right, and now we will need API keys. I want to copy the public key, but maybe we can copy this later. Let's first go to documentation Liveblocks rooms, because first thing that we need to do is to create boards. And the boards will be actually rooms. So let's see, rooms, authentication. And there are two ways of authenticating users. We will skip it for now. First, let's go to create board function, and let's focus on creating a room from the backend code. So for this, first thing we are going to need is to install Liveblocks node, so we can do some backend API calls to this database. So let's do yarn add Liveblocks node, and now let's see, we have documentation here. So this is how we are going to set up our client to Liveblocks database. So let's just copy this, and as you can see, this is just my key already pasted here. So let's go here, and this thing needs to be imported, Liveblocks. Let's see, yes, it has been imported. Now I want to put this secret key inside my .env. So let's go here, and let's put Liveblocks, and let's call this one API secret, or maybe secret key. Let's paste it here. Now let's go back to board actions, and here let's do process.env and now let's do Liveblocks secret key. All right, this should work, but we get a Typescript issue here, and that this can be undefined. So let's just say that it's always a string, or maybe we can do, in the worst case scenario, we just return here an empty string. All right, so now we have this Liveblocks client here. We can just call it a client, and now what we need to do is to grab this Liveblocks client, and we need to create a room. So let's do create room, and the first will be room ID. Well, for creating IDs, we could use the name, but I would like to have more unique IDs. To create it on the backend, I'm going to use a package called unique ID. Yeah, this one. So let's do yarn add unique ID, and now it's installed. Now let's use it here. So first room ID, let's maybe put it here, room ID, and this will be also board ID. So it's for us on the inside the app, it's board, but inside this Liveblocks database, it will be a room. But basically what it means is for each board, we are creating a separate room. So every action inside this database will be attached to a specific room. So for this room ID, we can call it also board ID. It will be the same thing. We want to use this unique ID package. We need to import it. So let's do import unique ID from unique ID, like this. And now let's see, unique. Okay, we installed something wrong. Unique. I think it's called like this one. Unique. No, that was correct. Unique ID, unique ID, unique ID. And let's see what we have installed. Have we installed this? Yarn add unique ID. Yeah, now it will be installed. So let's see. It's still red here, but let's try to use unique ID. And there's a function called time, and it will just generate a random string based on time. So let's scroll down here, and here we have .time, and it will generate a random ID based on time. So we have a room ID that we can use here, and this is still red here. Let's see. And this is because we probably need some types for this as well. As you can see here, types unique ID. So let's try to install it. So let's do yarn add types unique ID. And let's see if this will solve this issue. Yes, it does. So now it's correct here. Let's see what we get here. Here we are creating the room ID. So room ID will be a string that will look something like this. So this is fine. Now we are creating a room, but as you can see, it's red because we need to pass also some params. And the params is, as you can see, an object. So we need to put default. Let's put maybe first an object, an empty object here. And now let's jump here inside to see what do we need to put for params. And we need to have default access. It does not have question mark, so it's required. We can also put group access, users access, and metadata. I think I'm going to use metadata so we can put the board name actually here inside. So let's go back here, and we need to put default access, and it will be no access for guests. So empty array here. Users access, where for users I want this user who created this room, this board. This user should have the access, right? Let's see inside how to put access. It should be an object of room access. So let's see how it should look like. It's a record where we have string as a key, and then we have, for example, room right, and it's an array, right? So let's do something like this. For users access, we need to have something like this, that my email, let's say that this will be an ID for our user, and then an array, room right, something like this. So now first I need to have the email of the user who created this room, this board, and I can easily grab it from a server session. So let's do session equals await get server session. Here our options, and we have our session. So I want to grab first email of this user. Let's do await. And now let's see, we need to do, no, await. We just do session user email like this. Now let's put this email here, but we want to put it as we want to use the value of this email. So let's see what is wrong here. We should be able to do this. A computed property name must be type string, number, symbol, or any. Okay, what is the type of this? String, null, undefined. Okay, so the problem is that it can be undefined. Let's maybe do if email is instance of string. Can we do like this? And then let's do all of this here inside. Yeah, so now we don't have any error here on this email, but we have an error here. If email is instance of, the left-hand side of instance of expression must be of type any on object type or type parameter. Redundant instance of check email. Check email has type string or subtype of string. All right, so maybe instead of doing this like this, let's remove this if. We can do that in worst case scenario, we will have an empty string here if this is undefined. So now email will always be a string, but I want to first check if it's not empty. So let's do if email, then let's do all of this. All right. And now we have a yellow underline here because I guess it's an async function. Yes, so missing a await. So we can do either dot then or just await here, but I prefer doing awaits. And this looks fine. We have user access here, and then this will create a room, a board for us. And what we will do later, that when this user want to share a board with other users, we will just update this user's access. Right, but we had also metadata here. So what I want to put here is our board name. Our board name is actually here. So we can just put name here and this should work. Right, and this will also return for us room info. That will be the same thing as like board info. So we can just probably just do return this. We don't need to assign it anywhere. So let's do return, and well, if something is wrong, let's do just return false. So let's see. We are doing something like this. If we have an email, then we try to create a room. If we don't have an email, so we go here, it will return false. As you can see, we get this red underline because it's a boolean that is returned here, and it doesn't work with this create board result. And so I'm going to remove this create board result, and instead of doing like this, I'm going to do a promise that will return a boolean or information about this room. So let's see what this thing returns. This returns room info. So let's use this room info here, room info. Let's import this one. And now everything looks fine, except this, that it just says it's typo, but it's not a typo. Let's add it to our dictionary. Same thing with this unique ID. I'm just going to quickly add it here so it will not show me as some warnings. Right, so this looks nice. It should create a room inside our Trello clone project. Let's go to rooms here on Liveblocks. So we don't have any rooms yet, but we will fix it in a moment. Let's try our code. Let's see, let's refresh. Can't resolve child process. Let's maybe restart our environment to see what is going on here. Something is wrong. I don't know what this error really means. Let's see, something with our auth options that we are importing. This looks fine for me. Let's see. Probably the issue is that we need to, because this is server actions, we need to put use server on the top. So let's put this here, and now it's reloading, and now it works. All right, so now let's try to create our first board and first room. So let's do test one, and let's hit create board, and looks like it worked because it redirected us to /boards/ and then the ID of the board. Let's go to our Trello clone here. Let's reload the page and let's see if we have a new room. Yes, we have one room here. And let's see, BNB, it ends with BNB, and the same thing is here. So this worked. If we can just open a room and we see that we have some metadata here, board name test1, and we can go to permissions. We can see that my user has room right. So this works. We also have storage here where we are going to save cards and columns. But well, now we have our boards and rooms created. So if we go to homepage, we should list it here somehow, right? So let's go to this page and let's list it. So Now here we need to go to app and then page, and here we have this link to create new board. But here we want to actually list our boards, right? So how can we do this? Well, we just need to, let's maybe create it as a separate component, because I don't want this thing to grow too much. And we don't need this board, this import is unused. And here I want to have a separate component. So let's go to components and maybe views, and let's put here new file, and let's put maybe just boards, maybe not inside views. Let's put it here next to board, inside the components, new file, and let's do boards.tsx, because this will be a component. So we have board, single board, and we have also boards. Now for those boards, we want to list all of the boards. So let's do export default function, and let's call this one boards. And now let's do return here. And now let's put a div here. Let's say board ... and let's use this component on our main page here. So let's put boards, yes, and now let's see, we have boards ... That's cool. Also I want to have more spacing here, so let's do margin top of 4 between this and this, okay. And maybe we can put this link more, or maybe let's keep it here for now. Let's go first to boards, and now we want to grab all of those rooms, or all of our rooms and the boards that we created. And to do this with here, we will first change this to use server. And so we will make sure this is a server component, and let's put this as an async function. And now first we want to grab a node client for Liveblocks. So let's do const Liveblocks client equals, and let's do new Liveblocks. And here we need to put a secret that is our process, that environment, that Liveblocks secret. And this is basically the same thing that we did here inside board actions. So we want this, but to make it a little bit simpler, I think I can just copy this, and I'm going to put it somewhere else, maybe inside libs. That's the new file, and let's call it Liveblocks client, the same way we had this Mongo client. Let's do .ts, it's just a Typescript file. Let's put it here, and let's do export const Liveblocks client, and this should work. So now let's go to boards, and now let's do Liveblocks client equals, and or maybe we can just use like Liveblocks client. Let's import it like this. And now we want to grab all of our rooms, right? So let's do just, let's see, get rooms, and we just put here, let's see, we just put here params, and the params are as follow. Let's see, metadata, user ID, or group IDs. And the only thing that we need to specify is user ID, which will be our email, because we want the rooms display rooms only for our specific user. So let's put user ID, and then we need our email of our user. We don't have it, it's red, because we need to put it, grab it here above. Email equals, and we want to grab it from our session. So basically the same thing we did here for board actions, as you can see. Maybe we can also put it as a separate function somewhere. So let's maybe see here, we have lib. Let's maybe do new file, and let's call this one user client.ts, and let's do export async function. and get user email. Right, and here inside, first we are going to grab the session. So basically the same thing that we did here. Let's grab this, and in the worst case, this will be null. I want this to be null, or maybe we can make it empty string, doesn't really matter. And let's just return email. So we could just change this to just return this, and this will work as well. So we can put this here for email equals await get user email imported. Yes, it works fine. We don't need this import, it's unused. And for get rooms, we need to do await, and we will have information about rooms here, I guess. So let's do rooms equals this. Let's see what it is. It's return information of this get room. So it has like information about the new page and the data that is an array of the room info. So I only need to have this rooms info. So let's grab only data and let's rename it to rooms, like this. So now here we can probably just check if we have any rooms. Let's check if the length is bigger than 0. Let's do end. Let's do rooms map, and for each room I'm going to do arrow function parenthesis, and let's put the div here with room. Well, we can put room ID to see if this will work. And as you can see, we have one ID here, and this is the same ID that we created here. So it works. Instead of ID, I would like to print metadata, and let's do board name. And let's see if this will work. Yeah, we have our test1 board. We want to change it to like a tile or a link, something like this. So let's change this div to a link. And we will also need to have a key here because we are mapping through this. So let's put room ID here. We need to put href, and href will be here just /boards/ and then the room ID. Yes, and I want to put some class names. So let's put this here, so we will have more space. Let's put class name, and well, I want this to be a little bit of border, a lot of spacing. So let's put some padding. So we have something like this now. All right, rounded corners. So let's do rounded medium, something like this. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe instead of doing this border, we can do background gray of 200. So it will be, yeah, like a tile here. Let's add more spacing here. So let's do class name here, margin top and the bottom of 4, just in case. Didn't help. Let's see why if I refresh. No. Let's see. Let's do inspect here, and let's see, here we have margin, but it doesn't affect this one, and this is because this is a link. So we need to put here also a block. Let's see. Yeah, this is better, but it should be shorter. So let's do maybe here a grid, and grid columns of 4. So we have 4 columns of boards. Yeah, I think this will work. We also want to add gap of at least 2, just in case. And this calls to will be only for medium screens. So let's put it like this. So if the screen is smaller, it will take the full width. Right, maybe we can add another board like test2, just to see how this will look like. This page doesn't work yet, but let's go to the home page and let's see if we will have 2 boards. Yes, we do. So we have 2 boards, and if I make the screen smaller, they should be under each other. Yes, they are. So this works fine. Right, so now we can create boards, and I'm going also to see, because I'm logged in as my Gmail, but let's see if I log in as another user, if I see those boards that I created with that other user. Well, here we have access denied, and let's see error details. And this is probably because we are developing this app and this email is not inside test users. So I'm going to go to Google Cloud Console and I'm going to add this email. Sometimes it happens like this. So let's go to OAuth, let's go to credentials, OAuth client. Here's our web client. And I want to add the test user. Let's see, OAuth consent screen, maybe it was here. Yeah, here we have test users. Let's add this email. So before you deploy your app, you need to add all of the test users. So let's try again. Continue, continue. And we are logged in as another user, and the name is the same because I have several Gmail accounts. But as you can see, we don't have any boards because this email is coding with david@gmail.com and it's different than my private Gmail. So let's log in back to the previous one, to my private Gmail, and this should show our two boards. Right, so now we have two boards, and the next thing will be, so we can fix our boards. So when we click on one, we shouldn't see 4.4 page. Instead, we should have a page for this specific board. Right, so now let's fix our board page. So we have a URL that goes like this, /boards, and then the ID of the board. And it gives a 4.4 because we don't have any route for this. So inside app, I'm going to put directly a new file, but basically you need to create the directory first and then file inside it. But if your editor allows it, you can put something like this. You can put boards and then slash and then board ID and then slash and page.tsx. And I don't have any board directory here, but what this will do is it will create boards and then board ID directory with those square brackets and then page.tsx inside. So let's do inside this file, let's do export default function and let's call it maybe board page, and let's do return parenthesis and let's put a div that will say, let's say board page. Right, so now we have our board page and it works. So first thing we need to do is to grab this ID. So we should do something like this, const params equals, let's do use params, and that's fine. And we can now use this params board ID, and this should print our ID. But first we need to, because we use params here, we use hooks. We need to go here and put use client because then it will be client component. So now we get our ID here. This works fine. And yeah, so we know what board we should display. Before we will go further, I would like to just fix this link to the home page. So let's quickly jump to here, to the header, and let's change this a tag to a link, and the href will be just to slash. So I can go back by clicking this Trello and I can see my boards. All right, so we have an ID, but we don't have any information about this board, right? So we need to grab it from our rooms. So how can we grab information about this specific room? We cannot put here server action, but maybe we can try to put this as a server component. Let's try with use server, and well, let's try to remove this, and let's see if we can grab this information from here. Let's put here props, and let's do here JSON stringify props. Let's see if we can grab it this way. We have an error, export default function board page. Let's see, we have used server. Something wrong is here. It's type of any. Yeah, let's put any for now. server actions must be async functions. Server actions. Okay, async function. Now let's see. Yes, so we can also grab the params like this. So with those properties, so we can make this page actually a server component. Let's just grab our params here, because as you can see, it's inside props. We have params, and when we have also search params. And I think Next.js have typing for this, for those props here, and it's called page props. Can we find it? No, I cannot find it. But let's define it here. Type page props, and basically we can just put it like this, that it contains params, and it's an object where we have our board ID, right? So let's do board ID, and it's a string. And now let's put page props here, and now it looks fine. So now let's maybe grab, instead of props like this, I want to grab only from this, I want to grab params, and let's put board ID here. This doesn't work like this. Let's see. Yeah, let's put it as it was. So let's put props here, and let's grab this board ID here. And board ID equals props params board ID. Can we do maybe just params here like this? No? Okay. Let's put props as it was. Right. So we have board ID, and let's put back here our board ID. So yeah, everything works, and it's a server component now, which means because it's a server component, we can grab email from server session. So let's do get user email, and we need to do a wait here. It's weird that it doesn't do any TypeScript error here, and this is because we don't have any typings here. So let's say it returns a promise, and it's a string inside this promise, and when the promise is resolved. So now if I remove this await, well, it should show some warning. Let's see, it doesn't. Maybe it needs to refresh. I would need to reopen the file. Let's see. Let's go to board ID page. Let's remove this. Let's see here inside. It returns a promise with a string. Okay, let's add back this await. And here let's maybe put, we have an email, so that's fine. Now we want to have information about this board, not only board ID from the URL. So let's put board info. It will be the same thing as room info, but we will just call it here board info. Let's do await. We want our Liveblocks client. Let's grab it. And we have get room, and we just need to put room ID here. So let's put room ID. This will be our board ID. And now let's try to print the name of this board. So let's try with board info dot metadata dot name, or sorry, board name. Now let's see. Yeah, test 1, it works. If we go back here, test 2, yeah, we get test 2. So this works nicely. All right, so we have our boards pages, and now what we want to do is let's make this a little prettier. Let's do maybe just board colon this, and well, I want underneath to use our board component. So let's see what we'll get here. So now we have this component that we created on the beginning that just puts some test data with all those tasks that we can use. Those tasks and columns are not saved yet inside Liveblocks, but we will fix it in a moment. So as you can see, first our email is not used, and we need to fix it. We need to see, we need to check if this email actually has access to this room first before we will display it. So let's do something like this. Let's grab it. So let's do board info, and let's grab user access. And as you remember, this is like an object where the keys are user emails. So we can do something like this: object keys, and this will be the emails who have access. So maybe we can call it something like this will be all emails actually, even those who have no access. So we need to check inside users access that that we have room right access. So let's maybe see if we have a helper function for this. Let's go to this function here, and let's see what do we have inside room info. It's just an object, so we don't have any functions here. Let's go back. Let's do const, and now I want to do something like this: const emails who have access equals, and it will be empty array, and then I will do board info and user access and for each, and I cannot do for each because this is an object, so I need to do a regular loop. So let's do for email in this. I want to do something like this. Now we have two emails, one inside this loop. Maybe let's change this to access email. So let's do something like this. We want to check, let's see, access will be board info user access of this access email, and then we will know this will be an array, let's see, that can have this room right and so on. So we want to know if this user have this room right. So to know if this access has a room right, we need to just do something like this: access includes, because it's an array, room right. And if it does, so let's do if. Let's see why we have this error here. Let's see, access. Okay, it can be either room right or room read and room presence right. Then we can compare it in another way. Let's do just to JSON. Can we do to JSON or maybe to string? No, but we can check something like this. We can look through this and we can check if we have access. Has access, the default value will be false, but we will look through this access. So we can do access, and let's do for each access access string. We will do something like this: if access string is room right, then has access equals true. All right, and then we can know here that if the user does not have access, we should return here a div saying no, or maybe access denied, right? So let's see why it has an error here. Cannot find name has access, right? Maybe because we need to define it more to the top here, right? So now we have it, and this means that when I just copy this URL and I will log in as a different user, let's say codingwithdavidg.com, I shouldn't be able to see this one. But we are still not using this email. So let's see, I'm going to rename it to user email, and I want to check the access. Okay, for each access, I'm checking I forgot to check the access email. And basically, we don't need to loop through all of the users' accesses. We just need to check users' accesses for this specific user email. So we need to fix it a little bit. I can probably remove all of this. And what I need to do instead, I want to do something like this. I don't need users who have accesses. Let's get board info, and let's users accesses of this specific user email. And I'm going to add question mark and dot in case if it's empty. Let's assign it to const user access equals this. All right, and now we can remove maybe this has access from here. Instead, we will do has access here, and we will do something like this. And this will be an array of room write, room read, or an empty array. So we want to check if we have something inside user access, and it has this user access. It includes this room write, so we can write inside this room. And this doesn't work. As you can see, we have this Typescript error. Maybe because we need to transform. If we transform it to a regular array first, then it will work. And yes, it does. So now for this user, I have access denied for this table, because for this board, because it wasn't the user that created this board. But if I log out and I log in as this my private Gmail account, I see board component. If I log out, I have access denied. So now everything seems to work. Right, so this seems to work. I have my board test2. We grab the information, we have access to it. So now we have board, and we show this board component here. But as you remember, it's just temporary data. If we open this board component, you can see that we have just random data here for both columns and cards. So first, we need to fix that we can actually, where we create a column here, this column information will be saved to our rooms. So we have a room here. We should probably have two. Let me just refresh here. We have two rooms here for two boards. Let's check this one, MHA. So MHA, we go to this room, and for the storage, you can see we don't have any data, and we want to save our columns here and cards, so tasks. All right, so let's fix it. So the first thing we need to do is for this column form, we want to save a new column. So let's do this. Let's go to this new column form, and let's see. It doesn't do anything. It just does this alert new column, this, and that's it. So to fix it, we need to grab this column name, and we want to create data inside this room. So for this, we are going to use a client, front-end client of Liveblocks. First, I'm going to do Liveblocks, and you probably remember we installed backend lib for this node, but this time we are going to use client. Sorry, I forgot to put yarn add. And now I'm going to use client here from Liveblocks, but for this we need to configure first this client. So I'm going to put it in a separate file. Maybe just inside app. So let's do new file, and it will be just liveblocks config.ts, because we do TypeScript. And if we go to documentation, and let's go to document, storage, React, let's see here. Here on the top, it says that first we need to fix this configuration. So I'm going just to copy this and let's put this here. And I'm going to remove all of those comments for now. We don't need this, but let's focus on the client first. So we need public API key. As you probably remember, we had this API keys here. So let's go here, and we already have this private API key inside our .env, but we don't have public key. So let's put this public key here. Okay. And now we don't have this installed. So let's add it. Let's do yarn add this. And now we have this throttle. Yeah, let's put it here. We have auth endpoint. And to put this auth endpoint, let's see how we are doing this. Now we first have an error here. And this is because we can't have both public API key and auth endpoint. So let's remove this public API key. And now we have only auth endpoint. Right, we need to fix this auth endpoint because this will not work like this. Let's go to rooms, authentication. I don't want the self-hosted authentication. I'm going with this one. Let's do Next.js. And we already installed this, and this is our authentication endpoint that we can just copy paste. So I'm going to just copy this, and let's create an endpoint inside API Liveblocks auth/route. So API, let's do a new file. First, this new directory called Liveblocks auth, and inside we need route.ts. Let's paste everything what they suggested. We don't need this thing because we already have a function for this. We're already doing this inside another file, so we can just reuse it. Here we will just do Liveblocks client, and as you can see, it's imported. We don't need this either. Now, we have a request here, and we want to grab a user from a database, right? For us to grab a user from a database, well, first we want to use a session. So let's just grab session. Session equals await, get server session, and here we just want to use our auth options. Auth options like this, and we have our session, so we can just grab user information from the session.user. Right, but session can be empty, so let's do something like this. If we have session, then we can do all of the rest. So let's put it here. Otherwise, if there's no session, let's just do return new response, and let's say unauthorized with status of 4.1. Right, but if everything is fine, we just do the rest. So let's say if we have session and session user. Right, so let's see here. We grab here user information and then identify the user and return the result. Okay, so we just need to fix this identify user. User ID on Liveblocks side, it's actually not a user ID for us, it's user email. As you remember, we were using emails as keys. So let's do just user email. And let's see it. Now we have a TypeScript error here because it can be undefined. So let's also check that we have an email session user email, and it's a string. So well, how can we fix it now? This if grows a lot. So maybe instead of doing if like this, we can do if we don't have any session or we don't have a session user, we will do this unauthorized. And thanks to this, we can get rid of this else and this if that we have here. And now the code is a little simpler. Now we want to check if we want to grab the email. So let's do something like this, const email, and let's do user.email. And now let's see what this is. It's a string, null or undefined. Let's do something like this. If we don't have a proper email, I'm going to do return nothing. Let's see if it helps. No, it doesn't. I can do if email instance of string, and I can do exclamation mark for all of this, then return nothing, but it doesn't help. Let's see. This is not the proper, looks like it's not a proper way of doing this. So let's just do that. In the worst case scenario, we will just return an empty string here. And it still says we have an issue here, and this is because we are using user email instead of our constant email. Now it's all right. Now group IDs is optional, so I'm going to skip it. Let's see, we are missing something else. We have user ID, group ID, property groups IDs is missing in type. Okay, so it looks like groups IDs is not optional. So let's put group IDs empty array. Now we have user info here. So I'm going just to put a user object. So we'll have all of this information here. We have a Typescript error here again. And this is because for this type, they want name, email, and image. Right, so let's put it this way. Let's put here an object. Maybe let's put it like this. This is in the new line, and this will be also here in the new line. And they wanted here name and email, I think. Email and image. So let's do image. And now for the name, we will do user name. Here we will do user. We just put email here. And for the image, well, we will just put user image from our database. Now for the name, there's something wrong here. That this can be empty. So let's do or empty string. Whoops. Empty string like this. Right. So this should work now. Let's remove those empty spaces here. And yeah, this should work. So let's go back to our Liveblocks config. This needs to be fixed to Liveblocks auth. And I think it should be like this. Yeah, Liveblocks auth route. Okay, so this should work now. Now we don't have any presence that we should use, or should we? Let's see, I can just remove the comments from here if I want. Now storage, we are going to use storage to store our columns. So we will fix it in a moment. But basically now the config is the basic config is prepared for us. We have the room provider, use storage, and this is use storage, what is important for us now, and room provider. So let's go to our board component, or maybe a board page, board ID page. And here, as you can see, we are just rendering board if we have the access to the board. We could probably also just pass information about this board if we would want to, like the name and so on. Well, but we can also grab it here inside board with our Liveblocks. So here inside we have a div, and we just print the columns and so on. But first we will need to have our room provider. And as you can see, the room provider has been imported from this Liveblocks config. For the room provider, let's close it here. We will need ID, and this will be our ID that we will have here. So let's go back here and let's pass our ID, and this will be board ID. All right, let's go back here inside. we have the ID, so we are using it here. Now let's put everything inside this room provider. Whoops, room provider, and let's fix the indentation here. We need to have initial presence. Let's put empty object, and initial storage will be also empty object. Let's see now if just everything works. And it looks like it does. I'm going to fix some small issues here, maybe not issues, but I want to fix initial storage. And I want to fix initial storage. I want to define that initial storage will have columns. Let's say columns. We will have columns here, and it will be a live list. Yeah, just live list. Maybe we need to do new live list, something like this. There is something wrong with this ID, and this is because we need to add typings for this. So let's do that. ID is just a string, and now it's fine. All right. So now this works. We have columns. We initiate storage here on this room provider. Let's go back to new column form, and maybe now we can fix this here. So for storage, we are going to use document storage. Let's go to React, and as you can see for storage, we can use storage to grab the information like to-dos or something like this. But for changing the storage, we use mutation. So we mutate the storage, and it creates a callback function that lets you mutate Liveblocks state. Right, so let's try to use it. We are going to create a callback here called add column, and it will use mutation. Looks like it's not exported from our Liveblocks config. So let's put it here, use mutation. Yes, let's put it back here, use mutation. And let's import it, use mutation. Yes, it's imported here. And now we put here an arrow function, and an empty array here of dependencies. The same way we do with use effect. Right, and now here we describe how we want to mutate the data. To do this, first we will grab storage here, and we can do like something like this, storage, and we want to grab columns, and we want to push to the columns our new column. We will grab this name from a param, so let's do here column name, and we are going to push it here, but not just the name. We want to push like more information here. So let's put name will be column name, and we want to also have ID of this column, and we are going to use unique ID time. So we will have this random ID. Maybe let's also get when the column has been created. Do we need the when it's created? Maybe not. Let's just skip it for now. And we will need also index for the columns to know how they should be ordered. So let's put 0 for now. As you can see, we get some errors here. Argument of type string is not assignable to type of never. All right, let's see. Let's put const. Maybe not const, but let's see. This storage looks fine. We have columns here. Let's see. Maybe we just need to put return statement. No, it doesn't fix anything. Let's just grab it. Const columns equals storage get columns, and then we will do columns push and then a new column. Instead of putting this way, we will do live object because we want to have it editable. And let's put this object here. So we have columns push, and now we have it here. So looks like we have a small issue here. We have columns. Okay, this is probably we need to do more typings. We need to fix typings inside our Liveblocks config. As you can see here, we have typings for storage. So we need to fix that. We will have columns, and how our columns will look like. Columns will be a live list, and the live list of what? Live list of live objects. Well, live list of live objects, but how this object will look like. We need to define it here above type column, and this will be the same information that we just put here. So we need name, ID, and index. So let's put name, it's a string, index will be a string, well, index will be a number, and then we will have ID that will be also a string. So now we can put this here, column instead of any, and now this should fix those warnings here, and it did. So we can maybe put back here. So we will do just like this: storage get columns and push new column, and this will return as add column callback that we can use here instead of doing alert. So let's try to put it here. So let's do add column, and let's put our column name here. And after we create this column, maybe we can reset the input. So let's do input value equals new string, empty string. Looks like input is possibly null. Okay, let's make sure it's not null. So let's do input, if input, and then we do all of this. Now it's better. So let's go back here, and let's put here test column 1. Let's hit the create column, and we get an error. Let's see. This mutation cannot be used until connection to the Liveblocks room. Okay, let's see. I'm going to refresh here. This is a warning from my Chrome extension. Room, call test 1. Let's see, create room. No, we still have an error. So this mutation cannot be used until connected to Liveblocks room. Okay, looks like we are not connected to Liveblocks room. Let's see, we have a board room provider here. For this room provider, there's something else that we should use here, and it's called the client suspense, client side suspense. And this is like a regular suspense that you have for React and Next, but this is for Liveblocks. So let's put this closing tag here, and let's fix the indentation here. The fallback will be, let's say, a string loading. Okay, and now we have an error here called Typescript error, because we should what we should have inside is actually not other children, but instead we will have a function like a callback function. And now we just put those children here inside. So this is a function, so we can show this loading ... before everything is loaded. Let's see, let's put this into separate line. Loading, client side suspense. Let's see, there's still something wrong here. Yes, let's see, let's remove this div here, and let's see, I think there's something wrong with those parentheses here. Let's try again. Let's put this as a function, and let's put the div here, and it works. So let's change this to a React fragment, and let's put what we cut from the code. Right, so now let's see. This is just Chrome. All right, so let's put test column 1 and let's see if we can do create column. No, still an error. Maybe it's because of the ID not being passed. So let's see, I'm going to return here the ID so we can see how it looks like. And I think it looks fine. I'm going to put this ID into separate div. Yeah, it looks fine. So let's see, we have room provider. Let's see if there's something wrong, something we are missing here inside our room provider props. We have ID, children, auto connect. That should be true. Maybe there is something wrong with the authentication, Liveblocks off. Let's see. No, this it returns a token. Let's see, I'm going to refresh. Let's put test here. No error. Let's go back to this board. And let's see, we have room provider for this board. And it's a client component. So that's good. Initial presence, initial storage. We have columns here. Client side suspense. Maybe we can make this callback a little prettier. Let's put a div with loading ... Let's see if we will see it at least. Yes, we have loading ... as you can see here. So this works. Let's go to new column form. This is also a client component and it uses mutation imported from this. Right, so we have, I think that the error we have here is because we forgot to something inside our config, Liveblocks config. So let's go here, Liveblocks config. And we probably need to also resolve users. And this is for comments, so not now. We have room provider already added. Initial presence, we don't need this. For initial storage. Okay, looks like maybe our initial storage looks wrong. No, it looks fine. Live list. Let's go and see our board. Initial storage columns. It's a new live list, so it looks fine. Let's maybe test if we can use room inside our new column form. Let's do const room equals use room, and this is not exported, so we need to put it here, use room, and let's put it here, use room, and let's maybe instead of printing this form, let's do return JSON stringify room, right? And now let's see if we will have room information. We does. So let's remove this. This is a client component. Let's see, do we have something else? We can also maybe use lost connection listener to see if this will help. Let's see, this looks fine. Let's save it as it was. Let's see if we can read mutation. So read data. So let's do const rooms equals use storage. Storage, and let's do not rooms but columns. And here let's do storage columns. Yes, and here let's do return JSON stringify columns, and it's an empty array, and it's null on the beginning, but then it's an empty array. Let's see, null and then empty array. So looks like we are actually connected. Let's get rid of this, and we don't need those two imports anymore. We just need to use mutation. Let's check the documentation for use mutation. If we forgot something, use mutation, we do storage, use mutation. Let's see. I think that maybe we just need to add a return here. Return, and now let's see. I'm going to refresh just in case. Let's put test column 1 crate. No. But then when I try to put test and test1 again, I hit create column and it seems that it works. So let's see, maybe here inside rooms, and let's see what's the room ID that we should check. MHA, rooms, MHA. Let's see if we have any data here. Yes, we have some test columns here, as you can see. Let's try again. I'm going to delete all of it. And let's refresh here. Liveblocks off is done. Let's put test here, create column. Now we get an error. But then when I try to do this again, I do create column, another one. Then we have those columns created. Let's refresh. And as you can see, we have 2 test columns. So I think the problem is something with this board component. It is a client component. Maybe something wrong with the form, new column form. It is also a client component. Handle new column. We do prevent default on this form event. Okay, if we have an input, then we do add a column. It doesn't clear the input, so the error is before. The error is before we. The error is inside add column. But then if we try to create column again, it works. Let's see if I work long enough if this will work. I will do test. I will do 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to wait a few seconds to see if it works. No, it doesn't. It works only on the second try. All right, let's maybe first try to fetch those columns, because I put test here. It says it's not connected yet. Maybe because we need to grab those columns first. So let's go to board page and then to board. And we have columns listed here. But I'm going to put it as a separate component. So let's cut this from here. And I think it will be fixed once we will have it, and once we will grab columns first. So let's do columns.tsx, export default function, columns, and let's do return, and let's paste everything here. Now we will need the columns as a property. And this will be client component. So let's do use client. And let's go back here and let's put our columns here. And let's pass our columns, and columns are columns here. But this is not what I want to have. I don't want to use those default columns. Instead, I'm going to remove it from here. And I want to use storage. So let's do const columns equals use storage, and the selector from root, I want to grab root columns. And well, now it says there's something wrong in here, but this is just because we need to first check if we have length is bigger than 0, and then we can probably map through them. No. Let's see why. Columns length is probably undefined. Okay, let's do something like this. If we don't have columns, then we will do just return, empty return here. All right, so now let's see. Set cards is not defined. Right, let's maybe comment out a specific column. So we will only have, let's see. Let's remove this set cards for now. Let's replace it with an empty arrow function. And same thing with cards. We are just going to put an empty array. No, this will not work. Let's put that the whole cards thing is just an empty array for now. Right, so now let's see. we have loading, and then we get all of those columns. So it works. And then let's see if we have this columns loaded. Can we do test 1, 2, 3? Create column. Yes, it works, and it shows up here. So now we fixed this issue with columns that we cannot create. I just deleted all of the data here inside this room, so we can have a empty board here. And let's try again to create a column. I can refresh to see if everything works. This is just an annoying warning from one of my extensions, so nothing to worry about. I can close it. Let's do a to-do column. Let's hit create, and we have a to-do column. Let's do in progress, and we have in progress column, so everything works so far. And let's also add a done column, and everything works. Right, so this works now, and we should have those columns here. Yes, we do to do, in progress, done. Everything seems to work. And yeah, so now we have some basic hooks with Liveblocks to add and receive columns. So this works nicely. Now the next step will be actually so we can also show the cards. So to fix it, let's go to our board, and we don't need those columns here anymore. We can remove the state and those default columns, and we don't need this new column form. And now let's see, we don't need this column component either, because we have it inside columns. We don't need this cards state, and we don't need this default cards, and we don't need to have a state here at all. So now let's go to columns, and for columns we need to have cards, right? So for this, let's go back first to board. We have this initial storage here. Let's put cards. It will be the same thing, new live list. And we need to define it inside our Liveblocks config. So here we have storage, and let's put type card, and each card will be like the same thing that we have for the column. It will be name, ID, and index, but we also want to have a column ID, so we know in which column the card is stored. Now let's do cards, and it will be a live list of live objects of card. Yeah, like this. And now we shouldn't have any errors here. Yeah, this looks fine. Now let's go to columns, and well, we will not pass cards like this. So let's remove it. And let's also remove this set cards. So now we have an error because Typescript wants those cards and set cards. We will not have them anymore. Let's remove from the props here. We only have ID and the name of the column. And we don't need this set state action either. And now let's see. Here we have this. Here we had this function for sorting cards. But we were using state here, so let's get rid of this for now. And first we need to have cards for a specific column. So let's grab it. So let's do const column tasks, or maybe columns cards equals, and we need to use storage. And well, we can put here that it will return card type, and it will be array of cards. And now with the root, we want to grab just return root cards, and that's it. Let's see why we have an issue here. It looks like this, the thing we are returning is read only, and it's not the same as card type. All right, so we can just do map, and for each card we will just return a copy of a card. Now we don't have this error. But there's something else we need to do. Instead of doing this map, we want to filter. we want to filter to check that the card is the card from this column. So let's check that column ID of this card is the same as the ID of this column. All right, so now we have a column cards. So now let's try to put it here to our React sortable. Let's see, save. There's something more we can add here, and it's called shallow comparison, just to make things more performing better. So cards is not defined. So it's about these cards that are not defined. Now it's called the column cards. So let's put column cards here. And now let's see. Looks like it's empty. Okay, it was loading. We have to do in progress, but we don't have any tasks. It's fine because, well, we don't have any tasks yet. We have just an empty, we have just only columns for now. But we will fix it. Let's see, we have to do in progress done. Those are columns. Let's fix first TypeScript. Type, card type, or null is not assignable to card type. Right, so if we need to just make sure that if this is null, we don't want to pass it along, right? We just want to have this as an array. So we can just check if it's an array. So let's check if column cards has a length that is bigger than 0 and parentheses. And let's put the whole React sortable here inside. Let's see. Now we have an error here because it's possibly undefined. Okay, let's first check that we have column cards at all. Column cards and column cards length is bigger than 0. Now everything is green and no errors. Right, we will also need to fix this function where we sort tasks and so on. But first we need to fix some kind of form that we can add tasks, right? So here we are listing cards, but we don't have any cards inside our database. So we need to create one. Let's see, do we have any error here? No, looks like we don't. So let's go to maybe forms and let's do a new file, new card form.tsx. And now here we will do something really similar to new column form. So let's do export default function, new card form. And let's do return parentheses. It will return a form with on submit, and it will be handle new card form submit. Yes, let's call it like this. And let's define this function here above. And what else? We need to make it as client component, and we need to have an input with placeholder like card name. Right, now let's see, we will get an event here. We want to do event prevent default. We want to grab the input. Let's maybe go to the new column form and we can just grab it like this. We want to do the same thing here. We want to prevent default, grab the input, grab the value that will be card name. Then we want to add this card. So let's see. First, this is event form event, so the TypeScript will not complain. Now we have card name here. Here we want to add this card. We need to use mutation here. So let's do const add card equals use mutation. And now let's see. Let's do here an arrow function and here empty array, no dependencies. And now first we grab an object that has storage. The second will be params, first param, and this will be card name. Right, here with this, let's do return storage get cards and push new live object, and And now I want to pass here name, that will be card name, ID, that will be unique ID time, and the column ID. We need column ID, of course. We don't have any column ID here, but we can pass it as a property column ID. So let's do column ID like this. Let's add this as a dependency here, column ID, just in case. We need to import this object, live object. Let's see, live object, yes. And we need to import this type. So let's do card. I think it's not exported. Let's see, Liveblocks config. Yeah, we need to export this for card and column because we are going to use it in another places. So let's do card from Liveblocks config. Now we have an error. Let's see why. Name ID, column ID is not assignable to parameter of type card. Property index is missing. Okay. If you add a new card, the index will be 4/9, so it will be on the bottom. All right, we should maybe probably do the same thing for new column. The index should be 9999, so it will go most to the right side. All right, so we have this add card that we can use here, add card, and let's do card name, right? And let's try to go back to our column, and we should have cards. So now let's see if we can use our form here. Whoops, under this React sortable, new card, new, let's see, how is it called? New card form. Let's see if it's exported. Yes, new card form. Let's use it, new card form. I don't know why, but auto importing didn't work. So let's import this. Import new card form. Yes, new card form. We need to pass. Something is wrong. Okay, it's wrong because this is an if, and we can have only one element here. So let's put a React fragment first. This here and here, new card form with the column ID of our column ID. That is, where is it? Here. It's just ID. It's ID. So let's put it like this. And now let's see. I need to probably refresh here. Okay, I put it inside. If we have cards, then we show this form. It should be here inside. Let's put it here underneath. Doesn't matter if we have cards or not. So card name, let's put test card 1, enter. Cannot add property chosen, object is not extensible. I think this is an error from React sortable, but we can fix it. We will just do something like this for each card. For each card, we will just do a copy of this card. And now it should be fixed. Yeah, so we have one card here, as you can see. Let's also maybe put this into new line and this too, so it will be easier to read. All right, so we have test card 1. Let's do test card 2. Yeah, so we have 2 cards. The sorting doesn't work if I want to sort it here, as you can see. But we can fix it, of course. First, we need to fix this function that we removed. Maybe let's do something like this. We need to have a mutate function for cards. So let's do like, I want to update the specific task card. So we want to, in a card, I want to change the column ID and the index. So let's do update card, singular, will be use mutation, and the arrow function here, and here empty parenthesis. Here I will have storage, and I will need some params here. And the params that I need to have will be, well, I want to know what will be the index of this what will be the index of the card I want to update and what I want to update. So let's put maybe update here. So because cards is an array, I want to update a specific card. So I need to know what is the index of the card that we want to change, and not the index that we are using to know what is the order, but the index of the array. So it's two different things. Right, so now to update a card, what do we want to do? Well, we want to grab the card. So let's do const card equals, and let's do storage get cards. All right, and I want to get of this specific index. Right, and now what? Now, when I have the card, let's see, if we have the card, we want to update with the all data that we have here. So let's do update data here, and let's do for let key in update data. And then I want to do something like this. I want to take the card and I will do that set and key, and now update data of this key. Yeah, simple updates on everything that we have here. Now the small problem is that this key needs to be a string. So let's put maybe as string, still an issue. Maybe let's do to string. No, looks like we still have the problem. Let's see. Argument of type string is not assignable to a parameter of type key of card. Okay, so we can do just as key of card, and this should work. Now we need to probably import it. Let's import, and now it's correct. As you can see, now the card is imported. We don't need this card type. This is like the old typing, and here we can just do card. Yeah, and let's go to the board component, and let's remove this old typing card type. We don't need this because we have the same thing inside Liveblocks config. Here we have definition of our cards. Right, so let's go back to column, and let's see, we have this update card function. We just put the index and what we want to update. So now back to this function that should handle sorting and dropping the cards. We receive sorted cards, and what it means is for those cards we know that we need to grab those cards IDs, and here I can change to card, and I want to do that for those cards. I want to update the column ID to be this new column ID, and this function is used here, as you can see, for this React sortable. So first thing, we can probably change this to use mutation, so we can use storage and make it more efficient. So let's see, let's do const, maybe let's get rid of this, and let's do a const, and let's call this one set tasks order for column equals use mutation, and we will have storage here, and this will be an arrow function, no dependencies here, and we will not have index. Instead, let's put this function here. We will have items and ID of the column. So let's put here sorted cards, and then the new column ID. All right, so now let's see here. First, we have storage, we have sorted cards and new column ID. So what is the first thing we want to do in this function? Well, let's see. I'm going to inspect here. Let's see, if I try to drop this card, I cannot drop it anywhere else because we don't have this React sortable if there are no cards inside. So let's maybe remove this if the length is bigger. We just need to check if there is any length. So maybe we don't even need to check for the length. We can just do it like this. And now I should be able to drop cards somewhere else. So now I can drop here, but as you can see, nothing happens because this function is not fixed yet. But let's see what data we get inside with console log. Let's do new column ID, maybe not new column ID, but let's see sorted cards. So if I try to drop this one here, we have several console logs here, 4. Let's see, first says, okay, card 1, card 2 are on the same column. This is on the beginning when we just started dragging this card. Okay, so we can maybe just skip it for now. Then let's see what happens. Then it says that we're still the same column ID. Okay, so nothing changed yet here. Let's see the third console log. On the third console log, as you can see, we don't have 2 cards, we have only 1 card. So test card 2 is on the column ID RH. Okay, so I think this was the one that we started dragging, but let's see again. If I start dragging and I want to drop it here, let's see the third one and the second one. First, both of the cards are on column RH, but then there's something we knew with the card 2. I'm going also to put here maybe new column ID, so we know where this console log is coming from. Let's see. Now, column ID RH is saying, okay, I have those two cards, and those are inside me, inside this column. Then we have a column RH. Once again, this is the first to-do column, saying, okay, I still have those two cards, but one of them is chosen or selected. That's fine. Now the third console log is from another column ID. As you can see, it's BAHW. It's not the first column, so it's this in progress column that is saying, hey, I got this test card 2 that has the column ID of this one. So what we need to do here is, for all of the cards that we are getting in sorted cards, we need to update the column ID to the new column ID. So let's do this. Let's also maybe first go to the last console log to see what happens here. Here we have a test card 1, so this one that we didn't touch. It says that with this column ID, yeah, it's just this column saying, okay, now I have only 1 card because the test 2 card is not here anymore. Right, so what we need to do here is that well, we need to grab all of the cards for this column, not all of the cards that we have now in sorted cards, all of the cards in this column. So so we need to grab column cards, but we don't need to use this. We can just grab it from storage, or maybe we need to actually use those sorted cards. Yeah, let's use the sorted cards, because what we get if this column was doing the console log here, what we need to do is we need to go to those cards and we need to change the column ID here, right? So I want to first grab the JS IDs of the sorted cards. Let's do const IDs of sorted cards. And I'm going to grab sorted cards and I want to map through them. And for each card, I want to grab card ID, and just to be sure, I'm going to do toString, just to be sure that it will be a string and not an object or something. And we need to add let's see, here we have an issue that C is any. Okay, we can change it that C is actually a card, and now we don't have any TypeScript issues with it. We could also put that this is an array of cards, and this way we can do just C as it was. All right, now let's see, we have IDs of those sorted cards, and now for each ID that we have here, we want to go to storage and update card with this ID, right? So let's start. Let's do IDs of sorted cards, and here I'm going to use for each, and for each of the card, let's do arrow function here, and for each of those card, let's call it sorted card. And now for each of the sorted card, what do we want to do? Well, actually it will not be sorted card. As you can see, it's just a string. This is ID. Let's do sorted ID, sorted card ID. Okay, now we have ID of those sorted cards, and for each ID we need to update this card inside storage. We need to know what is the index of it inside our storage, right? So we can use storage that we have here to actually get all of the tasks first. So let's do const all tasks equals storage get sorry, not tasks, cards, and let's do cards, and let's maybe just transform this to a simple array. Let's see, storage get cards. Why do we have an issue here? Cannot be iterate. Okay, we can do something like this, map, and for each card we will do card. Can we do two object? Yes. So now inside all cards we have an array of a simple array of cards of simple objects. And now we can also put maybe information that this is an array of cards. All right, and now what do you want to do with it? We want to know this ID in those cards, what is the index. So if we know the index where it's located in this array inside storage, then we can update this card. So let's do const card index, maybe let's call it card storage index equals, and let's do all cards, and we want to find index where card, we want to card ID, just to make sure. Let's do toString is the same as sorted card ID. All right, so now we have index here. We can just do update card, and first we pass the index, so let's do card storage index, and now the second param is the update. And for the update, what do we want to update? Well, we want to update the column ID to be a new column ID, but there is something else we want to update. When we change just the order here, this column will send those sorted cards in a proper order. So where we are looping through those, let's see, we are looping through those here in this for each. We want to have this index here, column index, and this will have, let's see, this will be a number. We can update the index of this card to be column index. All right, and this can be a little complicated, so you can take a pause and test stuff to see how everything here is transformed. But let's see if it works. If I drop it here, as you can see, it works. If I drop it here, it works, but it should be on the top, but it's not. And I think it's because we are not sorting tasks. Yes, that's correct. Here we have cards. Sorry, we are just returning for this column, but we are not sorting them. So let's do sort, and here is just A and B, and we want A index minus B index. And now let's see. If I put card 2 first, it stays, and even if I refresh the page, the card 2 is here. Let's see, card 3 and card 4. We can put card 4 here, card 1 here, and we have 2, 4, 3, 1. Let's refresh, and 2, 4, 3, 1. Everything works. I should probably spend a minute to understand everything that happens inside this function, but I'm going to explain once again. And you see, maybe let's start with when we edit order just in one column. So if I drop this here, this column will run this set list with those items, and those items are actually cards, and it will run this function set tasks order for column, and it will return those cards in the correct order here. So what we do basically here, we have sorted cards here, and for those cards we want to update the index to be this column index, and because those are in order, we can just do where we are sorting them, we can just grab the index from 0 to n-1, and we can just update those cards because those are in order. And then if something changes on between the columns, we also have it as a param here, and we are updating this column ID. You might be wondering still why we have this card storage ID, and this is because when we are grabbing and updating a card, those cards are stored inside cards, and this is an array or a live list array, so a live list object, and we need to find this card by going through the index. And to find the index, we are just grabbing first the all cards, and then we are finding index inside this storage to find this specific card, not after this was resorted, but before it was sorted and reordered. So spend a few minutes to try to understand, but this is a little bit more complicated functionality. Right, so we have it, and we can now drag and drop cards. Everything seems to work. We can add more cards, and we can add more columns. One thing that doesn't work here yet is we cannot drag and drop columns. And if I want to reorder columns, it would be nice to have this functionality. So let's go to columns, and let's see, maybe do we have an error here? New card form. Let's see where we are using this new card form. We are passing column ID. So what is wrong here? Column ID. Okay, we need to add the Typescript here. Column ID is string. All right, so now we don't have any errors. All right, so I wanted to do columns sorting. So let's go to columns. And columns are sorted like this, just listed this way. Instead, I'm going to do React sortable, and we need to have a list and set list. And here in between, we will just map through and list the columns. So first, the list will be columns, and then for set list, we need to have a function that will basically update set columns order. So for this, I can also use, I will also need to use mutation. So the const update columns order equals use, or probably I don't need to use mutation for this. So let's do function set columns order, and we will just have columns here. It will be an array of columns. Let's see, column singular. So nothing here. All right. So we have this, and now let's see. We have a column here. We have a list of columns here. Let's put set columns order. All right. And now let's see, why do we have an error here? Refers to a value, but it's not being used as a type here. Do you mean type of column? Let's see what is wrong here. We don't need this import. Okay, we don't want this column. I want column type. Let's see, column from Liveblocks config. Yeah, now it's correct. So, but we also need the column column for this column as a component. So let's import it and do import default as a board, as the board column from, and let's do components and column. Let's see, do we need to do it like this? So here I will just do board columns. All right, now let's see, we have list, we have set list. Let's put a group of let's call it board column, so we cannot drop a card as a column. And now let's see, now we have a small error here. Let's see. Okay, I think this is just because columns are not editable. Let's fix it, and we can do something like this. Here I'm going to add this shallow for better performance, better comparison. You can read about this in the Liveblocks documentation, why you should add this shallow comparison. This is just a function for comparing returned objects in this use storage. Right, here I also want to map through those columns, and I just want to create new objects that are not live objects. All right, I can do it like this. Yeah, and it should work. So now there's something wrong with this structure, because we need to move this flex and gap 4 into React sortable, because it creates a new div here. And now it's fixed. All right, except this new column name. Let's see, maybe we just need to put flex and gap 4 even here. Yeah, now it's better. All right, so we have columns here. We can drag them, but let's see, to do. Now it still is on the beginning, even if I want to drag them here. And I also need to have ghost class. I think it's like this, ghost class opacity 40. So this shadow, so it will be lighter. Doesn't seem to work. Let's see, ghost class opacity 40. Let's refresh, and no, ghost class. Let's see, inside board column, ghost class opacity 40. Let's put the same thing here. Okay, I had opacity with 2t. Okay, that's why it didn't work. Let's see. Yeah, now it's opacity 40, as you can see underneath. But if I drop to do here, it doesn't stay here, because we need to fix this set columns order function. First, let's do console log on the columns to see what we are getting here. So If I want the to do to be second, let's see. As you can see, to do is the second inside this console log. So we just need to update indexes to reflect that. So let's do columns and for each, and here are just a simple arrow function, and for each here we have column, and here the second will be new column index, because when you do for each on an array, the first param here is the value and the second is the index. And because those are sorted in the correct order, we can just use the index from the for each. And now we want to update this column inside storage to have this new column index. Let's create a function for this. Let's maybe move this down here, and let's put this callback here for mutating data. Update column, singular column, use mutation, arrow function, and now dependencies. And now first we will have storage. And now what params do we need? We need to know the index of this. We need to know the index of the columns we want to update, or we can actually update all of the columns at the same time. So we can just grab all of the columns like this. All right. So here we can do something like this. Instead of doing for each, we can just do const new columns and just use this new order here. Here we have columns, so we can just do ... columns, and we are creating a copy just in case. And maybe we don't need this. Let's see. Update columns of those columns, but actually before, we need to update this new index, right? So we cannot do this way. The const new columns equals empty array, and then let's loop through all those. Let's maybe call those sorted columns, and now let's do for each sorted column, we will do sorted column, and the second param, let's put this arrow function here that I forgot about. We have sorted column and new index, and now we can do something like this. We can just go to new columns. We can push this new column. Let's do const new sorted column. Let's prepare this, right? It will be just a copy of sorted column, and on this new sorted column we want to update index to be new index, and then we can push it to the new columns. Before we'll push it, we'll just do, and that will be a new live object just in case, and let's put new sorted column here, and now we have our new columns. So let's just do update columns, and let's put our new columns here. Now let's go back to this update columns function. With the storage, we want to do and grab the columns, and we want to set new columns, and our new columns will be just a new live list of those columns, so we get as a param here. Now we have an error here. Let's see why. Set expected 2 params but get only 1. Let's see, get columns set. No, we don't need this we just need to do set, and then the first param is the name, so just columns, and then we get new live list of these columns. Let's see why we have error here, because we need to type this as column, array of columns. Let's see now, new live list. Let's see, we need to change this, that this is actually columns is an array, of live objects of column, and it's an array. So now it's correct. Now let's see what we have the issue here. What's the issue here? New columns is any, and it cannot be any. So how to fix it? New columns is not any, it's an array, but array of what? It will be an array of live columns. So let's do a colon here, live object of a column, and it's an array of those. Right, so now everything seems to be green and no errors, no TypeScript errors. So let's see if we can sort the columns. To do should be second, and it is. If I refresh, and this is just a warning from my Chrome extension, it is still second, and now it should be third. If I refresh, everything seems to work. So now we can drag and drop cards, and this seems to work. Let's do card 4 here, card 3 here. Let's refresh. Let's see if everything stays where it should be. And yeah, it looks fine and works fine. So now we can create the boards, we can create columns, we can order columns, and same with the cards. So now we have all the basic functionality, and now the next part will be so we can share boards, and we can edit the cards, columns, and so on. Right, so the next thing I would like to fix is that when we have those boards, those should be shareable between users. So I would like to have like a settings button somewhere here, and then a pop-up to or a page to edit settings for this specific board. So first let's go to our board page. Let's see, here we have page, boards, page, yeah, and maybe we can also put the board name into this board. Let's see, let's put name here, and let's do this, let's put this here, and now let's jump here inside and let's add the name. And here name is also a string. All right, so now I'm going to put a React fragment here, or maybe we don't need React fragment. I'm going to put this h1 here with a board name. Let's do board colon and then the name of the board. So let's do name. Right, so now everything seems to work fine. Now I'm going to put a div here, and let's do some class names, flex, and now let's put at least a small gap of 2 and a space between. Let's see, no, just between, justify between, and now h1 should be on the left side, and then I will have a link to settings page for this board. So let's do something like this. It will be /boards/ ID of the board. So let's do like this /settings, and now it will say settings here. Let's see. Yeah, here we get this link. Now I want to add some class names here to make it prettier. So let's do maybe, let's put board settings like this, and I want to have an icon here. So let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA-cog. I think there's something like this, FA-cog. Let's see, FA-cog. Let's try to import it. No, import from, yes, from this. Now let's see. Yeah, now let's add some class names. So let's put flex, gap of 2, and items center, and what else? Let's see, let's add a gray background. So let's see, button. Yeah, so now we have something like this. Now also for this div that has both the board name and this link, let's make it items center and let's add margin button. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe for this board, I'm going to change this to div, and let's add and inside let's put an h1 with some class names, text to XL, and let's put this board name here. Let's see, board test2. Yeah, I think now it looks fine. Yeah, so now if I click here on board settings, I will go to /settings, and we have 4 because, well, we don't have a route for this. So let's see, boards, board ID. Here we need to create a new directory called settings, and then inside page tsx. And now let's do export default function, and let's call this page board settings. Yes, and let's do return, and let's put a div here. Now let's see, and let's put maybe here settings just for now to see if it renders. Yeah, it works fine. Now, what settings do I want to have here? Well, basically, I want to be able to share this board with other people. So let's put access. Let's do class name, and let's do text to XL. And here we are going to list the users who have access to this board. And this will be use server. This will be a server component. So I'm going to grab information about this room. So let's see. Let's grab params here, and well, this will be, yeah, let's do params and page props. Let's define page props. Page props somewhere here. We will have params, and we will have board ID as a string. All right, and now what do we want to do? We have board ID, so let's do const board ID equals, and we can just grab it like this from params. And now what? Now we want to grab information about this room. So let's do const room info, or we can maybe do board info. That doesn't really matter. The contents will be the same. But here we want to do Liveblocks client and get room, board ID. And now we want to grab users who have access. So let's do something like const emails with access equals empty array. And now let's do something like this, boards info user access. Let's see, I forgot to add a wait here, a wait. Now user access, and this is an object, so let's do for let email in this. For each email in user's access, I want to know if board info of user access of this email. Well, maybe let's put this first here, const access equals this, and maybe I can just loop through this and show it here. Yeah, let's just loop through this there. So I can do just something like this, board info and users access, and I want only to show the emails. So let's do object keys, and let's do map, and for each email I'm going to do a div with this email. Okay, so here we need to add async And now let's see. Yeah, I have my email here. And let's access to board, and now the board name here. Board info, metadata, board name. All right, access to board test 2. Yeah, this looks fine. Now it would be nice to have like a small form here, so we can add new users, right? So maybe I will put this as a separate component inside the forms. Let's do new file and new email, maybe new access form, new access, new board access form.tsx, export default function, new board access, and let's do return here. I'm going to make it as a client component for now, at least. And let's put a form. And what else? Let's put an input. For this form, let's put max width of XS. And let's put a button of type button. Submit. And save. It will say save. Let's use this component here. So new, let's see, new board access. Yes, now let's see. Yeah, this kind of works. Now let's do more things here. For this button, I'm going to add some class names because I want this to be with full margin top of 2. And for this input, I want to add a placeholder of John at example.com. Yeah, so we have something like this. And here I will also add h2 that will say add email. Yeah, something like this. And let's put class names text large, margin bottom of 2. Now let's see. Yeah, now I want to have some more spacing here. So let's go back to this page and let's see. I'm going to put all of those emails into separate div, and on this div I will do margin bottom of at least 4, so we'll have some spacing. Maybe let's do 8, so we'll have more space here. Yeah, and now we need to fix now this form so we can add emails to this. So let's go to new board access, and well, maybe we can use our server actions. So we have actions for board here. Let's add a function here. Let's do export async function. We have create board. Let's maybe add email to board. And for the params, we will need to have board ID. That's our room ID. So it's a string, and we will also need email. That is also a string. Now, we will need the Liveblocks client, and then we want to update the room. So let's do Liveblocks client, and we want to update the room. And in this room, what do we want to update? Well, we want to update user access, right? But first we need to provide the ID. So let's do board ID, and then let's put here users accesses. So let's maybe use this users accesses here. Maybe not, it will be easier to just, let's do const users accesses equals, and maybe let's first grab it from this room. Let's do await Liveblocks client and get room, and maybe let's start with room. Let's do room of this board ID, and now let's do const users accesses equals room users accesses. And now we want to do users accesses. We want to change that for this email. It will be it will have an array with room right. Okay, now we are updating a room with this new user's accesses, and this should do the job. And let's do just return true. Right, and now we can probably use this function, add email to board. So let's go back to new board access form, and here we have action. Let's put a function that we are going to define here. So this function will be called add email. Why not? And we will have form data. And now here, let's put this add email. And now let's see. First thing we want to do is to grab the board ID. So we don't have any board ID. Let's go to our settings page. We have board ID here. We can pass it along. Let's do board ID equals board ID. Yes, and now here we can go and do board ID. And this way we have board ID. And let's also put that board ID is a string. Now, from the form data, we can grab this input. Let's put the name of it to email. So let's do const email equals form data get email. All right. Now we can use our server function called add email to board. Let's put the board ID here and email here. Okay. Now let's see. Email can be null. Okay, let's do that. If it's null, let's just pass an empty string here. What's the issue now? Let's see. Type of form data entry value is not assignable to parameter type string. Okay, let's do to string then. Does it help? No, because it can be undefined. Let's do or empty string. Okay, then it's fixed. Let's add a wait here and async here. And now we don't have any issues. All right, so when this is done, we need to refresh. We need to take the router. So let's use router and refresh this page. Let's see, we have emails here. Let's maybe see if we can save it. So let's do maybe test one at example.com. Save. Nothing happened, I think. Let's refresh. But we have this email. Right, so everything works. It doesn't refresh. So let's see if we can fix it with router. So let's do const router equals use router from, let's do next navigation, and let's do router refresh. And now let's try to do the same, but test 2. Let's hit save, and we have it here. Okay, that is good. We could probably put it in another page, but it's not that important. I need a link to go back to the board. So let's go back to the settings page. And here I want to have a link to go to /boards/ and then ID of this board. So it's the board ID. And it will say something like, let's put class names here as well. So it will be flex gap 1 items center, and I want to put a font awesome icon FA arrow. Let's see, arrow left. Let's see, can we import this thing from? Yes, let's import this. And for the text, I want to go back to board, something like this. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, and I want this to be kind of a button. So let's put the button here, and sorry, it should be just btn. Yes, and it should be inline flex. Let's see. Yeah, that's much better. Let's add some margin bottom here. Margin bottom 4, and let's see. Yeah, go back to board, and we see the board. Board settings, we see the settings. Looks really nice. All right, access to board 2. This seems to work fine, except let's see if I hit save. Let's save test3, save, and it adds, and it's fine, but this is not cleared. So to clear it, we can add, for example, a reference. So let's do const input reference equals use ref from React. And let's put here reference input reference. Let's see what is wrong here. I think we need to pass hit what type of reference it is. So let's do HTML input element. Is it correct now? Let's put here null as a default. Okay, now it's fixed. Now let's see, can we do input reference current, and we can access value and we can reset this to 0. Let's see what's the issue now. It can be null. Okay, let's just add a question mark here. It doesn't help. So let's do if it's null, then we will do input ref current value empty string. Okay, now let's see. Let's add another. Let's do test 4, save, and everything works. Right, so I'm going to add my coding with david@gmail.com. Let's hit save, and now let's see if my coding with David will have access to it. I just logged out to check it, but what I can see is a small issue. We shouldn't have access to this page if we are not in the list of those emails. So I'm going back to settings, and let's do something like this. If board info users accesses user email, we don't have any user email yet. Let's see, const user email equals await get user email, and let's see, if we don't have this, then let's do return access denied. Okay, so we should see access denied because we are not logged in. Let's do login, and let's do coding with david@gmail.com, and we have access to this because our email is here. And if we go to the home page, we have test2 board. So if I log in again back to my Gmail, private Gmail, I have 2 boards. Okay, and this test1 do not have any emails, just mine. And for the test2, let's see, test2, I have settings. Test2 have many more emails, so that is good. Right, so this seems to work. We can share now, but we should also be able to remove those emails, right? So let's see how we can do this. So here we are listing all of those emails, and maybe it would be nice to have it. Let's put it first as a separate component. So I'm going to call it emails list, access emails list. So let's go back to components. Let's do new file, emails access list.tsx, export default function, emails access list, and return parentheses. And I'm going to have a property called here emails, and this will be, emails will be a string, array of strings. All right, and now let's go back here, and well, let's just loop through them. So I'm going to do something like this, emails map, and for each email we will do parentheses. Oops, parentheses, is it correct? It should be like this, parentheses, div, and let's put the email here. and I'm going to put this as a client component. And yeah, use client. This looks fine. What's the issue here? Let's see. This looks fine. Let's try to use it. Here, let's do users access, or no, it was email access list, and the emails is object keys of board info users accesses. I like Typescript because it gives all of this typings and auto-completion. Here we have some issue. Let's see. Let's try once again. Emails. We want to map through them. Emails. For each email, I want to do arrow function, div, and let's print this email here. Now it's correct. And now we have a div with the email, but I want to also have a button that will have like, let's put maybe an X icon. So let's put font awesome icon, maybe FA trash. Let's see. Let's search for this icon, import, and yeah, now let's see if this will work. Yeah, we have trash icons, but for those divs, I want to do flex, or yeah, let's do flex and gap of 2, and let's do margins of 2 on the top and the bottom. Yeah, something like this will work. I will also add that item center, so everything is centered. And those buttons could be much smaller. So let's do padding of 1. Let's see if this will help. No, it's still big. Maybe I can do like I can put this more like I like a list. So let's see. Let's put here class name of border and max width of XS. Yeah, so we have a border. Let's put a padding of 4, background gray 200. Maybe we don't need this background gray, but and I think we don't need this border and even the padding. I'm going to make those as like tiles, max width this, and I want space between, justify between, so the buttons should go to the right side, and I want a light color on those tiles and more spacing. So let's do more the top and the bottom of 4. So we will have more spacing, and maybe I can do small borders between. Let's try with the borders. Let's do border top, and let's see if this will work. Yeah, almost. Maybe instead of the border, let's see. Instead of border top, let's just do regular border. And let's see how this will look like. Well, yeah, almost. Let's make it rounded medium. Yes, let's add some padding on the, maybe let's rounded large, padding on the left of 4. Yeah, I think this looks much nicer. All right, so now let's fix that we can delete those users, right? So on this button, let's add on click, and on click will be handle delete. Handle delete. Let's put an arrow function, handle delete, and here we will have this email as a string. And let's put function handle delete. And we have an email here that is a string. All right, and let's add, let's go to board actions, server actions, and let's add server actions for this. Export async function called remove email from board, and we'll have board ID and email to remove. So, well, what do we want to know? We want to know if this is, we have users access, First, we want to grab the room and users access. So let's do the same thing here. And then from users access, we want to delete this email that we get as a param. So let's do delete like this. And now we can just update it the same way we did it here. So let's do just update like this. And this should work. Let's go to here and let's do remove email from board. And we need to have board ID here. So let's grab it. Board ID. And we need to put as a, we need to type it. Board ID will be string. And this becomes big, but we can do something like this. This here, and the typings will go underneath. Right, so now remove email from board ID and the email, and we need to add a wait and async here, and this will work. Now when this is done, I want to refresh the page. So let's grab router const router equals use router, and let's do refresh router refresh. Okay, now let's see if this will work. If I click, for example, test 4, no, we get a small error. Let's see what happened. Failed something. Let's clear everything and let's try again. Bad request. Let's see what happened. On click on this button, we do handle delete, and we do this. Let's see, undefined or null to object. Remove email from board. Let's see if we have this error here. Yeah, cannot convert undefined or null to object. So this is, it says that this is undefined or null. Okay, let's go to this function and let's do something like this. If we have users accesses, and then we will do this. Okay, or maybe we can do something like this. Of this user, we will do null. Let's see if we can do this. No, we cannot, because it can be only one of those. So we need to actually delete it. So let's do delete, and now it should work. In theory, let's do test 4. Now we get an issue. Let's see. Unpressable missing keys ID default access. Please ensure the data follows the correct format. Okay, so something is wrong here. We have board ID. Maybe let's print everything, console log, and let's print board ID and users accesses. Right, so now if I click here, looks like both board ID and users accesses is empty. So something is wrong here. Well, let's see if we are passing this correctly. Let's go here. We have board ID. Let's maybe even do console logs here. Board ID. And yeah, now let's see. I will clear this. Test 4. Board ID is undefined. Okay, so something is wrong here. Let's see where we are using this input. Okay, here we have the error. We need to pass board ID. And let's pass it, board ID. Now let's go back to emails access list, and now it should work. I will remove this console log. Let's try to remove test 4, and nothing happened. But let's refresh and see. Test 4 is still here. Test 4 is still here. Let's see if we have something here. We get some error. Let's see what it says. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Each child in, we have something like this. Board ID is correct. Users access seems to be correct. Let's go to this new board actions, sorry. And let's see, we have some issue here. Let's scroll to the top of this. So this is about the loop. So we can fix it by going to emails access list, and let's just add a key here, and the key will be email. Right, now let's go back to here. Let's try to remove this and let's try to add this. Now, let's see if we can add, remove this one. Test 4, clicked, nothing happened. If I refresh, test 4 is still here. Let's see. Everything seems to be fine here. Let's refresh. Test 4, I clicked, nothing happens. Let's add back this console log of the board ID and users accesses. All right, now let's open this, test 4, and well, we don't have other users here. That's weird. Let's see why. We are grabbing for the board ID. Let's see if the board ID is correct. It should be MHA, and here is the same one, so that's good. Maybe let's also print room information. So now let's see. I'm going to click this one, users accesses. I don't know why, but there is only my email here, but the board name is correct too. But I have more users here, as you can see. Let's try to restart environment and let's see if this will happen again. Test 4, click. Yeah, still the same issue. Let's see how it looks like here on Liveblocks data. So we are on MHA room, and we can go to permissions. And for users access, we can see all of those users. So this is correct. The thing that is not correct is that the data we are getting here is limited. Let's put maybe a console log here with just a room information. And now I'm going to trigger this thing. Well, maybe I just received information about only about my access. Let's see the same thing here. Users accesses. So if I try to add test 5, let's see what will happen. Test 5, save. Yeah, I see only access of my own user. Well, that's maybe correct. So what I will change here is that instead of sending email to remove, I'm going to pass all users accesses. And I don't need all of this, and don't need the room information. Or maybe I can just call it update board, and here we will have information that we want to update. So let's do just update data, and now let's see, this will be an object, and let's see, update room uses params, and those params are looks like this. Can we use the same typing here? No, not really. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's go back to emails access list, and this doesn't work anymore because we want to do a function called update board, and we want to have users accesses. So how can we grab it? We need to have it as a param. So let's go to here and let's just pass it along. So we have board ID, we have emails. Maybe let's just pass users accesses, and let's just pass it like this, board info users accesses. Yeah. Now a lot of red because we need to go here, change this to users accesses, and now here users accesses, it's what's the type of this? Well, the type of this is room accesses. Let's go here, room accesses. We can maybe put this into separate line. Okay, now we have update board. We know what email we want to remove. Now this first, this map doesn't work because we need to put here this object keys of users accesses. Now we want to remove this specific email. Maybe we can call it email to delete. And what we do here is we grab users accesses and we do a copy of it. So let's do const new. Let's do new users accesses equals, and let's just do a copy of users accesses. And from the new users accesses, we want to delete of this email to delete, where the key is email to delete. And now here we just put users accesses to be new users accesses. Let's see if this will work then. So if I click on test 4, we get an error. Let's see what happened. Oops, that's a lot. Can read properties of undefined reading apply. Okay, that doesn't say much. Let's see, I'm going to refresh here. Test 4, nothing happened. But if I refresh again, test 4 is still here. Let's see, inspect, console, and let's see, test 4. Let's see, handle delete. Let's see. Let's restart environment and let's try again test 4. Well, I don't see anything. Let's go to this update board and let's do console log of board ID and update data. Now let's see. Click. Okay, so we have users accesses and let's see, board ID. This looks, no, this looks okay. We have board ID and then we have data that we are updating, and we don't have any test 4 here. So this should work. If I refresh, I still see test 4. Let's see here if there is still test 4. We received test 5 and the test 4 is still here. So that is not correct. And looks like this room is not being updated. So let's do const result equals, and let's see what we'll have inside the result. So let's go back here, test 4. Looks like we get a result, and in users accesses we still have test 4 being like this. Well, I'm not sure, but maybe there's something wrong with this, that we are doing only one Liveblocks client, and maybe there's some kind of cache. So let's do, I will do export function get Liveblocks client, and it will be, it will just do the same thing like this, and it will just return this, return new Liveblocks. Now let's see, await, and let's do get Liveblocks client. All right, now let's see if I click test 4. No, this doesn't change much. Test 4, test 3, test 2, test 1. Now we still have all of those. So if I click test 4, the test 4 is not here, but it's not being updated. Let's see what are the properties here. So updates a room. We need to pass room ID and default access. Let's see if we can still add more users. If we do test 6 at gmail.com, enter, yes, it shows up here. So the update function works. We can most likely use still the same Liveblocks client, update room, board ID, update data. Maybe this is wrong. Let's put here any, and let's try again test 5, test 6. I tried to delete, but they are still here. Let's try to delete them from here. No, from here we cannot do this. Let's see once again, users accesses. I will try to remove test 1, but test 1 seems to be still here. Let's try with another room. Let's go to the home page. Let's go to test 1, settings, and let's do test at example or gmail.com. Let's hit save. Let's see, delete. So we are changing users accesses to be only my email with room right, and the result says last connection, metadata, users accesses. We still have test at Gmail. Let's try another way then. Let's first grab this room and the same way we were doing this here. And let's do copy. Let's put it here, and maybe not here, but I'm going to put as a separate function as it was. Export async function, remove email from board, and well, I want to do grab the room and users access and just update the same way we do with adding emails. But here I'm going to check if we have users access, or maybe I will not change anything with users accesses. I'm going only to console log it users accesses. All right. And now let's try to use this function inside our emails access list. So here let's do remove email from board ID, and email to delete. And I want to see what will happen if I click on this one. So users accesses is only mine. Let's see board actions. Yeah, so this looks fine. And if I refresh, looks fine. Let's do now delete users accesses of this email. And now let's see, I'm going to remove test, and users accesses is only my email, which seems to be fine. But if I refresh, I still have my this second email. Let's see here inside, inspect what we are actually sending. So if I click here, we get some requests here. Let's clear this, click again. We are sending a post request with this payload. This looks fine. We are sending the email that we want to delete. Right, so looks like we can add the emails, but we cannot delete them. Let's try again with the previous function, emails access list. And let's do await, update board. The board ID is this. And here I'm going to pass new users accesses as users accesses to be new users accesses. But here I'm going to put that this equals null. And let's see what's the issue here. Okay, it can be one of those. So maybe let's put that it can do only, let's see if we can change it to room read. Let's do something like this, array and room read. New users accesses, room read. And here we need to do room presence right also. Right, so now let's see if I click on this one, what will happen. Let's maybe check here on this another room permissions. Let's see if anything has been updated. Yeah, this have changed now. Let's see maybe if we have more methods than just update room. We can delete room. Okay, so we could change that this user can only read. But we cannot change that we want to remove this user. Let's also do delete this user to see what will happen. Let's do this, refresh just in case. And yeah, nothing happened. Still the same permissions. And what happens if we just put room right? Will it change? Click. And let's see here. No. It doesn't change. Let's try to do this another way then. I'm going to use an API endpoint for this. Maybe then it will work. Let's go to API. Let's do a new file inside boards. I want to have route.ts. And here I want to use something like this. Export default function, not default, export async function. It will be put, so we can update. Here we'll have request, and from the request we are going to grab all of the information from the JSON. Let's do equals, and this is next request, and from the request I want to grab ID and update. So request JSON. like this, and we need to add a wait here. Right, and now this ID and update is not used yet, but we will use it. We are going to do the same thing that we did there. So let's do grab Liveblocks client. I want to update room with this ID and this update data. And let's add a wait, and let's do return response JSON, and let's do true. That's all we need. Now let's go back to emails access list, and instead of doing this, let's try to send a fetch request. We don't need to import anything. We don't need to import this. Now here I want to do just, it will go to /API boards, and now here method will be put, and the body will be JSON stringify, and well, I want to send something like this. I want to send ID, that will be board ID, and I want to pass this new array of users accesses. Let's do users accesses, and const new users accesses equals just a copy of users accesses, but it's an object, so let's do ... users accesses, and then let's just delete new users accesses of this email to delete, and let's pass it here, update to be users accesses, new users accesses. Right, and let's maybe send some headers that the content type is application JSON. I don't know if we need it, but just in case. Now let's see, and if I want to delete this test@gmail, put request, fine. If I refresh, it's still here. So something is odd. Route, put request, we are updating the room. Let's do console log, and let's do ID update. Now let's see, I'm going to delete this one. Users accesses, only this, but we still get this test email. Let's also try to do the same thing, but with a new client, Liveblocks client. Let's do new Liveblocks with secret of process environment, Liveblocks secret, and let's just do as string. So let's get rid of this Typescript error, and now let's just do Liveblocks.update room. Let's see if this will change anything. So if I delete this one, now I get 500 error. Let's see why. Let's see, invalid use of secret. Secret keys must start with SK. Liveblocks secret, I think it was say secret key. Maybe that's why. Let's hit delete once again. Error again. Let's see. Still something with this secret. Let's see what's the name. Liveblocks secret key. Okay, let's put it here. Yeah, there was a typo or something. Let's delete this. Let's refresh. We still have test, but we shouldn't have. Okay, let's move further, and we will get back to it later to removing users. Let's now maybe see if we can delete a board. Let's go to board actions, and let's add the function called delete board, async function delete board, and now let's do board ID, and let's do return true, and the only thing that we want to do here is only to delete. So let's do await Liveblocks client, and we want to delete room with this board ID. And let's see, this will be a string. And now let's go back to settings page, settings, files page. And now I would like to have a button somewhere on the settings page, delete board button. Maybe here on the right side, or maybe we can put this on the user first to see if this will work. So let's go to emails access list, and here let's do also delete board with this board ID. Await, and now let's see if I delete this one. We have an error, room not found. Let's see, delete board ID, delete room. Looks fine to me. Okay, now room is not found. Let's go back to my home page, and let's create a board of name test, and let's go to the settings, and let's delete the user, and the board should be deleted. So now if I go here, and even if I refresh, I shouldn't see the board, and that is correct. So deleting rooms and boards work. Let's call this one to delete, create this board settings, and if I click on my own user, or if I add like a random user, when I click on this button, it should also delete this board. So if I go board to delete, I shouldn't have it here. That's correct. So deleting boards works. This functionality works. So we can put it as a separate button. Maybe let's go to start page. Let's put test delete, and let's go to board settings, and maybe here on the right side I will have a delete button. And inside components I will just do a delete button. Board delete button .tsx, export default function board delete button, and it will just return me a button. Oops, not like this, button that will have on click. Oops, on click, yes, and on click I want to do some stuff here. Let's see, function called async function called delete board, and it will just do delete board. Oops, I need to handle delete board, and this should be imported delete board of board ID. Let's do board ID, and this will be a param here, board ID, that is a string, and here we will do handle delete board like this, and here delete board. And we also want to have some class names, right? So let's put button, but background red 500 and text white. Let's see. We are not using this button yet, so let's go to first we will need also to have await here, and let's grab also router. So let's do const router equals use router, and this is client component, and when this is done, let's do router push to the start page. Right, and now we want to go to the settings page, and let's see, let's put a div of flex, and back to the board will be on the left side. Here I will do justify between, and on the right side I want to have this delete, a board delete button. Oops, and there are a lot of props that we have here. Why do we have them? This is because we have this like this, and it should be board ID, and then board ID is string. All right, now let's go back here. Let's do board delete button, and the board ID is board ID. All right, now let's see, delete board. Let's go back to board delete button, and let's fix the styling. So let's do that. First I will put a div, and I'm going to put this button here inside. Then let's put padding on the x of 4, on the y of 2, rounded medium, And now let's test it. So if I click, it should be deleted, and it is deleted. So if I create a board, delete, let's call it del, we have this board here, and we have this board here. So if I go here, settings, delete board, and it disappeared. Okay, so this works fine. Right, so I think I now found what was the issue with those users. If I click test 5 here, I cannot delete it even if I refresh. We are using this fetch, but we don't need to use this fetch. We can use just server actions. But I can use this remove email from board and board ID and email to delete. And I will just show you how to fix it. We are going to add await, router, and refresh. Now, inside this server function, to fix this functionality, we have this users accesses, and this will be room accesses, but we are going to change this to be any type of object, right? Or just any type of anything. Instead of deleting this, we are going to do null on this email, and this will cause deleting properties, deleting this user from users accesses. So if I now go to and delete test 5, now it's deleted. So now it works. So now it's fixed, and now we have functionality to delete boards and to delete users from boards. So all sharing works, and yeah, works. We can share boards, and other people can also work on our boards. Let's see if I go to this board and I would try to log in with this email on another browser. So let me just open this link. I'm going to open this link in incognito. I will log in as my, let's see, coding with David at gmail.com. Let's hit next, and now let's see. So here I'm logged in as coding at David, and here is I'm logged in with my davidpashko.gmail.com. And now we can go back to the same board, and we can edit, change stuff. If I put this card here, it will automatically change even here. And let's say I go to the home page here, and meanwhile on this here, I'm going to remove my user here. And then no longer I have access to this board anymore. So yeah, that works nicely. Okay, now what is left is that we need to be able to rename boards and rename columns, right? So let's start with boards. So I will go to my board page here, and looks like we have a small issue here. Name should be string. Let's see, let's put here to string to fix it, because the metadata of board name can be an array of strings, looks like. All right, but now well, let's go inside this board, and here we have this h1 with this board name, right? What I want to do is that when you click on it, there should be an input so we can change it. So I will do something like this then. I will do that, let's see, is it a client component? Yes, it is. I will do something like this on click, and on click I want to rename this board. So I will prepare a state for this. So let's do const rename mode, set rename mode equals use state, and default will be false. Oops, false. And here I will do something like this. let's put class names here, on click here, on click, set rename mode to true. And here I will do something like this. If we don't have rename mode, if not rename mode, then we show this h1. So let's put this h1 here inside. But if we have rename mode, then let's do parentheses. Let's do form. Let's do form, and inside this form, I want to have an input where the default value will be the board name. So let's do name, and let's see if this will work. So if I click here, yeah, I have an input. Now let's add on submit, and let's call this function handle handle name submit. Okay, and now we need to define this function. So let's go to here before the return, and let the function handle name submit, and we'll get an event object. Let's do prevent default because it's a submit event. We need to do form event for Typescript. And now what do we want to do? We want to grab the new name for this board. So let's do something like this. Const input equals event target, and let's do event target as it's a form, HTML form element. And now I want to do query selector input, and now const new name equals input value. Input can be empty, so let's do first if input, and then we will have this name here. And if we have the name, we can rename our board. How can we rename it? Well, we need to prepare functionality for this, and we need to mutate the data for this board. And then we would need to do either a server action or API endpoint. So I think it will be easier with server action. Let's do update board. We have this function, server function. Update board ID we will need here. Don't we have? Yes, we do. It's called just ID. And then we want to update metadata where the name will be new name. And we just need to do await, and let's add async here, and I think that's it. We can just take the input value and reset this to empty string. And now let's see. I'm going to first refresh here, test2. Let's do test.2, enter. It just cleared. Let's refresh, and nothing happened. Let's see, update board. Let's see. We are updating this data, and okay, it shouldn't be name, it should be board name. So this is wrong, not name, board name. Right, now let's try. Let's refresh, test2, .3, enter. If I refresh, yeah, everything worked. But here at the end, we need to do set rename mode to false, and let's see then. If I do .4, enter, didn't change. Let's see if I refresh. If I refresh, then it works. So now what I need to do is to change the name that we get here from this component. Let's see how it's used. Name, we get this name from here. So we are running this server code. So we need to refresh. Let's try to refresh then. Const router equals use router, and let's do router refresh, and let's see. Let's try with .5. Yeah, and it works. Right, so we have this, and it seems to work just fine. Another way of, instead of doing refresh, you could get rid of this backend code and just do API endpoint and just refetch the data about this board. There are many ways of doing this. Right, but this works. I can do .6, enter, and well, it's refreshed. Now we can rename our board. So if I go here, we have 2.6. That's fine. Now we need to be also able to rename columns, and I'm going to do the same functionality. Let's just go to column component, and here we have our columns. Here we have column name. So I will prepare a state for this. So let's do const rename mode and set rename mode equals use state, and default will be false. And here we have our h3 for the column name. Let's do something like this. First, if we are not in rename mode, then end parenthesis, let's put this h3, and on this h3 let's add that when we click we will set rename mode to true, true, and then if we have rename mode, let's do end parenthesis, and let's do something like a form, and on submit we will have a function that for now let's do just an arrow function, empty arrow function. And now inside this form let's put an input with the default value of the name of this column. Now let's prepare this function. Let's call this function handle rename, and we'll get handle rename submit event prevent default. Now we want to do the same thing. We want to grab the input and we want to grab the value for this input. So first let's do input equals event target as an HTML form element, and from here we want to do query selector input. And now if we have an input, what do we want to do? We want to grab the value. Let's call this new value new column name equals input value. Then we want to rename our column. How can we rename our column? Well, we need to mutate data. We don't have any for updating column, so let's create this const update column, and well, we need to know the index of the column. Const update column equals use mutation, and let's grab storage, and oops, not like this. First it's an arrow function here and no dependencies, and then we will have here access to storage, and we will, let's say we will have a column ID, and or maybe just ID of the column, and we want to have this new name. All right, and then in here I want to do something like this, and now let's do something like this, update column, and let's put here ID and new column name, and well, the under rename submit, let's put this function here, and now let's see what happens if I put 2 here, enter, nothing happens. So feels like a small issue. Let's see. Here we have a form event, update column, new column name. Okay, that's because we don't have this one ready. So let's do storage get columns, const columns equals this, and now let's loop through the columns. I'm going to change this to an regular array so we can do for each column. I want to change the column name to be new name. This will not work this way. Let's see, why can we do like this? Yes. And then I need to find this specific column first that we want to change. So columns, let's can we do find? Yes, we can do find. Find the column where column ID is the same as this ID. Let's do const column, and I can then just do set, and I want to set name to be new. Whoops, to be new name. Now let's see, why do we have this error here? Object is possibly undefined. Let's put question mark. No, it doesn't help. Let's see, object is possibly undefined. Okay, the object of this is possibly undefined. Okay, then we can do question mark here. What's the problem here? ID does not exist of live object column. It should. Let's go to column. Here we have ID that is type of string. Let's see. Let's do to object and then ID. And now let's see if this will work. I will do free, enter. Nothing happens. If I refresh, we have free. So it worked. Let's see. Under rename. Let's also, after everything is done, let's set rename mode to false. And now let's see. I'm going to change this to 4, and it just works. Works like magic. All right, let's remove this, or maybe let's also try to reload and see if it sticks. Yes, it does. So let's put this back, and now let's see. Let's try to put this here, see if everything still works. Yes, it does. So now we have all of the functionality for creating cards, drag and dropping them. Same with columns here. And we can even go to settings. We can delete board. We can share unshared boards. We can create more boards. And I think the last functionality that we need to fix is actually that we can open a specific card and have some kind of pop-up with all of the information about this card. Or actually, there should be also a way to delete a column, right? So let's see. Maybe next to the column name, we have h3 here. Let's put this as a div. And let's put an h3 here. Let's move this here. And here I will put the name. And next to it, I'm going to put a small button with a trash icon. So let's put font awesome icon, fa trash, and let's import fa trash. Yeah. And now for this div, let's put flex justify between. So we have those trash icons here. And for the buttons, let's put text gray of 600 or maybe like 300. So those trash icons will be barely visible. Yeah. And let's make them maybe even smaller or less visible. Now 300 is good. Okay. Maybe this should be visible only when it's edit mode. This trash icon, because well, I don't like that it's cluttered and it's visible on all of those. So let's see. I will refresh to get rid of this input, and maybe I will have like dots icon. Let's see, dots, and I want this one ellipsis. Let's do fa ellipsis. Let's import this one. And now when you click on it, you will go into edit mode, and edit mode will look like this, that you can edit the name, or you will have the delete button. So here I will put a div. First you will have this form where you can edit name, and you will also have a button to delete column. And here inside I'm going to put trash icon. So let's do font awesome icon, FA trash, and yeah. Now for this button, let's put btn flex gap of 2. Right, so now we have something like this, and we need also to have more spacing. So let's do margin bottom of 4, maybe like 8, so we have more spacing from the cards. On this form, let's add the margin bottom of 4 at least. Maybe 2 will be enough. And here I also want to have a button of type submit that will say save. And let's do class names here, class name. And I want width to be full. Yeah, something like this will work. Let's add the margin top of 2 so we have some spacing. Now let's fix this delete column as well. So here let's do width of full and items center. Yeah, this will work. Maybe we can make it red. So I will remove this and let's do background red 500, text white, padding of 2. And we need to do rounded medium for rounded corners. And let's center the text. So let's do justify center. Yeah, this will work. Now if I click here, it will be saved. It will save the name. I would like to also have like HR, a line between here. Maybe I can hide the cards and this new card thing when it's edit mode. Let's see. And we should have a cancel button. Or maybe we don't. We can just hit the previous name. Let's see. Here we have cards. If we have cards and not edit mode and we have column cards. Let's see. Not rename mode. Not rename mode. So we have one card here, but if we click on here, here, then we don't see cards, and we shouldn't see we shouldn't see either this new card form. So if not rename mode and parentheses, let's put this here. So save. If I edit this, then we don't see columns. We will also have a cancel button. I want to have a cancel button. So here underneath, let's do button that will say cancel. Yes, something like this. And on click, it will just do set rename mode to false. And yeah, that will be good. And let's add some class names here for this button. Class name, margin top of 4. So we will have some spacing, and let's do width full, flex, justify center. So the text will be centered. Yeah, so we can cancel. Maybe we can make this text like uppercase and smaller text SM. Let's see if I click here, cancel. Yeah, let's make it grayish and maybe bold, font bold, and let's do text gray 600, maybe lighter like 300. Yeah, cancel. Maybe not that light. Let's do 400 so it will be more visible. Yeah, and let's add an X icon. So let's do font awesome icon, and let's do FA close. FA close. Let's see, can we import this one? Yeah, it works. Now let's add small gap of 2, items center. So we have something like this, and looks fine. Cancel. Maybe it doesn't need to be bold. Let's remove this font bold. Yeah, cancel works nice. Yeah. It should say cancel edit. Right, and now this handle, this set rename mode is activated when you click on H3. Let's move it to this button with ellipsis icon. So now if you click on this, sorry, if you click on this, doesn't work, but you need to click actually here, edit name. You have a delete column, which doesn't work, but let's fix it. Let's just make sure that editing works. Yes, it does. And now delete column doesn't work, but we will fix it. To delete a column, what do we want to do? To delete a column, we need to do mutation. Delete column, use mutation, arrow function, no dependencies. All right, so we will have storage, and we will also have, let's say, ID, and that should be good enough. Now let's go to this button, delete column, and we have a lot of class names here. Let's add on click. We can just do arrow function, delete column with the ID of just ID, I think. Let's see, it should be just ID. Yes, it is. All right, so now delete column. Let's first grab all of the columns, storage get columns, and now we want to find a column to delete. So maybe we can find it the same way, and let's see, const column, and maybe instead of finding a column, we will find a column index to delete. So let's do columns, find index, and then we will do columns, and let's see, can we do remove? No. Can we do delete? Yes. And here we need to pass the index. Let's put column index. All right, and now let's see if this will work. I'm going to add to delete column, and let's try to delete this one. Delete column. Yeah, it just worked. I'm going to refresh here. Let's try to delete, or maybe, yeah, let's do yo delete to. Let's put it here. Let's refresh. And if you put the card here, it will also disappear, just so we know. Delete the column. Yes. And it disappeared alongside with this card. So that works, and it works fine. Now we can delete columns, we can delete boards now, and we can also rename those columns. We can also rename boards. It's just 2.7, and it just works. So the next part will be actually, so we can open a specific card, and we can see the, let's say, description, the title, the name that will be editable, and what else? The name, description, and maybe some comments. Why not? All right, so in the same file, column tsx, you can see that a simple card is just a div like this. And I think we can just start by changing this to a separate component. We can extract this. So inside components, I will do a new file, and let's do just card.tsx. And here let's just do export default function, and let's do card. And well, what information do we need to have there? We need to know what is the ID of the card, or maybe, and probably also the name. So let's have those two, and let's add typings for this. ID will be string, and same with the name. Name will be also the string. Now let's do return, and let's go back here, and I'm going just to copy and paste it here. Now we need to change this to just ID, and this will be just the name. Now let's go back here, and instead of doing like this, we will do just card. Let's see, can't find it. Let's see why. Card inside components should be visible. Card. Okay, I cannot import card because we have card also as typing here. So I need to do something like we did with the columns. I need to import it as something else. So let's do card, and let's import it as column card from and components, and let's do card. And now we can go down here and let's do column card. The ID will be card ID and the name will be card name. All right, now let's go to our card and we can add more data. Well, the first thing is that I want to change this div to a link like this, and the key should probably go to here because we are mapping here card ID. Let's put it like this, and here we need to add ref. So the link to a specific card will go like this: /boards/ and then board ID. Well, we don't know what is the board ID, but we can get it. We can get it, yes, let's put use client, and we can get it as params, const params equals use params, and we can do something like this: params board ID. Okay, then we will have slash, then we will have cards, and then the card ID. So just ID here. Let's put this here, this maybe here, so it will be easier to read. And I think this works nice. This looks nice so far. So now if I click, whoops, those cards look bad, but maybe we can just add block to fix it. Yeah, and now if I click, I will go to this URL, /board, should be boards. So let's fix it. And let's see, let's try once again, /board ID, then cards, and then card ID. So now let's maybe fix the page for this so we will not get 404. To fix it, I will need to go to app, then boards, board ID, and inside we need to create, then we have cards, then we will have a card ID inside square brackets, and then we will have page.tsx. Right, and here let's do export default function card page, and now let's just return here a div that will say card page just for now. So this works, but the thing is that when I click on it, I want to open a pop-up and not something and not a separate page. So how can I do this? Let's open this card 4, and well, here I want to, on this page, on this card page, I want to show the full board. So I will try to just put the board here like this, and we need to put the name of the board, and but that's fine, and ID of the board. We can, this is server component for now, so let's grab params from here, and let's just put here that let's see, I will put this here and this here, and now we have params, and params will be, and that we have board ID that is string, and let's put this into separate lines, and we will have also card ID that is also a string. Okay, so we have typings here. So this works. Now we can just put params board ID, and when it comes to name, let's put empty string for now. Let's see what will happen. So what happens is we don't see the board name. That's bad, but we can fetch it. But the thing is that well, I need the name, and I need to check also if we have the access to this page, right, to this board. And this is basically the same thing that we were doing here, board page. So instead here of actually doing board component, I will do board page component, and it needs params, and I can just put those params here, the same params that I get here, and it just works. and we have the name and everything. We don't need to have this import anymore. And now, let's see, I can simplify maybe this, make it prettier by putting, let's see, type page props here. So I will put it, I can put it here, and yeah, so we can do just params and page props. Maybe that's prettier. I don't know. Now let's see. We have page props, and so now if I go to start page and I open my board, the URL is /boards/ and then the ID of the board. If I open a card, the page is looks the same, but the URL changed to boards and then ID of the boards, then cards, and then ID of the card. This thing looks the same. So now what I want to do is on the board page, I want to check, or maybe inside board component, I want to check if we have this card ID inside URL. Or actually, we can also check it somewhere else. Or maybe I can check it here, doesn't really matter. Or there's a lot of code on a board. Let's do it inside the card. So here we have card, it's a client component, and this card is even rendered here with this URL now. And I can check if we have, I can check if inside params we have card ID. And if we have a card ID, as we have now, it means that the card should be open. So let's do use effect here from React arrow function, and let's add dependencies of params, and the params, what will be inside params? We will have card ID. Okay, and now inside this arrow function, I want to check if we have a card ID. So let's do params card ID. If we have a card ID, what do we want to do then? If we have a card ID, we want to make sure that we have a card open. And how can we do this? Well, we can use something called shadow routing. And this means that, for example, if I go here and I go just to this board and I click on this, it will not reload on the next page, because as you can see, if I click now, it reloads the page, it reloads the columns and everything. But if we use shadow routing, we can, I think it's called shadow routing, something like this. We can grab this click and this change of the URL and handle it on the same page without re-rendering. So to do this, we need to go to our board, and we will create a route called @modal, and then here inside we want to kidnap a route that is cards, and then we will create a page.tsx. Right, and let's see now. If I create this file, we will have inside boards @modal, then this directory, that means in the same structure for the links that is cards. I forgot about card ID directory, so let's do new directory, and let's do card ID, and this page should go there inside. Now let's see, export default function, and let's do card modal page. Let's see return, and let's put the div with test. Right, and now we can do something like this. Because of this structure, I can now go to let's see, I will close this thing, Actually, I think this should go into board ID, my fault. So here I will create another layout that tsx, And let's do export default function. Let's call this one maybe board layout. And basically we will just, let's put here React fragment. We will have children. And let's just print those children here. So everything works, but we can also check if we have a modal here. Modal. And let's also print this modal here, down here. Now we have a 4.4 error, but that's because we need to fix some empty default files, default routes. So this can be annoying, but this is just how it works. Export default function. Let's call it just default, and let's just return null. Doesn't really matter. And we still have this issue. We need to put the same thing into here. So it's the new file, default.ts. Yes, and let's see, into cards. Let's also put it here, default.ts. Yes, and let's see, we have it here. I'm going to put it also here in every directory. So let's put default.ts here and here. Oops, here we have it, here inside, default.ts. Yeah, so now it's working. We have a board, looks fine. And now let's see, if I click on the card, we get this test thing here. And that's thanks to this shadow routing. I think it's called shadow routing next 14. Shallow routing, sorry. Right, but let's go to the layout. And this model comes actually from this @ sign, then cards, shallow routing, and then card, and this page test. Let's fix this TypeScript here. So here we want to do just regular JSX. So let's see. Let's do page props here, and let's define them here above. Type page props equals, and children will be just regular React. Let's import React, and let's do node, React node, and I think we can do same with modal. Okay. Now we don't have any errors. Let's go further. Let's go to this test page. And now in this page, what we can do is we can just print a modal here. So show modal, something like this. But instead of just the text, I'm going to create a component for this. Maybe inside views, we have very little here. Let's put the name here. Card modal.tsx, export default function, card modal, and let's do return, and let's do div. Well, let's add some class names. Well, the first I want to have a backdrop, so let's do absolute, or maybe position fixed, inset of 0, background of black. Let's do like 70%, and then another div with background of white, some padding, and let's put test here inside. Let's try to render this. So here let's do return card modal. Yes, and let's make this a client component. Client. Yeah, now let's see. So we have this white box now. Let's see, inset 0, background black. Let's see why this backdrop didn't work. Let's do inspect here. Background black 70. If I refresh, let's see, and I click a card, yeah, then it works, kinda. Let's see. Yeah, and we have this test here. Right, now For this one, I would like to do margin top of 8, and let's do max width of XS, MX auto, so it will be centered-ish. Let's see, it's not centered. Let's see, margin top of 8, MX auto. We can do also like backdrop blur, but I think it's not that important. Now I want to make this white box centered. So let's see. Let's do max width. We have max width, padding. Let's see. I probably need to just refresh. And yeah, now it looks better. Let's make rounded medium. Rounded medium. So we have rounded corners. And now I should also be able to close this card by clicking here. So how can I do this? Well, first we need to fix this function here. So let's do function, and first we will do card handle backdrop click, because this is backdrop, and we will do just alert back, and then we will do on click here on this backdrop handle backdrop click. Now let's see if it works. If I click here, back, but the problem is even if I click on the white box, it says back. And to fix it, we will need to do something like this. I will first put this so it will be easier to read. And now this will go here, this will go here. For this one I will do on click, and let's do event stop propagation. So in case we click on the white one, we don't send the event to the parent. So now if I click here, nothing happens. If I click here, we get this alert. That's good. But now we need to fix so we can actually close this pop-up, and we can change the URL, right? Back to just the board. So to do this, I'm going just to use the router. The const router equals use router, and with the router I'm going to do back. Now let's see what will happen. Well, the URL changes. So but it takes like a little bit of time to refresh. But let's see. If I open, it's opened. If I click outside, it's closed. Okay, now it's fast. So I can open and close, open and close. I can also go back and forward with those arrows, and this also works. So that is really nice. So now what happens if I refresh this page? It shows the board, but it doesn't show the card. I need to open the card again. And if I refresh, it's not opened. So this is something we need to fix. Right, so how can we fix it? Well, we need to go to our card. Let's see. We can go to just our card. And here we have this use effect. And if we have a card ID, we can, inside params, we can do some stuff. Like, for example, now I refresh and we have card ID. We can see that we have this card ID. Then we can say, hey, we should open a pop-up, right? So before we will do this, how can we open a pop-up from here? To open a pop-up, we would need to take the IDs and then go first to the board and then to the card, I think. Let's try. Let's first grab params. We have params. Then we need router, const router equals use router. But first, before we will open the card, we need to check if there is any card open. Well, how can we know if it's open or not? Now it's open, now it's not, but the URL looks fine, right? So how can we fix it? Let's see. Let's open this. We can do something like this. If we are rendering something like this pop-up, let's go to this pop-up card modal. We can notify a context. So let's create a context somewhere. Maybe inside components, I'm going to do board context.jsx, and here I'm going to do export. First we need to create a context. Board context equals create context. Yes, and let's create empty object context. Let's also export it just in case, because we will need it later. And here I will also create export function board context provider, and this will return board context dot provider. And now here we will put let's see, here we will put we have board context provider. We need to put some more stuff here. Unresolved component board context provider. Let's see, should be fine. We need to put value here. Let's say that for now it will be empty object. Let's print the children here, and this should work. Create context. Okay, that's why it's create context from React. Now it's fine. All right, now let's see. We will need some state. We will need state for open card, and set open card. It will be use state, and default will be null. And we are going to pass it here. So let's do open card and set open card. Right, now we can go to card model, but first we need to go to board. Let's go to board, and we need to provide this state. We have room provider. Let's also put here board context provider, and the closing should go all the way down after room provider. Let's fix indentation, so we will indent here one level. Now we can go to our card model, and here inside, well, we know we are rendering this white box, so we can notify the whole app, hey, we have a white box rendered. How can we do this? We will just do use effect and no dependencies, and here we will grab params, const params equals use params, and here we will also grab, this will be, params will be our dependency, and let's make it as an array. Okay, and now we also want to have context, so let's grab set, not like this, like an object, open card, and set open card from use context of board context. Right, now let's see, this is not does not exist on type. Okay, use context, and we can do here, we need to export a type. So let's go to the board context, and let's put this type here, export type, and board context type equals, and now let's do export type, let's do just type. Let's see, something's wrong here. Type board context props. Yeah, let's see what is wrong here. Unresolved variable or type board context props, but I want to define it here. Okay, maybe not here. Let's put it inside the card model. Let's put it here, and let's use it here. So board context props, and we will do that open card is, well, either a string or a null, and then we will also have, let's see, can I do like this? Yes. And why we have an issue here? Let's also maybe use, let's put here set This should be able to, we should be able to move it to board context JSX. Okay, it's JSX, that's why it didn't work. And it was yellow, it should be TSX. Sorry about this, just change this to TSX, and let's refresh here. And let's see, let's clear this. Here we have children. Let's change let's add here typing that I would do type provider props equals, and let's put here that children are from React and React Node. Let's put here provider props. Now it's fine. Now we will have this set open card. I think it was also something from React as from state state set state action of open card ID. Let's put type open card ID equals, and it's either a string or null. Here, let's put here open card ID, and here the same thing, open card ID. Okay, now it looks fine. And let's see, use state, and this will be state of open card ID. And let's export this, and that's all. Now let's go back to card model and board context props. Let's import this thing. Now let's see, where we create context, we need to push this provider, sorry, not provider props, board context props here. And default data here will be open card, will be just null. Do we need to have it? Set open card React set state action. This looks fine. And this should be also, we should be able to make it empty. Okay, let's make those, all of those optional. Okay, now let's see, now this works. Let's see, we have an issue here. Dispatch set state action open is not assignable to set state open card. Okay, let's change it to React dispatch. No, just dispatch of all of this. Right, now we don't have any issues. Let's now go back to card model. And now let's see, we have open card. Let's also grab a set open card. Now we want to use it, and we want to use it here. If inside params we have a card ID, then we can do something like this. We can set open card to params card ID. Now we have an issue because this can be like anything. So let's do just to string. And the issue with this is, let's see, cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. So this can be undefined. So let's just check that this is not undefined. Set open card is not undefined. So now let's see if I refresh, and we have an issue here. I probably just need to restart my environment. Something not found. Let's see why. This is because I have renamed from JS to TSX. Yeah, now it works. It just needed a refresh. Now if I click this one, we have this one open, and our we should be notified. Our context should be notified. So now we can go to board, and let's see if I refresh here. Now we can go to, now we have an ID, but we know from the context that we don't have any pop-up. So what we can do is we can check, okay, there's no pop-up open, but we have an ID, so we should actually open a pop-up. So let's go to this board. Let's go to a board card here. Here we have this empty use effect. Let's also grab our state. So let's grab open card, use context board board context. Now we can check, okay, we have card ID from the URL, but we don't have any open card. And if that's the issue, we want to redirect first to this to the board page and then to the card page. So let's do boards, and then let's maybe grab both board ID and the card ID. So let's do const board ID and card ID from params, and then let's do router push and slash boards slash board ID, and then router push and boards and then board ID slash cards slash card ID. So now let's see. So now if I refresh, we see that we have a card open. So I can go to test card 1, and I still see test because it's hard coded. But when I refresh, it will reopen, because when I refresh, nothing will be opened, and we can see here, okay, we have a card ID, but no open card. All right, so now what we do from here, we need to go to our card model, and we still have a test here, and we know what is the ID, so we need to fetch the information about our card. So the const card equals, and we want to use storage, and from the root we want to do root and get, we want to do root cards, and we want to find a card where card ID is the same as params card ID. All right, and let's see, I'm going to put this maybe not like this, I'm going to put this like this, and I will add this shallow comparison. How to make it a little bit prettier, let's put this part here with a return, and now it looks much better. Let's see, yeah, this looks fine. So we have card here, and now maybe instead of this test, I can print the card name. So let's see, and now we have room provider is missing from React tree. Okay, so it looks like when we, let's see, card, we have this card here, but we cannot find the card. That's weird. Let's see, we have used storage here. Let's see, card, something wrong is here. It's possibly null. Okay, how we can make sure it's not null? Maybe I can add the question mark here. Let's see if this will help. No, room provider is missing from the React tree. So it looks like when we have this page that is cards, card ID page, then we have board page, then we have board, and we don't have a room provider. That's weird. Let's fix it. Let's see. Board page, do we have any? Yes, we do have server functions here, but the board has this, let's see, room provider, so this should be fine. Let's see if we can refresh on this thing. We see the board. If I open, no, nothing here. Let's see, inspect here. Let's see components, and let's see if we have a row boundary. Nothing else here. Let's go to boards, and let's see if we have room provider here. Let's search for room provider. Yes, we do have room provider here. Okay, but the problem is that when we open a model, for example, in this layout here, then inside this model, we don't have a room provider. So let's fix it. Let's put here on the top, use client, and let's put all of those providers here. So we need to have board context provider, and let's put it here. And we will also need to have room provider with this initial storage and so on. Let's put this let's put this here. Let's fix indentation of the children and modal here. Now room ID, we need to grab the board ID, so let's do const params equals use params, and now let's see params board ID, initial presence, let's do empty. Here we will do toString just to be sure it's a string. And now initial presence and initial storage. Initial storage will be like this. We will have columns, that is by default let's see new live list, and new live list, just like this, and we need to import it, new live list, and we will have also cards that by default will be also new live list, like this. All right, so now let's see if this will help. I'm going to close it. Yeah, looks like it works. So we can open test card 2, card 4, test card 2, test card 1. Yeah, it works. So now let's go back to our card ID page, and this looks fine. We need to go back to card modal, and let's maybe fix that we can rename our card. So let's add a state for this, as we always do. Const set maybe let's do set edit mode, and set edit mode, and first edit mode and then set edit mode, not use context, use state, and here use state, and the default will be false. And now we have when we have a card open on the right side, I want to have those dots. So let's create a div that will be a header. So let's put flex and justify between. We will have h4 for the card name that I'm going to put here, and then a button with those dots. So let's do font awesome icon, and let's do FA ellipsis. I think it was like this. Let's import this thing. And now let's see if it's visible. Yes, it is. I want to make it lighter. So for this button, let's do a text gray 600, maybe 400. Yeah. And when we click, so on click, we want to do arrow function. Let's put it here, and let's do set edit mode to true. All right. And now those two things should be visible only if it's not edit mode. If not edit mode, and parentheses, and well, what should we do? Let's put this whole div. So let's cut it from here. Let's put this. Let's put those two things here inside. If we don't have any mode, edit mode. If we do have edit mode, and then let's do div, and let's put a form so we can edit the name of the card. So default value here will be the card name, and we will have a button to save it, and that will be a type of submit. And let's see, let's click this. Yeah, now this looks fine, but I need to have some spacing. I think I will add some class names here on the input, margin bottom of 2, and then for this button I will do class names width of full, so it will take the whole width. This looks fine. Now for this form we need to add on submit, and on submit we want to handle function handle name change, something like this. Handle name change submit. Event prevent default. So let's do this here. Handle name change submit, and this is a form event. Yes. And now, as always, we just grab the input const input equals. First, we grabbing event target as HTML form element, and then we do query selector. We try to find the input. If we find an input, then we do, what do we want to do? We want to do with the input, we want to grab the value and assign it to new name equals input value. Then what else? We want to rename this card. So we need to have a use mutation for this. Const update card equals use mutation, and the callback arrow function, no dependencies. And now here we can grab storage and we can add some params. The params will be card ID and the update data, right? And so let's now grab the cards. So the storage, let's get cards, and we want to find index. We want to find index of this card ID. So let's do find index where card ID is the same as card ID. Let's assign it to const index, and then we can do something like this. Storage get cards and get index, and then we can just first grab this card, const card equals this, and then we want to update with this update data. So it's the for let key of maybe let's call it update key of update data. And now let's do card set update key to be update data of update key. Right, and now let's see. We have new name and we want to do update card. We need to have a card ID. Do we have it here? We have it inside params. So let's do params card ID and the data. The data we want to update on the card is name to be new name. That's all, I think. After it's done, we just do set edit mode to false. Let's see if this will work. We have a small issue here. Let's add to string just to make sure. No, that's not the issue. Let's see what's the issue. ID does not exist on type live object card. That's weird, but we can fix it by changing this to a regular array. Let's see if this will help. Well, kinda. Now we have error here. Let's see what's the issue. Can only be iterated through when using down lever iteration. Okay, let's do something else. Let's do const cards equals, and let's do this. Okay, and then here let's put cards, and let's do maybe something else. Let's do map, and for each card I want to return a copy of the card. So now let's see, we still have an issue with this. Maybe instead of copy we can just do to object. I remember there's a function for this. Yeah, now everything works. Let's see if we can add a test card to new name. Enter. Error. Okay, so let's see what happened. Let's see here. Update data is not iterable. Okay, and this is because, well, it should be iterable. We are sending ID, and then let's see how it looks like. Console log update data. Let's then just return. Let's clear this, save. Well, it looks fine. It's name and then the new name. So let's see. Off. It should be in here. Sorry. Now let's see. We have update key, but it should be key of card. So let's do as key of of card. Was it like this? No. Let's see. I forgot the structure. Key of card. As key of card. Okay, now it should work. Let's see. Let's edit new name to enter, and as you can see, it's even updated here on inside the backdrop. So that is cool. And we can edit this to, I don't know, 4.1 if we want. But I also want to have a delete button underneath. So let's fix now this delete button. So here underneath, let's add the button that will be, let's add the class names to delete. So let's do background red, text white, and the padding of 2, and the width of full. It will say delete, and I want to have trash icon, font awesome icon, fa trash, and we need to import this, yes, and justify center, items center, and the flex. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, let's add a gap and rounded corners. So let's add a gap of 2 and rounded the medium. Yes, and let's add a margin top of 8. Yes, this looks nice. Maybe deleting without a confirmation is not that great. So I'm going to create a separate component for this. Let's go to components and let's do new file, delete with confirmation.tsx, export default function. Let's do delete with confirmation without any params yet. And for the params, we will have on delete, and what else? That's it for now. And let's add just props here, and let's put type props equals on delete. We need on delete. That will be a function that returns just void. All right, and now let's see. Here I will just do return, and I want to have this this button. So let's take this button, let's put it here, maybe accept this margin top of 8, and now let's use it here. Let's use delete with confirmation. We need on delete that we will put in a second. For now I will just put empty arrow function. I'm going to put this with margin top of 8, so we will have some spacing that we removed. And now let's see. We will have, when you click on this button, I want to have a confirmation on the same line here. So let's do first state if it's clicked. Wants, maybe wanna delete, and set wanna delete equals use state, and default will be false. Let's put that it's a client component just to be sure. And now if we click on this button, we will just do update set wanna delete to true, and then we will do something like this. We will do, if we have wanna delete that is true, we will return something else. And we will return a div with some class names, flex gap of 2, and here we will have 2 buttons. The first one to cancel, and the second one to delete. Delete and cancel. And for cancel, we will just do on click and set wanna delete to false. Let's put this here and this here. So now if I click here, let's see. Well, cancel. Let's style this a little bit. So let's put this on click here, and let's add some class name. Maybe we can add something to basic styling. If I put button here, let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Let's put width full, and maybe instead of flex, I will put grid and grid columns 2. Well, let's see why is it this way and not next to each other. I don't know, let's put this back to flex and gap of 2, and maybe we have this because we have this with full. Let's remove it and let's put grow here and grow on this button as well. So let's add class names, grow, and let's see. Well, they do not grow. Let's put block and the same thing here. Let's see. No, still take no space. Here we have a button that should grow, but it doesn't. Maybe let's do this with divs. We will have 2 divs and each will have a button. Here, let's put this one, and here, let's put this one. Now, let's see, we have a button here. Let's make this div, the first one, grow, class name, grow. So now let's see, no, it's still small. And then we have another button here. Doesn't work, but let's see. Let's put here a grid instead, and grid template, grid columns 2. And now let's see why it's not next to each other. So we have a grid and we have a gap, but grid columns 2 doesn't seem to work. Maybe we need to do columns 2, yeah, like this. Grid columns 2, no, doesn't seem to work. Columns 2, let's see. Grid calls 2, no, doesn't seem to work. Let's see if I refresh. Let's see, I open a card if I want to delete. Let's see, now it's next to each other and the divs are the right size, so now it works. Right, so now I want this to be with full. Same on this button with full. Let's see, this looks fine. Now let's fix the delete. So let's do, let's add button and delete. And let's fix this inside the globals CSS. We will have also a button of class delete, or maybe just red. Let's call it red. Apply, and background red 500, and text white. Now let's go back here, and button red. Doesn't work. Let's see why. And button red. Let's see. Button red. The button works, but let's see, button and red. Let's see, maybe I need to refresh. Let's see. Yeah, now it works. So I can click cancel, and with delete I want to have also some icons. So I want to also add maybe with icon on the buttons. So let's do with icon, and it will do this flex thing. So let's do that btn with icon or button with icon. And what we'll do, it will apply flex gap of 2 items center. All right. Now let's add some icons. So for cancel, I want to add FA arrow left like this, and let's import this. And for this delete button, I want to have a trash icon. So font awesome, FA trash, and let's see. Yeah, seems like we don't have this gap that I wanted. Let's see, globals, gap of 2, maybe because I need to refresh. I don't know why, but looks like I need to. Let's do, yeah, and it would be nice to make it centered, maybe on all of the buttons, but let's go globals and let's do justify center. And now it should work. Let's see, I will refresh here. Let's edit, delete. Yeah, looks nicely. Maybe I will add a question here. So let's put the div here, and then those two buttons, let's put inside this div. But first I will add a question like h4, are you sure? Are you sure? And then let's add also class name margin bottom of at least 1. And now here I will do yes delete. Yeah, maybe just this, or maybe we will get rid of this icon. Yes delete, so we'll have enough space. Yes delete, or we will have a cancel. Let's make this text centered as well. Text center. Let's see, more margin bottom here. Now it works much better. So now we need to implement this on delete that you can see here. So let's go here and let's do on click, and let's do just on delete. Yeah, this should work. Now let's go back where we are using this card modal, and we have this empty on delete, on this delete with confirmation. And what we want to do is we want to delete a card. So I think we have similar function for the column. So let's search for column tsx, and we have this use mutation to delete a column with specific ID. I'm going just to copy this, and let's put this same for the card model. So let's maybe under update card, let's do delete card. We will have ID, and first we want to grab a card. We want to grab all of the cards, and then we want to find card index that we want to delete by searching for this specific ID. If we find this card index, we just delete it using this card index, and this should work fine. So now let's see. Now here we can do just delete card. We need to pass ID, but we have the ID. Let's see where we have ID inside params. So let's do just params.id, not ID, card ID. Right, so let's put this maybe here so it will be more readable. And another thing that would be nice to do is to close the pop-up, right? So let's maybe create a function for this whole deletion thing. Function handle delete. And now I want to do something like this. I want to use this delete card. Let's put handle and delete here. And let's put this into here, delete card. And then I want to grab router, and I want to go to the board. So I want to close the pop-up. So I will set open card to null, set open a card to null, and I will go to the board page, to the board URL, board, and let's do params board ID. Okay, this should work. Set open card has something wrong here. It can be undefined. Okay, so let's maybe check if we have set open card. Then we will do this set open card to null. Right, so now let's try to delete this. Delete test card 2. Yes, delete. And okay, it went to board instead of boards. So let's try again. Let's go to our board once again. Let's see. Let's close this. Let's open our board. And let's see. I'm going to put a test here, and let's try to delete this. Delete. Yes, delete. And well, it should close the pop-up, but it didn't, even if we set this card to null. Let's see why. If we go to cards, card ID, sorry, we need to go to card .tsx, and here we can check something like this. If we don't have any card ID in the params, as it is now, we don't have any card ID in the params, but we have open card. So if we don't have params card ID, and we have open card. Then it means we should close it. So to close this open card, well, we just need to go to this board URL. I don't know if this will be good enough. Let's see. I will put here params board ID. Let's see if this will work. Let's put test here. Let's try to delete this card. Delete, yes. It redirects, but we still have this pop-up. We can probably fix it by going just back. Instead of this URL, we can do back. And now let's try. Let's refresh our board. Let's put maybe test 1, 2, 3 here. Let's try to delete it. Delete, yes. Now it works. Perfect. To delete, I can rename it to delete 2, and then I can, and even it's updated here to delete 2, and I can change it maybe again to 3, and I can delete it if I want, and everything works, and the URL has changed. So if I put test, if I click it, it goes to cards and this, but I can do just delete, and it goes back to boards. That's perfect. Right, so now we can open cards, we can delete them, and we can move them around, and we can also delete and move around columns and stuff like this. Maybe one more thing that I need to add is same cancel button. I want the same cancel button that we have here. So let's go to this column TSX, and let's search for cancel edit, and I will just copy this and I will put it as a separate button. So let's do new file cancel button.tsx, and here let's do export default function cancel button. We will have here on click, and let's define this that on click will be an arrow function that returns just void. And now let's do return here. Whoops, return, and here I will just paste all of this, and here I will put my on click function. All right, so now we can go back to column, and we can get rid of this. We just need to rename, and we just need to cut this just because we will need this. And now we need the cancel button on click. We would do this, and that's it. And now we can go to the card modal, and here we have this edit mode. Under this delete with confirmation, we can add cancel button, and on click we want to do set edit mode to false. And now let's see, let's cancel this. Let's go here. No, not here, sorry. Let's open this card. Let's go to this card, and we can do cancel edit. So that is nice. Maybe there's too much space here. So let's go here and let's change this to 4. Let's see how it looks like now. Yeah, maybe even less. Let's do just 2. Delete, no. Delete, cancel. We have now 2 cancels, so maybe we can change this to no. No. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So this works. Now we can edit everything with columns, and we can edit here card names. Maybe instead of those dots we could have like, I don't know. No, it looks fine. Maybe it would be nice to have even when we click on the title so we can edit. I don't know. You can add it if you want. Just click on a div, and it will work. not on this one, it will be on this card modal. So here on this div, this one, and it has both this button and this h4. But now we can edit, we can drag and drop stuff, and the next part will be actually, so we can add the description on the cards that will also be live, and maybe some comments. Right, so the next thing would be nice to have something more on the card. So I think the next thing here will be like a card description. So let's see. This component that I have opened here is a card model. Okay, that's fine. But maybe for the card description, we can put it into different component. Let's make first do here that if we don't have edit mode, and then let's do end. Let's put the div here, and here maybe we can do something like h2 saying description. Let's see, yeah, description. I'd also would like to have like an icon. So I want to put a font awesome icon, FA document. Let's try with this, maybe just document. No, let's try to find this, document, and we have file. Let's see what, I want to have like a text. Let's maybe search for text. Let's maybe do file lines. I think this looks fine, file lines. So let's do FA file lines, and let's import this one. And now for this h2 I want to do flex gap of, I don't know, 2, and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, we have description here. This looks fine. Do we have let's search for file lines. We have 2 here, and this one is from this one is outline, and this one is let's see, solid. Let's see, it's classes here, classic, and FA file lines, and here FA file lines. Same thing. Let's do individual import, dynamic import, and style regular. What style is here? Let's see, dynamic import, style solid. Okay, let's try to import it from somewhere else. So let's see, FA file lines. We have only solid SVG icons. So let's try to find the other package, because I want to have this outline. So let's search for, let's see, Fort Awesome, and let's search for free solid, free, let's see, free, let's see, maybe if I will make this a little smaller. Free solid SVG icons. This one is what we have, this one, but we don't have this one, free regular SVG icons. So let's get this one too. So let's get this one, and let's do yarn add this, and once it's installed we will have also other icons. So now let's go back here, and let's import from regular icons. And now let's see, yeah, now we have different type of icon. I need to add the items center, so it will be centered in the same line, centered vertically. Now I also need to add margin on the top of at least 2, so we have more spacing here. Maybe we can do like 4 to have more space. I don't know if it's too much. Maybe it's fine. This title could be a little bit bigger, so let's see, h4, let's do class name, let's do text LG, so large. Yeah, I think that's now it's better. Now under the description, I would like to have a separate component for description. So here, for example, where I put desk, we should have a text area for description. But as I said, I will have it as a separate component. So let's put new file here, and let's put card description.tsx, export default function, card description, and let's do return. I'm going to put just a div with test here inside, and let's put it here. So card description, and that's it. So we should have this text. That's good. And well, here inside we are going to use let me show you from examples. We are going to use text editor, something like this, so we can edit and see what is edited by someone else at the same time. So to do this, first we will need to grab some information here. Like we will need to have cart ID from use params, and that should be it. Now we will need to install few components. First, we will need to yarn add. We will need to add Liveblocks YJS and YJS itself, and let's install those two. And now what we need to do here is we need to have a first state for a document and a provider. So let's do document, set document equals use state. Let's put here null by default. And now provider. So let's do provider and set provider, and the default will be use state and null. All right, and now what do we need to do now? So let's put a use effect, and here first param is an arrow function as always, and then we have here dependencies. For our dependencies, we want to depend on a room information. So let's grab a room. So const room equals use room, imported, yes. So let's put our room here. And now first what we need to do inside this use effect, whoops, I have a typo here. Inside this use effect, we need to first prepare a document. I'm going to call it Y document because we are using a document from YJS. So that's why I'm calling this Y doc. And we need to also do Y provider. And this Y provider will be new Liveblocks provider. And here, as you can see, we need to put the room information and Y document. So now we can set those two to our states. So we just do set document, Y doc, and set provider, Y provider. As simple as that. This have some issues here with Typescript because type document is not assignable to null, and same with this provider. So let's put here a doc and here provider, or maybe we should put Liveblocks provider. Let's remove this. Now for Liveblocks provider, let's see what type of this is, present storage, and so on. Let's put here, I don't want to pass all of this, let's put any. All right, so maybe I should do Liveblocks provider, but then I need to Oops, I need to pass all of those. Maybe let's try. And if it's too much work, I will just remove it. Let's remove this null for now. And now it seems to work. Let's add also or null. So I can put null here, same here, or null. And let's put null here as the default. Right, so this is done. We have it inside state. In every use effect, we can also add a return function here, and this function will be called when this component unmounts from the page. So what I want to do here is, for this document, I want to run destroy, and same for the provider. So let's do destroy here, just so we can clean some stuffs up. All right, so this looks fine. Now we need to use this document and the provider, and we can create an editable area, you know, where you can have what you see is what you get. But this, I will put it into even another component, and I will call it description editor.tsx, and let's do export default function description editor, and let's put return. Let's put a div for now. Now I will use this description editor here, description editor, and I will just pass everything that I have here. So I'll pass this document from state, I will pass my provider, and I will even pass a card ID that I get from params. I will put this into separate lines so it will be easier to read. Let's also add the card ID to be card ID, and that's it. So now let's see. Now we need to define those props inside description editor. So let's do here props, and let's call this one editor props, and let's now define this type. Type editor props, and we will have here document, that is doc, and we will have also what do we have? We will have also a provider, and that is Liveblocks provider. Let's leave it like this for now. And we also have we will also have our card ID, right? So let's do card ID, that is string. Okay, this one was simple. We could also actually put here all of this stuff. Let's see, for this type, this will maybe help a little bit. Those stuff can be also null, so let's add those things here, and or maybe no, let's make that those will not be null. And here, before we'll render this editor, let's just check if we don't have a document or we don't have provider, then let's just return null here and don't try to render this thing. Now let's see what's wrong with this card ID. Okay, it means that this can be array of strings. So let's do just 2 string on this, and now it's just a single string. Right, so now we can do stuff here. So for this editor, we are going to use an editor called TipTap. So let's do yarn add, and let's do TipTap, and we will need TipTap React, and we will need TipTap starter kit. This is like extra plugins, and I want also another plugin called TipTap placeholder, and for those collaboration stuff, We will also need the tip tab of extension collaboration and tip tab of extension collaboration cursor. So we can have those cursors where saying where everybody is standing. That's a lot of plugins. This will take a while to install. Whoops, something is not found. Placeholder not found. Okay. Let's go here. Placeholder. It's extension placeholder. Extension dash placeholder. Right. While it's installing, I can start writing code. So the first thing that we need to use is editor content. Editor content. And this editor content needs to be imported from TipTap React. So I don't know why it's not importing automatically. Maybe it's not yet installed. Editor content from and let's do here TipTap React. Okay, editor content. Now we need to pass some stuff. Let's do content, and we will need to pass editor. And what is editor? Well, we need to prepare an editor, editor object. So let's do this. Here above, we will prepare an editor. So first, const editor equals, and here just use editor, and this use editor should also come from here, TipTap React, use editor. Okay, use editor, and here we just put a lot of configuration. And the only thing that we are going to need is extensions, and it's just an array of extensions. With all of the extensions, you just put you just import this extension name. So for example, starter kit. I don't know why, but it's not automatically importing this for me. Let's do import starter kit. Maybe there's something wrong with no starter kit from TipTap starter kit, and now starter kit, and the configure is the same thing for all of those, and we configure this specific plugin extension. Here we just disable history just for purposes of this multi-user editing. Next is this placeholder extension that I want to configure, and here we just need to put empty editor class because we need to style this placeholder manually from our CSS. And let's put is empty editor, or maybe is editor, is editor empty. Yeah, and the placeholder itself, what should it say? It will say task description goes here, ... Maybe just task description. Yeah. Now, two more plugins for collaboration. Just a default collaboration plugin that we need to configure. And what we need to put here is the document, which we get from props. So let's do props document. We can do like this, or we can, instead of doing props, we can do, let's close this, and we can do like doc, provider, and the card ID. And this should work as well. No, now it should work. So no parentheses. So here, let's just put doc, and here we need to put also our, we can pull, we need to pull, put here field, and our field will be actually card ID. So we know we collaborate on a specific field, which will be our card ID. And then we also need to have configure our collaboration cursor, and let's configure this thing. And now here we need to put our provider, and user. And you may think, oh, wait a second, what is user? User is information about our user. So for example, our own name or something like this. But we can get this from Liveblocks. So let's do user info equals, and let's do use self. There's a hook that is something like this. Let's see. Let's go to Liveblocks config. Let's go here, use self. Maybe we can also add other hooks, use others. Now let's go back here. So use self, we need to import this one from Liveblocks config. Yes, and it's callback that we put here. What information we want to have, let's just grab info. Show me that info. So here we can put our user info, and now let's see, we have a small TypeScript issue here. User info null or undefined is not assignable to record a string any. Okay, let's maybe do something like this. If no user info, then return nothing. So let's see, now it's much better. Now we can print our editor content. We can put our editor that we prepared, and that's it, I think. Let's see what we have. We are missing tip-tap PM. I don't know what it is, but let's just add it. Yarn add tip-tap PM. I think it's a shortcut for prose mirror. And we also need this. So let's also yarn add prose mirror. And we also need to have this. Let's yarn add it as well. So we have all of the missing libraries. Now, let's add this, yarn add, let's see, Y protocols awareness. Okay, let's try. No, let's try to refresh. No, we still need this. Let's see, what have we installed here? Y protocols. So we should have it, I think. Yes, we do now. So we have description here, and here we have some area that we can do for, we can edit some stuff. So it started to work. Let's see if we can do multiple browsers. So I'm going to put the same URL, and let's try to log in with another email. So first I need to share this board with my coding with David gmail.com so I can have access. Let's hit save. Looks like I cannot add an email, so let's try to find out why. So now let's try with just test at example.com, and it works. Now let's try with coding with david@gmail.com. Let's save, and it didn't do anything. Let's see why. Let's go to this form. I think it was called something with form, new board access form. Okay, here we have this function here. Let's do console log user accesses, and now let's see. Now let's see here if we can coding with david@gmail.com. Let's add this room right. Okay, should work. Let's maybe try with different board to see if this is a problem for also other boards. Let's add the board and create a board that will be a shopping list. So let's put this shopping list. Why not? So we have a board shopping list, and let's try to put my email here. Okay, now it worked. Let's go back to this board and to buy, or maybe just buy boat, and let's buy some cheese and milk and bread and maybe that's enough. And let's say that bread is already bought. Okay. Now, if I go here, I go to my Trello here, I have access to a shopping list. And now let's open bread, and let's see what happens if I start typing. And bread is nice. As you can see, it reflects the description here, which is really nice. But what I miss is those cursors, but we can fix it. We just need some extra CSS. So to fix it, let's go here and let's go to description editor, and there is a CSS we can use. We can probably get it from here. Let's maybe go to this collaborative text editor, and we can just copy this thing, collaboration, cursor, and so on. It's also included somewhere in the documentation, but I just don't want to search for it. Right, now let's see. We don't need to have this comment or this one. And now let's see. And bread is nice. Okay. Now, and as you can see, the name is shown up. So I can do bread is nice. Yes. And bread is nice. So that's really a cool feature. But it would be nicer to have some buttons to do, like what you see is what you get. And to do this, let's go back to description editor, and we will add here some kitchen sink buttons-ish. So let's put a div here, and let's put class names that it will be flex with some small gap, and let's do margin bottom of 1 so we'll have some more small gap here, space. Right, first button, let's do for bold stuff. Maybe we can do font awesome icon, and let's do FA bold. Let's see if we have such icon. Yes, we do. So let's do bold, and basically what we need to do here now for this button is we need to add an on click, and this on click will do something like this. Let's do arrow function, and now we grab editor, we do chain, and we probably don't need this question mark, or we do. Let's do a chain, and then let's do focus, because we want to go into this editor, and we want to toggle bold, and we want to run this function toggle bold. So now let's see if this will work. So if here we have this bold icon. If I select this and I click bold, the bread is bold. So that is nice. Maybe now we can style it a little bit. So I'm going to put some class names here, like let's do maybe some small shadow. Let's see how this will look like. No difference. So let's do maybe background white, just in case, rounded medium, and let's add a little bit of padding, and let's make this smaller, text SM. So now we have something like this. I don't see any shadow, so let's refresh and see if this will help. Yeah, now I see this shadow here. Maybe it should be just a border. So let's see, border. Let's do padding on the top and the bottom one, but on the sides let's do 2. Let's see if this will help anything. No, but let's refresh to see if maybe we need to just refresh. Yeah, now this button looks much better. We would probably need some spacing here. So let's do margin top of 2. Let's see. Yes, that's better. For this editor, we can also add some class names. And what I want to add here is what class names. I want to have border and rounded medium. So we have this border here, and well, maybe I can even add some padding of 2. Let's see. Yeah, now it's much nicer. And what else? Let's maybe add another icons here, another buttons. So let's maybe add the button for I don't know, italic. So let's do font awesome FA italic. Let's import this one, and the stuff we can just copy here and we can put it here. What we need to do change is toggle italic, and let's see, yeah, and we can also do underline. Maybe I will just copy this and put this here, and let's do underline, and let's try to import this one. Here we will do toggle underline. Whoops, toggle. Let's see, what do we have? Bold, toggle. We have strike, but we don't have underline. Let's see, no, nothing. Let's see, undo, no, but we can do like undo and forward. Toggle underline tip tab. Let's see why. Well, I think it's a separate extension, underline. So let's add it. So let's add tip tab extension underline. Let's do yarn, whoops, yarn add extension underline. And as with all extensions, we just need to do just configure. So let's do underline configure, and I guess we don't need to have any props here. Let's see now, toggle. Now let's do here toggle underline and run. We have it now, so that's good. And here we have a button. That's nice. So we have now underline. Everything looks nicely. We could also make if a button is clicked or not. Styling for this. To do this, you just do something like this. Let's change this to a string like this, and we will add something. We will add parentheses here, and we will grab editor. We will check is active, and if it's active bold, then we will add here something, and let's say we will do font bold, or maybe background red 500, something like this. So if you click, no, this doesn't work. Let's see why editor is active bold, and this should work. Let's see, because we have this background white, maybe that's why. Let's put this as a opposite value here if it's not active. So now you see it's red, but here it's not red. So we could actually put more buttons if we want, but you can play with this more if you want. We could also do something like this. We can go to global CSS and we can define editor button, and with this I can do just let's say apply and all of those classes. So I can just grab all of this, oops, all of those. Let's copy, let's go here, apply, and editor button dot active, and now here I can apply more, like background red, let's do blue 500, and text white, why not? So let's go back here, and now instead of all of those classes I can do just let's remove all of it like this, and let's do something like this. Editor is active. If the bold is active, then we will do classes editor button and active, active, otherwise just editor button. Or maybe we could move this editor buttons to here, editor buttons. So we will just need this active thing, and here we will do just editor buttons, and we will just put those stuff here. This will be for regular button, and this will be for active button, something like this. So now we can put this as a class name. We just need to change this is active italic, and here is active underline. Now let's see. This thing doesn't seem to work, but let's refresh. Sometimes we need to refresh, especially for those pop-ups. Let's open bread. Yeah, seems to work. We can use other styling, like maybe here let's do text gray, like, I don't know, 600. And here when it's active, let's make it background gray 200, and the text will be darker, text gray 600 or maybe 800. Let's remove this text white, and now let's see. I need to refresh as always for this pop-up. Yeah, looks nice. So maybe the text could be a little bit darker. Let's put 700 here and 900 here. Yeah, and let's put nice underline. Yeah, looks really nice. You can test and add more buttons. Let's maybe see description editor. You can put a header. So let me copy one of those buttons. I can put like chain focus, and you can just go and see, toggle how many things there is here. You can do heading, run, but for the heading it needs to have some attributes like heading 1 and so on. So let's maybe jump here inside and see what the level is. It's like a number. So let's go back here and let's put level to be I don't know, 2. And then let's go to is active heading, and here let's put FA heading. Let's import this one. Let's see how this will look like. So if I click here, I don't know if anything have changed, but we can hit inspect. Maybe it's just, yeah, it's H2 here. And the only problem is that we don't have styling for this. So we just need to have this class tip tap, and then H2 should be bigger. We can fix it inside our globals. So we can do tip tap and H2, or maybe let's put it like this, H2s inside tip tap. And we will apply that the text will be, let's say 2XL, something like this. Should work. And let's see, H2 here. Maybe I need to refresh. Let's see. So yeah, now it's bigger. So looks really nice. And we should still see this, that we can edit in several people. Yeah, so that's cool. Right, so this editing seems to work, and it works nicely. Now the next thing that I would like to add would be maybe let's fix this outline, because I don't like this blue outline here. Let's see where it is. It's somewhere here. Yeah, and let's hit here focus on this content editable. So let's pick focus here. Let's see. Where is this outline coming from? Here. Or maybe let's leave this outline. But it would be nicer with this outline being somewhere else. Okay, now I see this outline, and I think it should be here. Let's see. Outline. Let's see in the computed outline with 0.8. So I guess it's this thing. So let's see where it comes from. Focus visible. Okay, it comes from the Google Chrome. Our Google Chrome is adding this outline. So we can probably get rid of this. It's on this div that has this content editable. So let's do something like this. Let's see what we have for classes here. Is it inside this tip tab? Yes, it's this tip tab div. So let's do something like this. And if it's focus visible, then let's do outline 0. Now let's see if I refresh. Let's see if we will still have this outline. No, now we don't. But maybe I can add some padding here instead. Let's do apply a padding of 2, and apply padding 2 will go here. And if it's focused, I will do border apply border blue 500. And I'm going to remove this padding 2 from this editor. And I need to add rounded and border on this div that we have here. So let's put this here. And now let's refresh to see if this will work. Yeah, seems to work, and it's blue when I'm focusing on this. So this works really nicely. You can add more buttons if you want. I don't, so it will be like this for now. The next thing would be nice to have is, I think, comments. But before we'll go there, I would like this text to be even bigger. So let's go to my card model, and let's see, here we have this text XL. Let's make it XL so it will be even bigger. I probably need to refresh again to see. Yeah, I think it works fine. Maybe we can do 2XL. And yeah, I think that is much nicer. Right, so yeah, the next step would be comments. So for comments, it's super simple. You can just go to comments beta, and it doesn't have any comments yet, but we can just go to guides and documentation, and let's go to comments, and we will use ready components for this. It will look something like this. Let's search for comments and components. Yeah, here it is. Inside API reference, Liveblocks React components. We will probably need to install it. So let's start by doing yarn add on this. So let's do yarn add this. And now let's see where we are. This is card model TSX, and we have description here. Underneath would be maybe nice to have another H2, but this time with comments. So let's put comments here, and I want to have comments icon. Is there such icon? Yes, there is. Now let's see how this will look like. Comments. Yeah, but I would like to have different comments, not those comments. I would like to have outline comments. So let's see. Comments from regular SVG icons. So now let's see. Do I need to just refresh? We have comments, and here, down here, I would like to have some comments. So let's go to the documentation. And this is as simple as using just those threads. And another component is just composer. And as you see, it's simple as that. You just put composer or you put threads. You just map through the threads. We're using this use threads. Let's make sure that we export it. So let's go here and use threads. Yes, and let's go here to the card model, and under comments here, first we need to grab threads, And as you saw, it's as simple as just doing use threads. So let's do const threads equals use threads, and let's go down here, and here we just loop through the threads. We check if we have any threads. So let's do threads length is bigger than 0. Let's see what is wrong here, if we have threads. And then let's do threads map, and for each thread let's do parentheses. Let's put maybe a div. We need to have a key of thread ID, and then what do we need to do? Then we just want to print a thread with this thread and ID of thread ID, and that's it. Let's see what's the issue here. Okay, what's this? Map does not exist on thread state. Okay, we do not import like this threads. Instead, we import like this because it has also some other properties that we can grab. Now it works fine, and we can also check if the length is bigger than 0. Then we will do and print the threads, or maybe this will not work. So let's just do threads. If we have any threads, we are printing them. Simple as that. Now we also want to add a composer. So if threads length is 0, if it's 0, let's do end parentheses. Let's do maybe a div, and inside let's put a composer like this. We can add here metadata, and we should add it metadata. Our metadata will be card ID, and let's see how we can grab card ID here. We have it inside params, so let's do params and card ID. Right, let's see what's wrong here. Okay, this can be array of strings, so let's do toString, and now it's fixed. Now for the threads that we are fetching, let's see, for the threads here, we can also have some params. We have options, and those options, let's see how they look like. Let's jump here, then we have options, and the options is metadata. So let's go back to card model, and let's do something like this. Card ID to be params card ID. Let's see here. It doesn't, object literally may only specify known properties, and it doesn't exist there. Let's see how it should look like. Options. So it says like this. Body metadata, create thread options, base metadata. Let's see this. No, we have body metadata, threads metadata. Let's see, base metadata. Now we were there. We can have body. Let's see. Let's go here, and let's try. This will be definitely an object. Can we do body? No, there's no body. We can do query. Okay, and inside the query, we want to put metadata, and inside metadata, we want to put card ID to be params card ID dot toString. Right, let's put it into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. Yes, something like this, and this will go here, this will go here, and this will go here. And there's something wrong with this metadata. Let's see. Card ID is not assignable to undefined. Okay, so it says that this can be undefined. So let's add or empty string. Let's see. Thread options, partial, thread metadata. Let's see, thread metadata. It should be a regular record. So let's see, if we remove it, then let's see if card ID and just string, will it work? No, let's see why, metadata. Okay, it's probably because we need to declare it here in Liveblocks. So let's see, user metadata, thread metadata, we need to pass it along here. So let's pass it. User meta, we don't have it defined, but let's just define all of those properties here. Room event and thread metadata. Let's do type user meta. I think it will be just name that is string, and same with email, and same with image that is also a string. Now for the, let's see what's next, room, thread metadata and room event. I don't know what room event is, so let's just put an empty object. And now for the thread metadata, here I want to specify that we will have card ID that is string. User meta, let's see where it is. User meta is here, should be fine. Let's see, it has no properties in common with base user meta. Okay, let's see why. So let's see, user meta should be base user meta. Let's see what it should have. It should have ID and info. ID and info, okay. So let's go back here and user meta, let's do ID. That will be a string. Let's see if it fixes this. I think it does. But it also have this info. And in this info, I will put all of the stuff that we have here. Now, this should work. Let's go back to card model. And now we don't have this TypeScript issue. So let's put here params card ID to string parentheses. And now let's see. We have an error. Let's refresh. Shopping list. Yeah, we have something here. Let's put test here and try to send it. Anonymous. Now something kind of worked. Let's see. Yeah, we have a comment here. We don't have a styling, but this styling can be easily fixed. So for the styling, I think there is a CSS that we can use. So let's search for styles. And as you can see, we can just import those default styles. Let's put them here on the top. And now, as you can see, it's much better, but we probably need to refresh the page to see this. Yeah, now it's perfect. The buttons are a little too big, but this is because we have those globals here for all of the buttons. So I think I will remove this, the first one, and let's try to refresh because it's affecting those buttons. Let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. So maybe now I can do this a little wider because we don't have enough space here. Let's see. We have this pop-up here. And max width, let's change to SM. Let's refresh. Now it's a little bit wider. That's good. We have we can put some comments here. What I don't like is that we have too much spacing here. So and this spacing comes from this padding 4. But I think there's a way to fix it. Let's put both threads and the composer into this div. And now I can add the class names of -mx4. And this will do negative margin. Let's do refresh and let's see if this will fix this. Yeah, now we have a reply here. We can also probably do negative margin on the bottom padding, or we can just remove this bottom padding. Let's see. Here we have a padding of 4. Let's change that padding X and padding top, no padding bottom. So now it looks like this, and the corners are not rounded. Maybe we can add a little bit of padding bottom of like 1, just so we can get those corners rounded. Yeah, now it looks nicely. It says here now anonymous, but we can fix it by adding some more things here. And what we need to add here is we need to tell our client where we are creating this room service. We need to tell, we can pass here options, and we need to tell how to resolve users. And this resolve users is an async function where they give us users IDs, user IDs like this. No, it's user IDs, and it's an arrow function. So let's put an arrow function here. And now it's complaining because it should return a promise with data. So let's open this function here. And well, I want to do a fetch request to, let's say, /API/users, and then I want to put those users IDs, right? So to put those, maybe we can use a get request and put those here as params. So to do this, maybe let's do params equals new URL search params. And now for those users IDs, let's map through those. And for each ID, let's put here an array with IDs and this specific ID. What this will do is, let's see, console log. Let's try to do params to string, and let's see if this will work. So let's return empty array for now. Rendered more hooks than during the previous render. I don't know what this means. No, I just needed to refresh. Let's see, console. And now, as you can see, it's adding those emails here as a param here, param string. So I can go even here and I can add, I need to refresh so I can see the styling, but I can add one more test2 comment. It's also anonymous because we cannot resolve users. But as you can see, we just need to fix those IDs here. Let's see. So yeah, you can see how it works. To resolve users, we don't, this doesn't send any requests yet, but let's try to send a request now. So we will do a fetch request, and here we will just add our params to string, and well, then we will do const response equals this. We will also need to add some stuff here. So the method of this will be get. Do we need to send headers? Probably not, so no extra stuff here. We just need to parse the JSON. So let's do, and we need to add await, and now let's do, we can parse the JSON by just returning here. So return await response JSON, and this should work. Now we need to create this API endpoint, and how we can do this? We need to go to API and we need to create endpoint users with IDs. We can check if we are getting any IDs inside this route. So to fix it, let's go here, and I will create directories and files here. So it will be users as a directory and then route.ts. And it created both directory and the file inside for me. So if it doesn't, if we don't have this kind of functionality in your editor, you need to first put directory and then the file inside it. So first, we just need to export an async function here, and it will be called get because it's a get request that we need to handle. And here we have a request object that's a next request. And now first let's do prepare URL, new URL, because we want to grab those query params. Here let's put request URL. Maybe I will show you, I will just return response JSON with empty array here. But what I want to show you is how this request will look like. If I just refresh, let's see those users requests. You can see them here, users, IDs, and then those emails. So that is nice, it works, it sends IDs. So now let's try to get those. So to grab those IDs, we just need to first check if we have any IDs. So let's get rid of this. Let's check that URL has a search, URL. We need to check search params if it has IDs. If it has, let's grab them. IDs equals URL search params get IDs. Okay, so this should work, but we will do get all here because it can be an array. All right, and now we want to find information about those users. To get information about those users, we need to go to our Mongoose database. And to do this, we will need a model for our user, and we will need to install Mongoose to access our Mongo database. Mongoose, and let's create a model for just for our user. So I will do models and then user.ts here inside source, and here I will just do a simple model for my user with simple schema. So let's do const user schema equals new schema. Let's import this one from, not from here, schema, from, let's see, Mongoose should be already installed. Schema from, I want to import schema from Mongoose. Let's do schema from Mongoose. Right, and now for the schema, I'm going to have inside user, there will be a string. Here we use JavaScript objects, not TypeScript. And the email for TypeScript, we do a lowercase string. Email is also a string, and we will have an image that is also a string. And then we will also have, there's email verified property, because I remember it, and it's a date, but we are not going to use it. All right, so we have it. So let's now export const user equals, let's maybe call it user model equals, and let's search for if we have an existing model, user model. Maybe let's just call it user, it will be simpler if we have a user model, or if we don't, we just create a new model with name user and the user schema here. Right, so now let's see what's the issue here. Unresolved variable. Okay, I don't know what should I do about it, but we can do something like this. We can do models as models type, and we can do here type models type equals, and we can do that it maybe have an user that is an object or anything. Let's put any, and now we don't have any warning, or at least I don't see any warning. But now let's go back to our users route, and we want to fetch users of those IDs, and those IDs are actually emails. So let's put those as emails so we will remember. So we have emails, we want to fetch those users. So first we need to connect to Mongoose. So let's do Mongoose connect, and let's do await here. process.env.mongo URI. Let's see inside .env, how is it called? MongoDB underscore URL. MongoDB underscore URI, I think it was. Let's double check. Yes, and let's do toString, or maybe let's do or empty string. All right, now let's do, maybe we shouldn't do like or empty string because this will not work if it fails. We can do a connection string, and we can assign this, and this way we can do, if we have a connection string, then we will do this, we will connect. Or another way we can do, if we don't have a connection string, then we will just return here response body, a new response, and the body will be connection, or maybe no db connection string, and status for one, I don't know, unauthorized, or maybe 500, maybe it should be 500 server error. Right, but now we can add, we can do also the opposite here. So if we can grab this, and here we can do the opposite. If we don't have IDs, we will do return response JSON and just empty array. Here for the if we have emails and we have connection, we proceed, and this way the code will be easier to read. If we have emails, we want to grab users. Users equals await. Let's use our user model. Let's import it. Let's do find, and we want to find by email, and our email is inside emails, and simple as that. So now we have users. Now we want to return those users as a JSON response. So let's do here return response JSON, and we can do users, but basically we can map through those because we don't want to respond with all of the data. We don't need to send the user IDs from the Mongoose. Instead, for each user, we will return a new object, and we will do ID, that is user email, and name, that is user name, and maybe we can also put image, that will be user image. And now let's see, we have some problem here. It's type of any. Well, it should be type of a user. So let's go here and let's define it here, type user. Or maybe we can use stuff from, no, we need to have backend typings for this. Type user type equals, and let's see, I will just put all of this, but as a Typescript, so lowercase string, and it should end with semicolons. And I need to export it. Type user type. Let's do here u and user type, and now it's much better. Let's see. Looks like Mongoose is not used, and we need to connect to Mongoose. So here, let's do Mongoose connect and connection string, and let's add await, and everything seems to look fine. Now let's filter to only see those users, and let's refresh our page. So we have users and we have IDs. On the response we have objects with images and so on. So that looks nicely, and it looks it looks nice. Now there is one more functionality here. We can, I think we could, let's see, let's go to card model, and there is maybe not in card model, but in here in this config, and there is a resolve mention suggestions. And so we can mention people with @ and so on. So to fix it, we just add another async function, but this time we will have, let's see, resolve mention suggestions. Let's see, arguments, resolve mention suggestion arguments, and it needs to be promise. So let's see, it has room ID and text. So we just need text. Let's grab this text, and now here the text is of course string. We probably don't need to type it, and now it should return an async, right? So let's see. So first we need to do a request. So the const response equals await fetch, and let's do /API/ maybe let's do the same /users, and let's add maybe search equals, and then let's put this text here, text, right? And now let's do just this, and let's return with JSON, right? So we need to do response JSON, and here we also need to do await. So now let's fix this endpoint for search query. So users route. Here we are checking if we have IDs. Let's make this. Let's make it like this. Let's put this. Let's put this back. First, let's connect to the database because we have connection string. Now, if we have IDs, we will do all of this. Maybe not all of this, because this remapping will be used also somewhere else. But if we have IDs, we will first grab those emails. Grab those emails, and then we want to grab those users, and then we want to respond with those users. Maybe here on the top I will do users to be empty array, and I will remove this const, and this way I can do something like this. Sorry, it should be users. Here should be const emails, but here I should remove const from users. So on the beginning, its user is empty, but if we have IDs, then we use those IDs to find users, and then those users that we find and update, we are mapping here to put into response. But here I will also do if the URL has a search param of search, then I will do something like this, const search equals, and let's do URL search params get search, something like this. Here I made a mistake, it should be has. And now, okay, now I know that we are searching something. Now I need to find users. So I need to do the same way, just users, to update these users that we have here. And I want to do await user, and I want to find some users. And how do I want to find users? I want to find if this search phrase is anywhere inside the users. So I want to search in two fields. So I will do or array, and I want to search in name, and I want to search in email as well. And I will use regexes here. So I will just do $regex, and I need to put a regex here. So let's do const search regex equals, it will be like a regex string. So let's do dot at here. Let's do search. Let's call it maybe search phrase. Search phrase, and plus, and let's do dot and star here. And we could maybe also simplify it, doing like this at, and now $, phrase here, search phrase, and here again dot and it's not ampersand, it's star. Okay, and here we need to put our search regex, and same thing here, regex to be search regex. Yeah, and now this should work. I think we find users. Yeah, let's see. So I'm going to refresh just in case. And now for the comments, let's see. I have two anonymous. Let's see if I start searching. Something is a little bit wrong. Let's see why. Let's go to network. Let's refresh. Let's do board. Maybe this one. And users. As you can see, here we have something wrong. Users, IDs, and then it tries to do object ID something. So this is wrong. It tries to go, it puts this way, and it's wrong. It should be a readable string. So let's go back to Liveblocks config, and something's wrong here. So we have this params to string, but it doesn't seem to work. We have here URL search params, users IDs. We are mapping through those, but well, it doesn't seem to work. So I have another way of fixing this. Let's do let IDs string to be empty string, and I will do something like this: user IDs for each user ID. I can maybe just do ID for each ID. Let's put inside here. We want to do IDs string, and we want to add more stuff, and we want to put something like this. We want to put maybe I will put actually something like this. I will make it plural, and I will make it an array first. And I will do something like this: push, and I can make it constant because it's an array and we are just pushing. And I will push a string that will say IDs is now let's do our ID here. So now let's see, instead of these params that we don't longer have, I will do IDs strings, and I will join them using ampersand. Let's do ampersand. Let's see what's wrong here. Let's define that this is type array of strings. So now let's see if this will work. No, it does not. Now we have something like this: object. Let's see what we have inside user IDs then. Console log user IDs, and let's print it like this so we will see better. Let's refresh just in case, and now I will make it a little smaller. So now let's see, we have some warnings, but here we have user IDs. User IDs, well, it's not only users IDs, it's well, users data. So let's see, we are searching, and we are returning here preview for the search. Let's see, is it our search? No, here we have user search, and maybe here we should just return IDs. Oh no, let's now take those. Let's see, resolve users. Let's see, resolve user arguments. Should be users IDs, but we are getting user objects, so they are getting those users objects from somewhere. Let's see, search. No, let's filter to only users. So first they are doing this user search empty string, and we get those objects, and this is on the endpoint search. So it's this. Maybe the problem here is we shouldn't, where we try to resolve JSON's mentions, we should first grab this const users, and we should return here only the user's IDs. So let's do map, and for each user, I want to return only user ID. And this user, let's put user is user user meta. Let's see, and here user ID. Okay, and now let's see if this will help. Let's refresh, and now let's see, comments still anonymous. Let's see here, preview, this looks fine. And here for the search IDs, this looks fine, but it doesn't return any results. So something wrong with the route. We have IDs, which are actually emails. Maybe we need to change this to in and then emails. Let's see, let's refresh. And then now let's see here, still nothing. Here we don't have any result. Let's see, we should have some users here, but looks like it's empty. So let's do console log users from here, just to make sure that when we get those IDs, we should return something. So let's go to here and let's try again. It doesn't put anything. So let's try again to refresh, and let's open maybe cheese, and let's open this one. We are not printing anything. Okay, we are not printing anything because the search is actually empty. So instead of has, we should use something else. We cannot use has because it checks also if it's empty. Maybe we can use keys, and let's do keys, and we can check if it includes key of search. Let's see. But first we need to put it as a separate array like this, and let's see, this will not work only. So let's put it maybe here, const, and let's put this as a query param keys, and let's put this there, let's put this here, and here let's do query param keys. So this works, but this doesn't. So let's try maybe like this, and we can do next, but we cannot map through this. Can we put the array, convert to array here? Let's see. No, we cannot. But we can do something else. We can check maybe using the URL. We can do something like URL and to string, and we can check here includes search equals like this. Now let's see, I will refresh here, and let's open cheese, and let's open this. Well, let's see here, empty. Let's see if we have here something here. No, nothing. And let's see why. Search. Now we have something here. Let's see IDs, but for the IDs we don't have anything. So search seems to work, but the IDs doesn't seem to work. We have IDs and then emails, but this doesn't work. We have IDs here, and let's see. Let's put here console log IDs. All right, and now let's do refresh here, and let's see. Let's hit here IDs. Do we have any console log here? No, we don't. So something didn't work. We don't have any results here from the IDs. This doesn't seem to work. Let's try with get, or maybe get all. And let's refresh once again, and let's hit here. Still empty. This looks fine. This doesn't. Maybe it's because of those square brackets. Let's try to get rid of those. Here I'm going to remove this, And or maybe we can do something simpler here, so we will be 100% sure that this works. We have IDs here and it's actually emails, but we can do something much simpler. Let's get rid of this, or let's maybe first check. Yeah, it should be just emails in those users IDs. Users IDs equals, and now here let's just do users IDs and let's join them with a comma. Now if I click here and click here, those IDs should be only separated by a colon. So let's just do get, and here we also need only get. Let's also check if we have anything here. Yeah, this seems to work. We have emails here, but before we will get them, we need to split those by doing this, by splitting with colon. And this can be, let's see, this is probably not a string. Yeah, it can be null. So let's do something like this. Let's do search params get IDs. This can be null. Object is possibly null. Let's add a question mark. Does it fix this? Yes, it does. So let's refresh and check once again. Let's add here, and we have both of my users. They just have the same name because, well, I named them the same way. One is my private Gmail, another is Coding with David, but the first and last name are the same. So now it seems to work. I can remove this console log, and we are done with comments. I can show you. It looks like this, and yeah, it looks fine. Now, one small issue that we can see here is when this window is smaller, we cannot scroll here on this white box. So let's go to our modal, card modal, and let's try to fix it. So we have this white box here, and what I will do on this white box is I will put it in another div. So let's put a div with some class names, and we need to put this closing div somewhere here. So let's grab this closing and let's put it here, and we want to fix indentation on all of this. Oops, indentation like this. Now for this div above, I will do something like this. I will do width of SM, or maybe not. I will not put it like this. I will put this width of, I don't know, can we do like 60, 64 or something like this? I don't know how much it will be. I will remove this max width SM. I will put this here, max width SM. Now it should be aligned to the left. Yes, that's correct. But what I will do is on this one, well, actually I can put back this max width SM, and on this div I will only fix the top margin. First I will make this thing fixed, and top I will do like 8, and I will remove those margins that we have here. So let's see, do we have any margins here? MX auto, this can stay. Margin from the top, padding top, no, I don't see any. Let's see, we have this padding here somehow. Let's see, fixed inset 0. Here we have fixed, should be fixed. Background white, max width, padding X, padding top, margin top. This one I want to remove. And let's refresh and see how it looks like. Okay, now it's aligned here, and it's not that beautiful, but we can do left 0 and right 0. But this will probably create a scroll here, and maybe it would be nicer to have a scroll inside this box. So let's remove those classes for now, for this fix thing, and instead I will add some classes here. So I will put here max width, but not as a class name because I want to calculate this. So style max height, sorry. Max height will be calculated, and let's maybe first, I'm going to cut it for now. Let's put back this margin top of 4. This is because I want to know how much is it. Oops, not like this. I want to inspect this part, this top margin. Let's see, it's here. Padding top. I want to find the margin top 1 rem. Okay, so now I'm going to put back this. Calculate 100 view height minus 2 rem, and I'm going to put this as a string. Yes, and let's see. Yes, I think it should work, but let's add also overflow scroll. And no, we don't have any scroll yet. Let's see. It should end here, but well, something doesn't seem to work. Let's go milk. Let's see what happens if we put more stuff here. So let's put the div with some test, and let's put it more times, so we will have some data to test with. We can see that we don't have enough spacing here, and this test goes outside of this white box. So here's our white box. We calculate max height, that is fine, but it should be scrollable, and it's not overflow. Overflow scroll. I don't see anything about scrolling. So maybe I need to refresh. Let's see. Yeah, now it's scrolling. I don't like that because of the scroll. We get this, those corners are not rounded. So to fix it, we need to add a little bit of padding on all of this. Let's see. Let's open this thing. Yes, and let's put everything into a separate div. All of the content into a separate div. So first, for this white box, I'm going to remove this overflow scroll, and I'm going to change the padding. So let's remove this padding top, padding 1 to just padding 1 on every side, and I'm going to put another div here for all of the content. So let's see. Yeah, I will try to put all of the content, even this closing div should go there. So let's cut it from here, and now something's still wrong. Let's put it back. And this grows too much, so I think I forgot about this edit mode and so on. So let's put all of the contents, let's cut them from here, and let's put it into separate component. I will call it modal card contents. Let's do a new file, modal, card modal contents, card modal, let's body.tsx. Let's do export default function card modal body. Yes, let's do return, and let's put all of this here. Maybe first I'm going to put a React fragment because it can be several elements sitting here. Now we don't have threads and a lot of more data, so we need to grab it from here. So let's see, what do we need? We need threads and so on. So let's just take everything from here, even the use effect. Let's cut, or maybe let's take even those, except this handle backdrop click. Let's put all of this here, and update card is not used. Let's see what else. we probably need to put more stuff. Handle, name, change, submit. Let's put it also here. And now we need a router here. So let's do const router equals use router. And we can delete a lot of imports from here. So let's remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. And now our card model is this small. And the card model body is, well, a little bigger, but it's smaller than it was. Now let's put our card model body here. And now let's see how it looks like. Let's refresh. That was a lot of edits. And well, we need to add on this div. I wanted to add, we have this max height placed here. That's good. And but basically we don't need this max height here, or maybe we do. But I will add another max height, but this time here. I can just copy and paste this. I need to add more because we have some extra padding. So let's do free rem. And here I will also add overflow. Overflow on the y-axis will be auto. So if we have too much stuff, it should be scrollable. Let's see. It's not. Let's see if we have this test stuff. Yes, we do. So let's go cheese. Okay, now it's outside of this. Let's see why. Here we have this div, overflow y auto, max height is this. Let's see what happens if we put it like this. Okay, this should work fine. But let's put overflow y scroll. Overflow y scroll. And now let's refresh. And now it's scrollable, so that's better. But I still don't like how it works. I think I would prefer to have a scroll here, so I can scroll through this white box. So it will not end here, sorry, here, but it will go down there. Let's remove those classes here. Let's remove this, and let's see where we are. So if it is like this, we cannot scroll. And that's correct because here we have fixed and inset 0. But if we do left 0, top 0, and it's a backdrop, so we need to do inset 0. It needs to be it needs to go all the way to all of the corners, right? But then this is just a backdrop, so we can have it separately. We can actually put a React fragment to have several elements here. Let's put everything here and let's start with this backdrop. So first, let's put this div as a separate div. First, we will have a closing, even the closing here of the backdrop, and then we will have our white box here. So if I save it, now it's behind, but we can actually scroll it, right? So that's nice. So now let's do something like this. For this backdrop, let's do that of 10. And for this, let's put relative, or maybe we should do actually absolute, and top of 0 and z of 20. Now let's see. Well, almost there. It's still behind, but maybe I need to refresh. Yeah, and now we can scroll it. That's much better. And let's also add margin bottom of 4. And now we need to just center this and make it bigger. So here let's put width of full. And let's see, that's much better. I just don't like this horizontal scroll, but we can fix it by doing overflow x of hidden. Let's see, and if I refresh, this didn't help. So let's see, top 0, maybe we can do just inset 0, So we don't need this overflow hidden. And now let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. I would like to put more margin to the bottom. So let's see, do we have margin on the top? Yes, we have some margin on the top. I would like to increase it to 8. Same with margin on the bottom. So we can basically do margin on the top and the bottom to be 8. Let's do and refresh. Yeah, so now we just don't have this bottom margin. Let's see if we can do something about this. So here is our box, and let's see, computed. We should have some margin, but let's see, we just don't. What happens if we put here another div with like text underneath? Then we will have it. So I'm going just to put an empty div with just an empty space. Maybe that's not a good way of solving this, but now look, we can scroll this. We can scroll this view here. So I would say this works fine. If you want, you could also add a style here, and that would maybe not here, but here in between, that would just lock the body and do something like overflow hidden style type, or maybe not here, but we can do this in use effect. So use effect, and here no dependencies, and here we just do document and body, and we do just style overflow and y, and will be hidden, and we can return a function that will run when we unmount this, and we will just do the same thing but to auto. So now we cannot scroll the body, but this is inside the body. So let's fix this one more time inside the card model. Here we have this big div. We need to add overflow y auto. And now let's see if I refresh. No, then we don't have this scroll. Let's add here scroll, and let's refresh. Okay, this will not be scrollable because it's not, it's always from the top to the bottom because it has inset 0. But here I can add another div with this overflow thing, and let's put this thing here, and now let's see. No, still nothing. We probably will need to get rid of this overflow y scroll. Let's maybe do just regular scroll. Let's do refresh. Okay, it says overflux. That's why it didn't work. Overflow y scroll. And now let's refresh. And now it doesn't work, but we get this scroll here. So let's see what's the issue. 790 this one has, and this one have 709. So it should be definitely scrollable. Let's put the same thing here. No, it's not scrollable. Let's see. I think we can fix it by doing something like this. Here next to this thing, we can do div that will just have a style of have 100%. All right, now we don't see anything. No, it will not work. Let's put it as it was with scrolling the body. So let's put this here, and let's remove this use effect. It was good as it was, so we can scroll like this, it's fine. And we don't need this overflow y scroll here. And yeah, this works nicely. Right, so we are done with those description, those comments here we can mention, and we can remove those tests, and this seems to work here. We can also change here stuff, delete, and so on. Let's go to my board. Let's go here. Let's see. I can open a shopping list. I can close, and whoops, looks like this backdrop click doesn't work. So let's see. Handle here where it is card model, and looks like we have this backdrop click that doesn't work. Let's add alert back, and let's see. No, doesn't work. This is because we are doing this and we are not clicking the one that we need. So let's see. Let's move this on click to the div below here. So let's put it here. Still nothing. Let's see, inspect. Okay, we have this div here. If I click here, still nothing. Let's see. This is this absolute div that we are clicking. Okay, then we can add this backdrop click on this absolute div, and this should fix the issue. Yes, so now we can remove this alert, and it should work as it was. Let's see. Yeah, can we scroll? Yes, we can scroll. It's fine. And yeah, so now we have everything. And just the last thing I would like to add would be to show on the cards and on the boards if there are other people sitting on the board or on the card. So to do this, I will create avatars of people sitting on a card or in a board. I will create a component called the avatars presence, or maybe let's call it presence avatars.js tsx. Sorry, let's do export default function presence avatars. I think it's called presence. Yes, and now inside this, what do we want to do? We want to return, let's say, a div with some class names. So let's do a class name, and it will be flex with some gap of 1, let's say. And now we want to grab people, all the people who are sitting. So to do this, there is a hook called use others, and let's do const others equals this. And now here we just grab all of the users that are not us, and we can filter through them and find specific users. And what I want to do here, that first, to know inside this hook if there is someone on a specific board, we need to go to the board component. Let's find let's put a use effect here, use effect hook, and we need to update presence. So to update presence, my presence, I will do something like this: const update presence equals use my presence, and I think that's it. And here I can just do update presence. Maybe I can call it update my presence. Update my presence, and what I want to set here will be board ID, and we can just set it to ID. And now it's complaining about this, and it's because we need to specify the presence stuff here. Let's see, storage card presence, it's empty. So let's put something like this. Let's put board ID, that will be a string, and same with card ID, that will be also a string. So update my presence, we have board ID, should be fine. Let's see, there's something wrong here. Maybe it should, no, it should maybe use my presence. I want to use update my presence. So let's go here and let's do, here we have use my presence. I want to use update my presence. All right. And now use update my presence. Update my presence with this ID, and same on the card modal. Let's go card modal tsx, and we need to have use effect here. Maybe on the card, maybe let's put it on the card body, or maybe, I don't know, let's put it here. Use effect, and we need to grab params. So let's do params equals use params, and here we will check for params, and if we have params card ID, then we are going to set it. So const update my presence equals use update my presence, and here let's do update my presence of card ID to be params card ID. Now let's see what is wrong here. Okay, we need to do to string because this param can be an array. This works, and this seems to work. Do we have any errors? No. Now let's go back to our presence avatars. Now we can find we can find the users, for example, on a specific card or on a specific board. So we can do something like this. We can add here properties called presence key and presence value. Let's put those here like this, and here I will do I want to define it as a type here. So let's put type props, and let's put those props here, and I'm going to add that presence key is a string, and same with presence value, it will be also a string. Another property that we will need, but in a moment. Let's see what's wrong here. It still says, okay, those are unused, but we will fix it. Let's add a shallow just for shallow comparison. And here let's do just return users, and I want to filter users. I want to find where user presence of this presence key is presence value. All right, so let's see what's wrong here. This is user, and this presence can be any. So let's add question mark dot. Let's see, still error. Element implicitly has any type because expression of type string can be used to index type present. No index signature was with a parameter of type string was found in presence. All right, let's go to our Liveblocks config, and let's see presence. It's board ID and the card ID. We can do something like this, that the presence key is key of, and then we can export presence. Let's presence like this, and now we don't have an error. So that's good. Now we have others, so now we can look through them. So let's do something like this, others, let's map through them, and for each user we want to put a div with a key because React will complain otherwise. Let's put an image, and for this image I need source, and the source will be user info image, and here avatar just as an alternative text. And let's see, let's try to use this presence avatars, maybe first on cards. So on this one I opened bread, but Let's go to the card itself. Let's go card.tsx. It's a link. I want to make the padding bigger on the top and the bottom. So the padding Y of 8 and sides will be 4. Now I will put avatars here on the bottom right corner. So let's put relative, and now here a div that will have class names of absolute and bottom 1, right 1, and here I will do presence avatars. The presence key will be card ID, and the presence value will be the ID of this card, so just ID here. So now I can see my avatar of this user because he's sitting on he opened the bread card, but now let's try to make it smaller. So for this EMG, let's add some class names, and we want to make it smaller. So let's see, maybe we will make it like size 8. Let's see, yeah, and I want this to be rounded full. Let's see, yes, that's much better. And then if we would have more users, it will show more avatars, but you get the idea. And now if I change to, let's see, now I'm outside, but if I open, let's for example, I open here bread. So as you can see, my avatar shows here, and without any refreshing, I can go outside, and I can go to milk, and now my head is here. So that is really nice. Now let's do the same thing for those boards here on the home page. So let's go to boards, and now let's see. We have link here, padding. Let's do padding on the sides will be 4, but padding on the top and the bottom will be 8. And here I will also do relative, and I will do the same thing that we did here. So I will just go to the card, and I will do the same div thing on the boards. So let's see. And now on the board with shopping list, let's go here. Let's refresh. No, we have an error. Let's see here. We have an error. So something went bananas. Let's see. Let's go to board. Initial presence. Okay, maybe it's this thing. Card ID. Let's put null. And board ID. Let's put null as well. This cannot be null. So we need to update on here that it can be actually null, and here null. This will be a default. Now let's see. Still we have an issue. Looks like we have everything here is fine. Let's try to restart the environment. So still the same issue. Let's see. Here we are exporting everything correctly. Here we have those use threads. Maybe we need a comma here. No comma here. Client. Here we have those functions. It says create room context is not a function. Well, it feels like I imported something by accident. Here is presence cannot find ID. So we have a boards. Okay, this is the issue. Presence value here. So I need to grab the room ID. So let's put room.id. And now let's see if I refresh, still the same error. Let's see if I remove this presence avatars. Then everything seems to work. Okay, now let's put this back. Let's go inside, and maybe because we need to use client here. And now the issue is that room provider is missing. Okay, that makes sense. Here we have those presence avatars, and it's claiming there is no room provider. That's fine. We can just do something like this. What's the name of this component? It's boards. we can do another boards tiles, and there we can put this boards tiles .tsx. Let's do export default function. We couldn't use client on the previous one because it was using backend functionality. Boards tiles, and let's do return, and let's say we will have those boards here that we can loop through. So let's put all of those boards here. Let's see, rooms. Okay, it's called rooms here. Let's grab even this div. Let's see here. Instead of rooms, let's do boards, and or maybe let's do rooms, and here. No, I would prefer to have boards in the code here, boards, and this let's rename to board, and this now let's go here, let's do boards tiles, and let's put those boards to be rooms like this. Now let's see here, and let's define that those boards are actually room info array. Okay, now let's see. Do we have any boards here? No, we don't. Let's see why. Maybe we need to first do use client here. Now let's see if I refresh. No, there's still some errors here. Okay, I see what's the issue. This is property boards, and boards is a type of room info array. Now everything should work. Let's just refresh. Room provider is missing. Okay, let's add this room provider, and let's put this here, and let's fix indentation. The room ID will be empty here. Initial presence will be also empty. Maybe let's go to the presence, and let's go to the presence here, and let's make those two optional. Yeah, so now let's go here. We don't need to have any initial presence. Room provider ID property is required. Okay, maybe we can do then something else. We can do this room provider for each link here. So let's put this room provider here, and here room provider here. And now the ID will be actual room ID, so board ID. And now let's see, and now it seems to work. So if I open this one, and let's see, I refresh, nothing happens. Let's see here, initial presence, board ID, and this looks fine. Let's see if I go here. No avatars. Let's see inside this link. No avatars. Let's see. Here, let's go to boards. This looks fine. Room provider, board ID. But here we shouldn't check for card ID. Instead, we should check for board ID and board of this ID. So now we have it. If I go to, let's say I will go to this board. Okay, this user doesn't have this board, but I will go to this board, and then here you can see I am on the shopping list. Yeah, and here is my avatar. So that is good. Maybe we can make it even bigger. So let's do maybe 12 here. And now let's see. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Maybe the corners could be more rounded. I don't know. I think it looks fine. The padding on the sides could be bigger. Let's do maybe at least 8. So we'll have prettier padding like here. And here we don't have enough spacing, so we can fix those columns to maybe do 2. And for large screens, we will do grid columns of 4. Let's see. So here is like this, and here it is like this. Maybe we could do something in between, like free here. Let's see. Yeah, I think this works fine. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. Yeah, and if I go to another board, this will disappear from here, or at least it should. Let's see. Yes, it did. Now I'm back here on the test 2.7. Let's see, something was cached. Now let's see, if I go here, I should see this user on the shopping list. And if I go here, and with this, I go here, I should see myself here. And if I go to this one, I should disappear from here, but I don't. Let's see, presence avatars, on the board ID, that's good. And on the board, I'm doing this use effect, update my presence, and the ID of the board. Let's maybe add alert that it's updated. Let's see, alert. Yeah, so this should work now. And I think it works. It was just some kind of cache. We can also add a return function here in case we are leaving this page. We can do update my presence to board ID to be null. And we can do the same thing for the home page. So if someone is visiting home page, which is here up, and let's see here page, and here we have this boards. So maybe we can do it here. Let's go board. We can remove those unused imports, board tiles, and here we can do this const update my presence equals use update my presence. Let's use effect, and here let's do update my presence, and I want to put board ID to be null, and same with card ID to be null. And that's good. So now let's see something. Use update my presence. Something's wrong here. No, this seems to be all right. Missing room provider is missing from the tree. Okay, so what we need to do here is for this page, I will remove it from this page. Or I could just put it inside somewhere else. For example, let's see, we could put an empty client component underneath. But that's not that important. This looks fine. And let's see if it works. If I open, let's not open here. If I open here, yeah, my avatar shows. So the presence seems to work. And I think now we have all of the functionality. So we can drag and drop stuff. We can add more columns. We can do stuff here, edit names. We can open stuff. We can put more cards. We can do edits and whatnot. We can add the comments, and everything seems to work. We can even edit lists if we want, and everything seems to work. Let's see here. I will do 2, and it has 2. I can remove, and it works fine. All right, so now there are a few more things that I would like to fix, and then it would be nice to deploy this whole app to, for example, Vercel. So first thing I discovered is for those emojis, they pop up here underneath. So it would be nice to actually have them visible so we can click on those, right? To fix this, it's really simple. It's even written on the Liveblocks documentation. We just need to go to our globals SCSS, and there is a class for this called LB portal, and we just need to increase the that index to, let's say, 30. All right. And now if I refresh, let's see. Yeah, now it's above and we can search for emojis. That's really nice. And same with this editing and deleting comments. Right, that looks really nice. Now I noticed that this mentioning don't have any avatars. So let's try to fix that, because I think that those two should have avatars that come from Google. So let's see. Let's go to Liveblocks config, and let's see, we have users here. Here we have only IDs, and here we have the full users. That looks good. What we don't have are those avatars. And let's go to where this is called, to this endpoint, API users. And let's try to add those avatars, API users route. And here we are mapping through the users. Let's maybe also add the avatar. It will be also user image. And let's see if this will help. Let's see, bread. Let's open this one. And now, as you can see, we have avatars. Let's also see if we can, I should be able to make this smaller. Yes. Now let's see if we have avatars here. Yes, we do. That's really nice. We should still have avatars on the cards. Let's see if I open here. Yes, we do. Everything seems to work. Let's open this milk here, and we have avatars here. So that's correct. So now that works nice. The next thing is that I need to fix some warnings here. This is from my Google Chrome. It's not an issue, but let's see if we have some warnings here. So there are. The first one will be next of URL. So let's copy this and let's put next of URL into our .env. And this will be HTTP localhost 3000. Yes, let's see. Yeah, it's localhost 3000. And now let's see. Let's maybe restart our environment to see if we will get any warnings here. I will refresh this page. Yeah, we have some issues. First, we have no secret inside the next auth, but we can easily fix it. Let's go to our auth options here, and let's just go here and let's put some secret. It could be put into .env. So maybe let's do this .env secret. Let's do auth secret, and let's do some random string, doesn't matter. Let's go back here, and here let's do process.env that auth secret. Yes, and now let's see. Now we have something like this. Nested CSS was detected, but CSS nesting has not been configured correctly. All right. So I think it's because we do applies. Let's go to global CSS. It's about this nesting that we do here for those editor buttons. And here we apply classes. And I think this will disappear if we just, instead of applying classes from Tailwind, we could write regular CSS, or we could fix the nesting. But maybe an easier way would be just to fix it. So I will just do, I will install this. So let's see, yarn add post CSS nesting. And now let's see, post CSS config, we need to add this. Let's see, we need to go to post CSS config, and inside the plugins, let's add this. Let's see, inside plugins, let's put those. We already have those two here, so we can remove those. Yeah, now it should be correct. And let's see if we will still have this issue. So let's open here. Let's go to this tab and let's restart environment, and let's refresh the page. No, now as you can see, we don't have any warnings. If I open a card, it also looks fine. If I go, for example, here, this also looks fine. If I open this, it looks fine. If I go to the home page, it also looks fine. Let's see here inside the console, do we have any errors? No, just from my Google Chrome extension. Besides that, everything seems to work. I usually have warnings and errors about when I map through the things. Let's search for .map in project. Nothing found. Okay. If I search here, map, nothing found. Okay, that's weird. Let's try now to deploy it then. So let's go to my GitHub, and I will create a new repository for this. So let's maybe call it Trello clone. It will be public. Let's create this repo. Now let's go to terminal, and now let's see. You probably don't need to do this, but I will do git init. And now let's do git status, and we will see all of those files that should be committed. And when you do this, you can see that some files shouldn't be committed, like for example the secrets inside .env. And I don't want to commit this .idea because it's just configuration of my IDE. So to add those files to the blacklist or ignore list, I'm going to add them to git ignore. It's like a special file here. So git ignore, and here I'm going to add .env and .idea. And now if I do git status again, those files are not here anymore. So I don't see .idea directory and .env. Those are not here anymore. So let's do git add. Let's add everything. So with git status, and now we can see all of those files that will be added. Let's do git commit with message initial commit. You can put anything you want inside this message. Now let's do git push origin master. It doesn't exist repo. Okay, I forgot that I need to add remote. So let's copy remote, git remote add origin. Let's add it here. And now let's do git push origin master. Let's see, git status, yeah, git push origin master. Okay, now I think it has been pushed. And as you can see, we have, if after refresh, I see my files here. And now I can go to Vercel and I can deploy it. So let's go to Vercel. Let's add new project. And let's see, Trello clone. Yes, let's import this one. Now, before I will click deploy, we need to add our secrets that are here. So I will just copy them. And here, environment variables. Here I can just copy all of those. But remember that we need to change this thing. And this thing will be the domain that we will use for our project. And most of the time it's something.vercel.app. And I think I will use something like that with Trello, Trello.vercel.app, something like this, and no 3000 here. And it will be HTTPS, of course, David-Trello, Vercel app. So let's see, deploy. And now I need to take this domain. I hope it will be free to take. I mean, it will be available, I hope. So let's go back to my profile. Let's go to, not here. I want to go to this project. Here we have settings and domains, and we can change this domain here. I received a domain Trello clone lemon. Let's see if we can take just Trello clone, or is it taken? Let's try to save. No, this one is taken. So I will take just David-Trello, and the same I have in my .env here in the environment variables. Let's try David Trello. Seems to work. Now we can go back to deployments to see. As you can see, it's 1 minute in and it's still deploying. So far so good. You can open building and you can see if everything is fine. And it's not because we have some small issues. And the issue is that use editor hook is called conditionally. So I think it's inside this editor that we created inside components. So let's see, cart description, is it here? No, description editor, description editor. And where is this? Here is use editor. And as you can see, yes, it's created conditionally because if we don't have user info, I have return here. We should move this here. So let's put it here. But then here we have a Typescript that is complaining that this can be empty. So to fix it, I will do user info. Let's see what else can we put here, or null. So let's do or null. And now let's see. And type null is not assignable to record or undefined. All right, let's try with undefined then. Okay, then it works. So now let's add this change. So if we do git status, we can see that this file has been modified. You can do like git diff to see exactly what has been modified. And this has been removed and this has been changed here. So I can do, you just do q to quit that view. Now I can do git add dot to add all of the files that has been changed. Let's do git commit with message of fixed use editor. Yeah. And now let's do git push origin master, and now it should be pushed. And when you push to your GitHub, the repo is already linked to the Vercel project. So if we go to deployments, it should be already trying to deploy the next here deployments, the next commit here. As you can see, fixes use editor, and you're trying to deploy this commit now. 20 seconds in, and in a minute or so we should see if it has been successful. Meanwhile, there is something more we need to fix, and it's Cloud Console Google. As you remember, we were adding those links, redirect links. So let's go to our Trello clone. Yes, now let's go to open OAuth clients. Let's go just to maybe credentials. We have this web client one. Let's open this one. And we have those authorized redirect URLs. And as you can see, we have only localhost 3000. And we need to have another one for our new domain. So let's put first, it will be HTTPS. And then we will have something like this. I think it was called David-Trello.vercel.app. Okay, looks fine. HTTPS david-trello.vercel.app. Let's save it. And sometimes you need to also go to Mongo Atlas and you need to update the IPs that are allowed to connect with the database. I see it so many times that you guys write to me, my authentication doesn't work, and there's like a timeout or something that it takes like half a minute and then you receive a timeout error. And if you receive any errors, you will see them in the, let's see, here we get another error, so something went wrong, but you can see errors, backend errors inside the Vercel. But here, worth mentioning, if we select Trello clone project, we have network access, and here you have IPs that can connect. This is my home IP. I can delete this one. I don't need this anymore because here we have a mask for all of the IPs. So you can go here, add the IP addresses, and here I have add current IP address, but if you don't have this one, you will also have a button to add all IP addresses. So yeah, just so you know, you need to add all of those you need to add this, so Vercel can also connect to your database, Vercel servers. Now let's see what went wrong with our deployment. So let's see here, 1 minute and 10 seconds in. Let's see what went wrong so we can fix the issues. And here we can see it. So property ID does not exist on type boolean room info. All right, so I'm going to fix it. Let's go. Where is this file? New board page. Okay. New board / page. This one. And yeah, it's even complaining. The TypeScript is even complaining. ID does not exist on type boolean room info. I think, let's see inside this function, create board. And this is our own function. This is like a board server actions. Let's see, we return either a room info or a false. So let's see, and here we are just grabbing ID, but this can be false. It's saying ID does not exist on type boolean room info. It exists on room info, but it doesn't exist on this boolean. So maybe we can get rid of this false, and we can do just, or maybe let's keep this false. And let's do something like this. Instead of this ID, let's do room info. And now let's do something like this. We will redirect only if we have any room info. Room info, then we will redirect. We don't have ID here, but we can do just room info.id. Let's see, ID. Property ID does not exist on type true or room info. Okay. So it says that it can also be true. Let's see why. It's a promise that returns a boolean or room info. It's a promise that actually returns false or room info. So now, as you can see, we don't have any error because with this if we check that it's not false. Right, let's add this change git status. We change to files. Yeah, that's correct. Let's do git add everything, git commit with message, fixes create board function. And let's do git push origin master enter. Now it's pushed. Let's see if it's deploying. Let's go to our project deployments and we see that it's building. Let's wait a minute to see if this will be deployed. We can of course also open this deployment process and go to building to see if everything is going okay. And if there is any error, we will see it as well. So we had some small warnings, but so far so good. It's 1.5 minutes in and looks like this one will work. Yeah, and it's done. And let's see then. Let's go to our project here. Well, it says it's still building, but it looked successful. Okay, deployment completed. Now it's fine. Let's go to Trello clone. Let's go to project here and we can go to our domain here to see if it works. Yeah, it's zoomed out a little. I will zoom in. Let's do login and let's see if we can actually log in. And everything seems to work. So I can open stuff. I can edit. I can add cards, test on Vercel, and everything seems to work. If I refresh, I should still have this test on Vercel. Let's make sure. Yes, I do. I can drag and drop stuff. Everything seems to work. That's all for this video. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.